Chapter 581. The waves of gravity grow more intense, and the red aura surrounding the two A-class hunters glows brighter, while the levels of all three of my body doubles are quite similar to these two. The fact that they're A-class hunters, and more than double Rodrigo's level, makes me certain they have powerful soul energy that will likely overpower my body double's pure mana control. The wind user speaks up after I remain silent in response to their threat. He pulls a bright white bow out of an item box and holds it by his side. "Where is your leader?" The Flame Emperor. "Bring them to us now so we can accept ownership peacefully. Refuse, and your barrier will fall." The bright green and blue flashes of light grow brighter below me. At the same time, the fire wielder pulls a large red glowing axe from his own item box and stares down at me like I am nothing but a grain of sand. I smile inwardly at their overconfidence as I sense another pair of blue and white energies coming from the guild hall, zipping directly toward the Canyon of Dungeons, likely Lydia and Fisher retrieving the army from their training. With these thoughts bolstering my confidence, I finally respond. "You are looking for the Flame Emperor. Well, you are talking to him right now. I assure you, surrendering this city isn't going to be an option I'll accept." Theories rush through my doubles' minds as I try to figure out why the Hunters Association would show up here of all places and use that name. They even mention the B-class exams. My main body must have a plan in motion, and the higher-ups in the association have already caught on and are trying to stop it. This city's population has grown to over 1,000, and the number of traveling traders that visit the outer village has reached as high as 4,000 on some busy days. Word has been spreading fast among Dark Continent cities, and the currency I've created has been used and accepted in Solara and Valor City on many occasions already. Thanks to Lith and Chester's help in my expansion, Solara is still a very large city with business influence rooted in the 8 great regions. Chester is only the Sector 4 underground trade leader. He doesn't have direct influence over the entire city just yet. This leads me to believe there must be many association workers hidden in this city, and it would be extremely easy to investigate further, considering the Crimson City's outer trade villages are open to the public at any time. If my main body revealed itself or forged new alliances during the B-class exams to gain more powerful allies outside of the Dark Continent, I can see how the association leaders wouldn't like this rapid expansion. Once they put all the scattered clues together, they see my city's exponential growth as a high potential threat to their control over this vast and profitable Dark Continent land. So they must extinguish my influence before it is too late. The angry yell from the wind user makes far more sense once I realize what exactly is going on here. He creates an arrow of white wind in his bow and points it down at me. "Well then, give us your decision. Surrender and submit, or die by the hands of the 8 great regions. This is not optional. This is an order. We have been ordered to eliminate any growing threats that endanger our country. Your actions place you high on our immediate disposal list." I think to myself as the gravity waves of red energy increase in strength again, and I feel a mental attack pushing down on my psyche, while the air around me thickens. However, I still respond calmly. "I am just a threat to you. A weed growing too large to keep in this tidy garden of a kingdom of yours?" The fire user smirks as his axe charges up with dark flames. "You are a smart one, aren't you? I don't know what kind of artifact you managed to use to make a barrier this strong, but I can still sense your mana control through it. You don't have what it takes to challenge us. We'll kill every strong hunter that stays loyal to you. If you don't surrender now, we are the law. You can't ignore it." As he says these words, I remember when something similar happened in the past. On my first big mission into the Dark Continent as a brand new honored elite hunter of the association, there were unexpected results. My team of hunters managed to clear a labyrinth and came in contact with demonic energy, something the Dark Continent leaders and the association were very keen on keeping for themselves. So much so that they worked together, putting bounties on our heads and ensuring that we were all dead. This was just to make sure they got more money in their pockets and their recruits, who were growing too fast, were eliminated from the picture. To the higher-ups, this may have been just another day of business as usual, killing off the weak when they discover valuable information or grow faster than expected. Eliminating dangerous outliers works well to keep a functioning system in line. But one mistake can be the end of it all. They never managed to kill me or my teammates off then. And now they're coming back to try it all again. Even though they likely don't know our true identities, it feels all the same to me. I let out a sigh, looking down below me as the blue and green flashes of light grow bright enough to fill my entire vision. Then, I look back at the two men and reply, "If it is a fight you want, I'll give it to you. Just don't expect mercy from me when this is all over, because that is not something you granted me." As I finish speaking, Maria flashes by my right side, covered in visibly dense royal blue soul energy. She pulls her ice-imbued, blood-bonded sword from her item box and swings it, her eyes locked on the enemies. Her eyes glow bright blue, and I watch her body grow larger as she activates her greater form. Abby flies by on my left. Her double ranked-up buff is activated, making her entire body glow with a bright green aura. From what I gathered the last time I saw her in this form, it was impossible for her to attack. But she was also immune to any physical or magical attacks. It seems her new training sessions have caused a shift in her innate abilities, because I see 6 large spears of summoned stone rotate around her body. They are all so densely infused with soul energy that the spears almost glow as bright green as Abby herself. Both of them leave trails of soul energy behind as they phase through the Crimson City's defenses and face the 2 A-class hunters alone in the sky. Now that I get a better look at them, both of the women are above level 2,500 after training in the labyrinth. But there is definitely something different about their soul energy auras. Looking back on the memories that flash through my mind, I can tell that the 2 months of cultivating chi beneath Valor City in the dense-aired mines have paid off. The thick plumes of dense soul energy surrounding both of their forms are magnitudes higher than they were in the last major battle we had against the Lich King. They're reached an entirely new level of power, possibly even stronger than my main body was when I left for the B-class exams. As the 2 A-class hunters see this happening, they reflexively go into attack mode, and I watch shimmering golden soul energy surround their bodies from the collars around their necks. Around this golden glow, the same red light I saw before gives their bodies an aura of dense gravity that makes it seem as if their presence is heavier, rooted deeper in reality. The fire user yells out loud, letting plumes of golden and red flames erupt from his hands and surround the fiery axe as he lifts it above his head. "You have sealed your fate. I hereby declare the Flame Emperor an enemy of the 8 great regions. All threats will be dealt with. There will be no exceptions." He swings the axe downward, and a dense wall of flames comes flooding out. At the same time, the wind user's bow becomes flooded with golden light, and the wind arrow pointed down at us is packed with the same energy now covered in a red and golden glow. He speaks out loud too, as he makes the arrow grow in size, filling it with golden light and releasing it down toward us. "So long, you will not be remembered." Looks of disgust cover both of their faces, like they're stepping on ants that crawled in front of their footsteps on a morning walk. However, this quickly changes as Maria's goddess, like ice form, completely imbued with soul energy, sends a massive wave of royal blue ice upward at the incoming wall of flames. It makes contact with a heavy red and golden mass of heat. Both attacks collide, making the entire desert shake, making the clouds in the sky part. An ear-shattering crack ripples outward that can be heard for hundreds of kilometers. Less than half a second later, Abby sends out her charged earth spears to collide with the golden arrow of wind that comes her way. A series of gravity waves, cracks, and violent explosions ripple through the air as her spears collide with its tip, holding the wind manifestation back from falling down and piercing the dome below. It all happens extremely fast. Maria continues to activate her full ranked-up buff, letting more and more soul energy out from her seemingly endless supply within her core. The overwhelming wave of ice envelops the golden fire. The ripples of red light tear through her ice, making the flames hotter and heavier. But the sheer amount of soul energy imbued ice that continuously pours out of the bottomless pit that is Maria's chi and mana stores suppresses the flames. The fire user retreats as his attack is completely nullified. Shock and dread fill his eyes as he can't believe the sight before him. Abby and the Wind User stay at a standstill, appearing to be on equal footing at first. However, once Abby deactivates her immortal energy form buff, seeing that there will be no threat of a sneak attack, she is able to channel all of her available bright green soul energy into the 6 sharp spears. They looked as if they were about to crack and shatter to pieces moments ago. But now the spears vibrate with energy, mending their own weak points, and pierce right through the arrow of wind, dispersing it into a meaningless energy in the air. The spears fly forward, and the Wind User is filled with terror as he tries to dodge the deadly incoming barrage of attacks. 2 whiz by his head, while the others just barely missing his vitals as he uses red and golden light-imbued wind magic to push his body out of the way with milliseconds to spare. He retreats higher into the sky too, utterly baffled by the fact that his ultimate attack was somehow matched in power. The flashes of green and blue light grow even brighter as they follow the 2 A-class hunters high into the sky. Down below, surrounding the outer city, I sense the few dozen level 900-plus hunters shift their battle formation completely. At the sight of their leaders letting out powerful attacks, they assume the barrier will soon be lifted and now begin their march toward the base of the dome. Based on their levels and perceived mana control, I find it very unlikely any of them could possibly force their way inside. However, there are 10 members within their ranks that all use the same golden soul energy collars around their necks. Based on the battle I had with Rodrigo months back, I come to the assumption that these select few will be extremely strong. Of course, not nearly as skilled as the A-class hunters in the sky, but they will not be average B-class elites either. I am sure of that. I don't want any innocent citizens getting caught up in the middle of this crisis, so I plan to end things as fast as possible. In the same moment that I sense their forces moving in, I sense my own moving out. The Crimson Army, consisting of dozens of level 1,300 to 1,500 H-Hunters, bursts out of the Canyon of Dungeons with 2 body doubles, as well as Lydia and Fisher guiding their lead. I send out a pulse of telepathy to talk to all of them at once as an announcement, explaining the situation exactly and assigning their roles based on their power levels. Within seconds, the entire dome is surrounded by the Crimson Army as well, split up into small battle formations to take on strong hunters. My doubles, Fisher, and Lydia are tasked with holding off all enemies with golden light, while all other army members are ordered to steer clear of special soul energy wielding opponents like this and focus on the other elite B-class troops. On this peaceful sunny morning in Sector 2 of the Dark Continent, an unexpected all-out war with the Association has begun. Chapter 582. All 3 of my doubles fly into formation, surrounding one side of the dome to face off against 5 golden-collared B-class hunters. Fisher and Lydia burst with blue and white light, getting into their own battle stances and releasing a wave of energy brighter and more powerful than anything I've ever felt from them. Both of them surpassed level 2,000 while training in the labyrinth, and when they activate their energy forms, it isn't just reinforced with chi like in the battle against the Lich King's army. Now, the desert shakes beneath the weight of their new soul energy awakened forms. Instead of their usual battle styles using swords, I watch both of them put their fists out in a fighting stance as if they're going to take on everyone with their fists. The style looks extremely similar to Monk's technique when I first saw him in the arena, which makes perfect sense because they have been training with him in his monastery on their time off when he is not treating patients. The only difference is that instead of pure chi, they have immaculate manifestations of their fully awakened soul energy covering their bodies. Fisher looks as if a massive blue water serpent stares down the approaching Association hunters, ready to strike and kill on sight. Lydia's entire body glows white with a unique ice magic imbued soul energy, and her greater form's white tiger manifestation lets out a roar as the entire desert floor beneath them turns to white ice. Fisher activates his mythic-grade intimidation skill that I gifted to him, and a wave of energy floods through the approaching enemies, stopping them in their tracks as a feeling of fear ripples through them more dreadful than they ever imagined. A snake and a tiger tower over them, as dozens of other double-ranked-up hunters speed through them all, activating their various buffs, and showing that all of them have elemental skills too. On my side of the dome, my doubles do the same, letting out 3 waves of intimidation specifically aimed only at our enemies, as half of the Crimson Army spreads out to cover this portion of the outer circumference of the dome. The Association's level 900 hunters are all matched up with level 1300 to 1500 fighters in an instant. My doubles constantly send out bursts of telepathy, giving the exact positions and status callouts of all the enemies that need to be immediately subjugated. Their fire users are matched up with our water mages. Their wind awakened are matched with our earth types. And those with speed abilities are thwarted by our long-range hunters. Not only are the Crimson Army's troops given these positional advantages, they're also all double ranked up, hundreds of levels higher than their opponents, and have mana control that makes these elite B-class hunters seem like worms being preyed on by birds. The entire attack formation of the Association is decimated in seconds. None of them even knew what hit them. They may have just been following orders, but that kind of logic doesn't matter to me at all. These hunters should think for themselves and receive punishment for their own actions, no matter what authority told them to do it. There are thousands of merchants, villagers, and innocent bystanders nearby, and their activation of high-grade destructive skills is actively endangering everyone here. I yell through my group telepathy to immobilize every one of them without hesitating. I want them all unable to harm any weaker citizens in the area. If they resist or try to damage my property or my people, kill them without remorse. And those that survive your initial attacks and surrender, strip their gear, item boxes, and ensure they cannot escape. We will question them after we secure the safety of the area. Flashes of bright skills light up the ground and air surrounding the Crimson Dome, creating an immaculate light show that is intense but extremely brief. Many of the B-class hunters are frozen in fear from the intimidation waves, and some are even knocked out. Those that resist and push through are met with attacks they have no hope of defending against. All three of my doubles pull out manifestations of the Flame Emperor's sword and channel the densest possible crescents of flames while eyeing the 5 golden-collared hunters I am tasked to take out. I remember when sparring Rodrigo, even when my mana control was far less strong than it is now, I was able to hold off his soul energy with pure brute force. The warriors that look at me now don't even seem like a challenge compared to him. Soul energy in nature is far more powerful than just plain mana alone, however. When the mana control is tens of times greater in strength, the difference in the energy's innate ability can become meaningless. The 5 hunters all cover themselves in a golden aura, pulling out soul energy swords, hammers, and bows. But when I release my dark, fiery crescents at them, their golden aura is broken through with ease. Not even a quarter of a second after sending out 3 fire blades, my doubles send another barrage. Mythic-grade telekinesis ensures my hits never miss their target. Their limbs are severed, and their worthless blood-bonded weapons are burned to ash before their eyes. No one can believe that the indestructible power of the Sunday God is being overthrown by mere mana alone. On the other side of the dome, Fisher and Lydia take on their golden warriors in the same manner. The two are almost 3 times the level of their opponents, so their base stats trump theirs by incredibly noticeable amounts. Flashes of blue and white light are all these elite favorites of the Sunday God see before they're met with punches that pierce through their soul energy defenses, like they were never even there. Once the white and blue fists pierce the yellow-golden light, their armors are shattered to pieces, and waves of soul energy that isn't their own circulate through their bodies, burning them from the inside and leaving them motionless on the ground after each attack. The 3 remaining don't even get half a second to think once they see their teammates fall. They too are immobilized before they can even raise their weapons to defend against the monsters they've attacked. In less than 5 seconds after sending out my orders, the entire Association's B-class elite army has been subjugated. Above the Crimson Dome, even more powerful forces are battling it out. After the initial shock of having their soul energy imbued, divine energy-aided attacks pushed back with ease by unknown forces they were not briefed on. The 2 A-class hunters retreat in fear. Even though they're battle-hardened hunters and have faced many ruthless double-ranked-up monsters in their pasts, neither of them has ever seen soul energy so pure and dense other than the Sunday God itself. The fire wielder is the first to yell out at the violent display. Who are you? Where did you come from? There is no way hunters of your strength would follow such a weak leader. There is no way. Elle, let us settle this amicably, please. Let's negotiate here. We want the best for everyone. Maria doesn't take long to listen to his cries of nonsense and sends another wave of ice, now in her full ice goddess form. Her deep royal blue soul energy expands outward, filling the air with its presence, lowering the temperature above the desert by dozens of degrees every millisecond that passes. At the same time, Abby manifests two massive spears of stone in front of her body as she flies forward through the air, following the wind mage that flees with even faster air steps than the fire user. She releases the deadly pointed spear of rock, full to the brim with a large portion of her soul energy, and lets it fly forward to surpass the wind mage's top speed in an instant. Abby and Maria follow the mages that flee, and they diverge, following their targets many kilometers away from the dome into the open desert before the attacks land. The fire mage cannot simply dodge the incoming wave of ice, so he tries to channel every last bit of his flames, golden soul energy, and use of his red divine core to let an ultimate attack out through his axe. Once the unstoppable wave of ice collides with him, he instantly realizes that his hopes will not be a reality. The axe clashes with the ice, and the golden soul energy that surrounds his body begins to be enveloped in the wave of blue. The flowing energy begins to act like solid matter, freezing in the air, shattering, and falling off of the fire user's body uncontrollably. He diverts his momentum and tries to fly downward. But the massive attack of ice-imbued soul energy is too vast to outrun. His axe is the next point of contact that is consumed by the endless power. It glowed bright golden red moments ago, but now freezes over, and its flames extinguish. Before the hunter can let go, the spreading blue soul energy reaches his hands, then crawls down his arms, and the A-class hunter feels fear unlike anything he has ever felt in his life. An unbeatable goddess towers over him with blue eyes, making his reality turn cold. The hunter knows he is lost. A few kilometers away, rocketing through the desert, the wind user desperately air steps away from the two rotating, glowing green spears that gain distance on him with every passing step. He has always been the fastest hunter in the entire association. There has never been a monster that could dodge his arrows or counteract them with such strong soul energy either. The anomaly chasing him down is not something he ever dreamed he would see when coming here today. The displays of the Flame Emperor's power during the B-class exams were impressive, bringing a barely ranked-up hunter's strength up to match some of their lower-ranked B-class elites. However, the impossibly high power levels and use of energy like their boss, the Sunday God, is not something he knew was even possible. One of the spears tracks the hunter from above, while the other follows him right at the rear, making it impossible for the speed-based wind archer to do anything but continuously move toward the desert floor. Seconds pass, and as the eruption of ice collides with his partner in the air, he has nowhere left to run. He is less than 100 meters from the ground now and has to face the green spears head-on. The archer grits his teeth and makes another arrow, pooling all of his soul energy while covering it in as many divine threads as he can, then turns less than a dozen meters before colliding with the sand to let the shot off upward. There is an earth-shaking series of thuds and explosions as the arrow is released from his bow, and the green spears of soul energy collide with its tip, piercing through it instantly, shredding the golden manifestation into 3 parts. The spears continue traveling downward, colliding with the archer's bow hand, shattering the pristine white blood-bonded weapon and pinning his shooting hand to the ground as it pierces through his shieldings and flesh with ease. The second spear collides with his opposite leg, pinning him to the desert floor again and spraying blood all over the sand as a crater of the double impact sends shockwaves through all of the dunes for kilometers. At that development, the fire user uses his last spark of soul energy to pull a transport crystal and a small silver device from his item box around his waist, bringing it up toward his mouth and yelling out loud, "We've lost. We're being overpowered." I believe the Hunters Association has made a grave mistake our retreat. This message is broadcast into the wind user's ear. His scared voice, admitting defeat, echoes throughout every single one of the transmission tablets that haven't been crushed in the aftermath of battle that are scattered around the Crimson Dome. The Wind User and the Fire User both crush their teleport crystals and vanish from the desert with wounds that cannot be healed. A few of the B-class elites manage to crush their teleport crystals and retreat as well in sorry states, missing limbs, or vitally wounded on the edge of death, while others have been knocked out cold, killed, or have their gear confiscated already. All 10 of the golden-colored elites remain behind and are conscious in custody, while over 35 of their basic B-class elites are also captured, unable to retreat in time. My doubles give out more orders after the new developments as well, making plans for a secure interrogation base away from the city to get what we can out of these prisoners while I wait for my main body to return. The army is tasked with cleanup and making sure all citizens that were caught up in the battle are safe and compensated for any material losses. Then lastly, I send out a wave of telepathy to Abby and Maria to get an update on their battles and devise plans for a citywide speech to explain what the association has done and why there was such a disturbance today. This all occurs within 10 seconds of the message of retreat. The association's attempt at subjugating the Crimson City ends in their undeniable, instantaneous, total defeat. Chapter 583. Thousands of kilometers to the north, an old man with long white hair and a beard speaks under his breath, just loud enough for his 2 disciples to hear. This new growing nation is strong. The association and demons may not be the only forces we need to keep on our radars. We should watch out for their growing warriors. Once the Throne Awakening becomes active, they sit atop the tallest mountain in the area, covered in snow, surrounded by hundreds of mountains that look exactly the same in every direction. The 2 younger men at his sides, with serious expressions on their faces, watch a replay of the Battle of Crimson City on repeat, using bright blue recording crystals. One of them, who appears slightly older and taller than the other disciple, replies to the old man, "Teacher Syl, I have a question. The fighting style used by the Serpent and Tiger warriors, it is very similar to our own. How could they have learned it?" The old man's eyes glow with a bright yellow light, and the same energy intensifies in his chest as the air around them grows heavier, as if bending reality. "That is none of your concern. However, it seems I'll need to visit the desert temple soon. There must be a reason for this." The 2 disciples' eyes glow with orange light, their entire bodies radiating with pure white chi. It blends in with the high-speed winds and heavy snow atop the mountains as the older man turns off the recording, and the 3 of them return to meditating and continuing their training. Thousands of kilometers south, a woman floats high in the sky above an active volcanic region. Below her, hundreds of C and B ranked dungeons form and break, as it is an everyday occurrence here. She rides atop an enormous earth dragon, watching the same video on a recording crystal play in her hand. Both her eyes and the dragon's eyes glow bright yellow, shimmering off the metallic Hunters Association badge on her shoulder. She whispers under her breath with a smile as she zooms in on the 2 A-class hunters being defeated in seconds. The 8 Regions branch has grown soft, hasn't it? Our A-class hunters could have handled that battle, but it is clear that wasn't even their true leader. Who and where are you, Flame Emperor? The woman grins while putting away the recording. An eruption of a volcano goes off in the distance, and she activates a stealth skill, making herself and the dragon she is riding invisible in the same moment. Half a minute later, she flies over dozens of fortified, castle-like military bases hidden in valleys between active volcanic mountains. Meanwhile, back in Sector 2, my body doubles compensate merchants that have damaged goods and clean up the city while giving a speech, showing that the real enemies of this attack are the 8 great regions. Public sentiment is already heavily anti-association here in the Dark Continent. So with the small amount of proof I have, showing citizens the confiscated badges, and the ear and eyewitness accounts of the surrender message from the transmission tablets, is more than enough for word of today's events to spread. So much so that over the next week, the city's growth skyrockets, adding over 500 new members to the Links of Loyalty. Word of the new trading hub in Sector 2 offering jobs, monetary aid, and the military ability to fend off 2 A-class hunters, with ease travels far and wide. All of these memories come rushing into my mind as the same A-class hunters that attacked my city search me with their battle scars, visible the wind user pulls a glowing red fruit from the item box I provided him, and everyone in the room focuses on it with confused and mixed expressions. When he looks me in the eyes, I can see they're far different than they were for the brief second I saw him during the 4th stage tournament. Then, he may have looked disinterested in the mundane weaklings fighting for their B-class badges, but behind those cold eyes was unwavering confidence. Now, he stares ahead, and I feel an aura of unease about him. The wind user speaks up while holding up the large circular red fruit with his only good remaining hand. You were meant to collect fragments. This is all you've managed to bring back. What is this? Explain yourself. He is clearly able to see that this fruit is made out of divine threads, and the question comes out with a genuine tone, even though there is confusion and a hint of anger in it. I smile inwardly, but shrug in reply to him, as if I have no idea what he is talking about. I don't know. All I recall before this test started is that in the video, it stated if we found any artifacts that didn't resemble the red, orange, or yellow stones, we would receive a minimum of 1,000 points. Was that a lie? He immediately responds, well, that video was, Then he stops himself from speaking further. As a red core himself, he knows that the fruit in his hand is not valuable at all compared to what this 1,000-point exception to the rule was supposed to be. My guess is that it was reserved for the off chance that someone made it higher than the yellow core zones. Seeing his pupils shrink and the head of the fire user turn my way makes me want to smile even more. This fruit stores roughly the same amount of energy as one red fragment, but according to their own rules, it is going to be worth far more. I'll be able to move up the leaderboards while simultaneously keeping all of the extra farm divine energy in my storage for myself. As these thoughts race through my mind, the 2 A-class hunters receive a transmission in their ears. They look down at the floor and silently listen. Then, after a few seconds, the wind mage responds to me out loud. Yes, it seems you are correct. This, in fact, is a unique item, and our rules did state that all unique artifacts would be graded separately starting at 1,000 points. However, we will require an explanation for how you managed to get this fruit. I shrug again. Even with all eyes on me, it doesn't feel like there is any pressure on me at all. After witnessing multiple higher life forms inside that construct that could have killed me by merely breathing their same air makes the threats in this room seem meaningless. To top it off, these 2 cowards tried to take over my city while I was gone and ran from their allies when they were in a compromising position without a second thought. Making their lives more difficult right now is exactly what I plan to do. Oh, well, I was just standing at the bottom of this massive mountain, and it fell from the sky. I shrug again, putting my hands in the air. My mana control ripples out of my body constantly, as if I am excited, but the control readings are barely reaching that of a level 700 hunter to keep my facade going. The A-class hunters look even more confused at my statement, so I continue. You too were in that simulation before, right? It was just at the edge of the jaguar forest. I was about to climb the mountain, but the fruit just fell from the sky. Tons of birds covered in red light were chasing after it. It must have fallen pretty far. I just managed to put it in my item box and run away. Once it was out of sight, they seemed to become disinterested. And I stopped talking once the A-class hunters hear another noise transmission come through their earpieces, and the room goes silent. The name Ray Anderson shows itself on the leaderboard as number 1, holding 1,000 points. I show a visible smile now and speak again. That is about it. I shrug and point to the Lich King by my side. Emre climbed the mountain afterward, but we didn't want to push ourselves too hard. Making it out through the rift was more important than risking getting eliminated for more points. It seems this strategy worked out best in the end. Emre crosses his arms and nods along. Then the 2 guards get a transmission in their ears again. They finish patting us down quickly and give us back our item boxes without the divine artifacts inside. A door opens in the side of the room, and the fire user speaks up as they both walk out. Everyone, stay put. We're glad you've all made it out of the simulation safely, but this is an unexpected abrupt end to the exams. Please allow us a moment to talk things over with the director. The door shuts just as he finishes talking, and the room fills with chatter. I walk over to Nat, Marcy, and Dane and tell the manifestation of Emery to follow with telepathy, filling him in on the fact that we're inside a testing facility, outlining orders to follow while he is in his command mode. The three of them greet us while the healer makes their rounds to all of the newly transported applicants. But considering we're all being watched, they receive a telepathy message to stay quiet too until this is all over. After a few minutes pass, the same door that the A-class hunters left through opens again. To my surprise, Rodrigo steps through it with an amused smile across his face, while holding a large silver tablet that resembles a clipboard. If your name is not lit up on the board, I am going to have to ask you to leave the room. I am afraid you have not made the cut. At the same time, 7 hunters walk in through the door that Rodrigo just entered through. The first 3 that enter are hunters that I expect, the 2 Vice Region applicants and the Phantom Region's single applicant. However, the next 2 are the Battle Healer, Mac, and the Water Mage Callum, who were eliminated early in the construct by my teammates. The final 2 are the 2 applicants from the Viridian region that managed to get their hands on 1 red core each during their time in the construct. Bright smiles light up their faces as they realize why they're being brought into this room. The remaining B-class elite helpers escort everyone that has failed the exams out of the room. They were most likely at the top of the leaderboard before this event. And it seems there have been healers and an appraisal skill user that have already checked on Trax's condition, even though he has passed out. Forces behind the scenes have already determined that he is a far less valuable asset now, and have adjusted the leaderboard accordingly. As the last of them leave, the door closes, leaving only Rodrigo and the 12 of us that have passed in the small mana-shielded cube. The leaderboard screen shown on the ceiling disappears completely, and a video appears. It shows a dark, empty room with a single oval table in the center of it. One figure in a dark cloak sits on one of the chairs, while all of the others are empty. The video pans closer to the figure as he raises his head, and a pair of golden eyes look through the screen. An eerie pressure fills the entire room as they glow bright golden with visible soul energy, as well as a clear addition of heavy yellow light aiding his power. Shadows cover the rest of his face, and the dark cloak makes the rest of his figure unknown other than the fact that he is abnormally tall. A yellow core is visible glowing in his chest, but the golden eyes are the main spectacle as they stare down at all of us. Through the screen, his low monotone, almost robotic voice echoes throughout the room. It is a pleasure to meet you all, future B-class hunters of the Association. I am the director of the Apex region, but starting now, you may call me Mr. Freeman. Chapter 584. The golden eyes glow brighter, and it feels like pressure is pushing down on us through the screen. Yellow threads of divine energy even leak into the room straight through the mana shielding, and I see other applicants start to sweat and shake. The gravity in the room increases slightly, and the director continues to speak. It appears our Stage 5 simulation room has been prematurely terminated. This was not within our expectations. There have been many oddities popping up lately. The pressure increases, making the room rise in temperature, the air thickens, and the gravity multiplies again. All applicants fall to their knees, holding their hearts, struggling to breathe. I barely would have noticed it if it wasn't for their reactions. After plunging deep into the aura of the green serpent for days on end, allowing its divine energy to tear my body down and saturate every cell in my being repeatedly to farm its energy, the light tendrils of yellow energy that fill the room feel like nothing more than someone turning the temperature up by a few degrees. I send a telepathic wave into Emery's head, and we both fall to the ground to play the part. A ripple of minor amusement comes through the yellow energy. It is doubtful it is noticeable to anyone else, but ever since I met the purple entity at the top of the construct, my ability to feel others' emotions through their energy output that would otherwise be hidden has seemed to have awakened. The same monotone, almost static voice echoes through the video again. What you have all witnessed within these exams is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to power in this world. Every one of you has been chosen to become a part of the new B-class elites. There is a pause, and I feel a ripple of anger come through the divine energy that leaks through the walls of this room. In addition to this, I will be choosing 4 of you to train exclusively with me and become the new future A-class hunters in the 8 great regions. Due to the increased nature of high-grade dungeon breaks out in the Dark Continent these past months, I've decided to double the number of fighters at our highest rank of military power. Other nations to our north and south will likely be doing the same, so we must match them in strength. I think about his words carefully and realize he is lying straight to all of our faces. There were some dungeon breaks last month during one of the surges, but my doubles and army members handled all the severe ones personally with ease. The real reason he wants to train more A-class hunters is to strengthen his own military power in order to handle me, the Flame Emperor, as a growing threat in the Dark Continent. While I think this over, 3 figures walk onto the outer edges of the video screen, and at the same time, the growing pressure of yellow divine energy in the room subsides. A few of the applicants cough and gasp for breath. I stay down on the ground for a few seconds before standing and looking back up at the feed, then tell Emery to do the same. I watch the 3 figures on the screen surrounding the Apex Region's director activate white light from their hands. I am nearly certain these are healing skills. Most likely the same soft heal skill as Nat and the battle healer in the room. Ember's words about the director most likely needing treatment for a sickness come back to me, and I come to the conclusion that he is probably right. Using this divine energy seems to take a lot out of him. While he is being healed, the mysterious man speaks again. I've contacted all of your regional directors, as we will be having a congratulatory ceremony for all of you. Your future contracts will be negotiated with any region that desires your work. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to have all of the directors with us to begin the event. My heartbeat speeds up at this statement. The ceremony itself isn't what makes me nervous. It is the fact that it is going to take a few hours for all of the directors to arrive. The Lich King mentioned that his limiter, holding in all of his mana control, will only last an hour. If this is the case, there may be a major issue in hiding the identity of Emery Carter. If he is exposed, then my identity of Ray Anderson will be far more suspicious by association. It isn't out of the range of possibilities to just leave right now back to the Crimson City and forget investigating any further. However, the director's words of strengthening their forces and creating more A-class hunters is something I still want to learn more about. My mind races for more ideas to get us out of this new situation, but the director speaks up again to disturb my train of thought. While we wait, I'd like to speak to each of you individually. I will give you all time to rest, but I have a few questions for each of you and would like to hear your personal thoughts on the results of the exam this year. The 3 healers leave the director's side after this statement, and a very light flow of yellow divine energy comes back in through the room. It isn't nearly as strong, but a door opens beside Rodrigo, and it is clear that down the hall that it leads, the intensity of this heavy pressure in the air will get stronger. Without warning, the video above the room cuts off, and Rodrigo speaks up, looking down at his silver tablet. All right, looks like we're going up the list in order starting with you. He points at Mac, the battle healer in 12th place on the leaderboard. He nods and walks through the open door without hesitating. We're all left to stand in silence as the door closes, and the 11 of us are left in the empty mana-shielded room with Rodrigo. No one wants to speak up, and many of the applicants are still shaken by the immense pressure they were exposed to moments ago. I even see Marcy, Nat, and Dane a bit shaken up by the events that just took place. About 3 minutes later, the battle healer walks back into the room, and Callum is called by Rodrigo to go through the door for his meeting next. My eyes widen when I see a golden collar around the healer's neck, and a new buff beneath his status called the Sunday God's Curse mark burning with golden yellow soul energy on his status. My heart rate speeds up with a mixture of excitement, curiosity, and a hint of fear as well. When Callum comes back into the room a few minutes later, these emotions only grow because he too has the curse. Both of the Viridian applicants that passed with a single red fragment come back with bright smiles on their faces, and golden collars to match them. No one else in this room can channel chi, so I don't even know if they're capable of seeing that their fellow B-class applicants have this curse attached to them. To be honest, I don't even know if they themselves are aware they've been inflicted by it yet. I can't sense where these meetings are being held without sending out waves of my aura that would reveal my true power. All I can do right now is wait. Emery walks through the door next, I've briefed him on everything he should know about his role as the Bedrock Region Hunter, and he knows not to expose anything about his or my true identity. Sending him into the room with the director alone will be the litmus test to see if it is safe for me to do it too. As he disappears behind the door and it closes, the next 3 minutes that pass by seem like an eternity. I wait silently in anticipation, and when the doors open again, I am even more surprised to see him in perfect condition, without a golden collar around his neck at all. My mind races for answers, but as the Phantom Region's applicant leaves to go out and meet the director alone, I open a link with the Lich King and he tells me exactly what happened. As he recalls these events, they don't seem like anything out of the ordinary. It seems this director really only asked questions about what kind of future Emery wants for himself, what region he is looking to contract with, and asks what it was like using the Flame Emperor's power during the fighting tournament of the 4th stage. He answers without going off script at all, detailing how he only signed up for this exam to get extra funding for the Bedrock region and have access to B-class dungeons back home. He explains that he didn't know of the Flame Emperor before the tournament, and that he only called out to use its power to have a chance in that matchup against Nat. He explains that as soon as the match was over, he never got that power back at all once he left the ring, and that it showed up on his status screen under buffs as the Flame Emperor's curse mark. This last part is a total fabrication, as even the real power users don't receive any visual status changes when they use my granted power. I want to throw the director as far off the scent as possible. If he believes that the power only worked while Emery was in the ring, the possibilities of a traitor messing with the B-class results could have been anyone that was present that day. Hundreds of visitors, ranging from C and B-class hunters, were present in the crowds with the other regional directors. There were also over 60 other applicants watching the fights as well. The final questions are about his time in the construct, and he retells the same story that I told the guards when they questioned me about my red fruit. At the end of their meeting, the Lich King explains that the room was filled with an immense amount of yellow divine energy and golden soul energy, but his limiter blocked the effects of an odd mental attack that was meant to hit him. The director grew tired and had to be healed by 3 people as he left. As he finishes up his explanation, the shadowy figure from the Phantom region comes back. He too has the golden collar on when he walks in the room. The 2 Vice Region water wielders walk out, then come back in with golden collars too. After hearing this, I am less worried about myself. If the director bought Emery's disguise and was unable to overpower him, I believe I'll be just fine. The only issue I am concerned about is the other 3 teammates in the room that I've formed alliances with. I quickly message them all through telepathy to make sure they won't spill the fact that I helped them in this 5th round. They all agree? And I make sure to ensure that Nat's experience with the Flame Emperor is the same as Emery's, using the extra detail about the status change in her story. If she is asked about it, she agrees without any hesitation. The 3 of them enter the room one by one, and each time about half a minute before they come back, I get the same message pop up in my mind's eye on my Rising Emperor's domain interface. Attempt to sever link of loyalty, failed. Attempt to sever link of loyalty, failed. Attempt to sever link of loyalty, failed. 3 times in a row this occurs. I feel an odd pressure on my heart each time it happens, and watch the vitals of my teammates waver during the process. Each time it does, I channel dense soul energy within my own body, aided by the power of my yellow divine core, to flow through my heart and make this external pressure subside. Every time I manage to fight off the pressure successfully, the 3 of them walk back into the white room unharmed and without golden collars on their necks. Each of them recounts their stories of their time in the room, and they all sound very similar to the Lich King's explanation. The only difference is that when the yellow energy entered their body at the end of the meeting, each of them passed out on the floor and was revitalized by a healer. None of them are quite sure what happened in the few seconds they were unconscious. Rodrigo looks up from his silver tablet to me. Ray Anderson, you are the last one on the list. Please, walk this way. Good luck. As I smile and walk by, we meet eyes as Rodrigo is the A-class hunter that managed to get me into these exams. His aura emanates worry and is filled with uneasy nerves. He is unable to see pure chi, or inactive soul energy, so He doesn't know that some of the applicants today have not fallen under the Sunday God's curse. As I walk past down the dark hallway, the door shuts behind me, and I see a single black door at the end of a long hall at least 30 meters long. With every step I take, the aura of the Sunday God gets thicker. There are too many emotions flowing through it to count. It is furious, impatient, devious, anxious, but also extremely calm and confident in its own overwhelming power. Uncertainty fills the air as I prepare to put on my act and finally meet Mr. Freeman face to face. Chapter 5, 85. At first, my confidence that I can handle whatever is behind that door is at an all-time high. The dark purple ring around my finger is a reminder that I've already witnessed beings far more deadly than any yellow core could possibly aspire to rise to. However, with every step closer I take, the feeling of this being's unwavering confidence and desire to control and destroy everything that stands in its way washes through me. The pressure of threads in the air isn't too intense. As if it were, applicants wouldn't be able to make it down this hall, but I can feel that I am getting much closer to the source, and it is being heavily suppressed. Small hints of its true power leak out in pockets of the aura that ripples through the mana-shielded walls with no resistance. The threads are interwoven with golden soul energy, and every time I believe I have a solid gauge on the power output of the being producing these threads, another pocket of energy catches my attention, and the depth of its power grows more profound. I make it to the end of the hall, standing right in front of the door, and pause for a few seconds. There is a light clicking sound, and the rectangular cutout of the wall in front of me slides open to reveal the same dark room that I witnessed in the video moments ago. Two golden eyes stare through me from behind the oval-shaped table at the back of the room, and the raw essence of the sun god can finally be seen without any boundaries in its way. A far thicker series of waves of yellow and golden light flow through the air, but none of them are hostile or attack my senses in any way. They're more curious, and most likely residual energy that leaks off this man that can't be held back. His voice speaks up again, and I don't hear any difference in the monotone static sound identical to the one coming through the video before. Welcome, Ray Anderson of the Bedrock region. It is a pleasure to meet you face to face. Congratulations on placing number 1 of the B-class applicants this year. It is quite an honor. I believe this is the first year a Bedrock applicant has reached this height. As I take a few more steps forward to stand at the other edge of the round table, the door closes behind me with another light click, and I am left face to face with the man I came to these exams in the first place to find. I respond, looking him straight into his golden eyes. Nice to meet you, Mr. Freeman. The energy that hits my barrier perfectly replicates the sensation and visual of it passing straight through my body to outside watchers. While this happens, I take in the sight before me with awe, struggling hard not to show any reaction to the mind-bending sight. It is still hard to calculate his actual strength. Just by the energy signature, he is giving off alone some of the waves of light that come off of him feel as weak as a hunter that just ranked up for the first time, while others feel stronger than 10 of the golden lizards combined that I faced up in the obsidian forests. It makes me shiver, as even with my enhanced senses, I can't figure out his true power. My inspect and appraisal skills activate soon after, and they bring back readings that make the gears in my mind turn even faster. In bright blue text at front and center in my mind's eye, Halvi 9017 burns into my consciousness as it's the highest level rating by far I've ever scanned. He speaks up again, while this is the only thing on my mind. Let us start with the basics. Please, Ray. Do explain to me how you managed to get so strong in the years after your C-class exams and the catastrophe in the Bedrock region a year ago. All of our records say that you were dead, yet you managed to pull yourself out of it and even best some of our best trained Apex region applicants. His questions register, but my mind is more focused on scanning through all of the other details that my appraisal skill is signaling into my brain. This man's equipped items are full to the brim with 12 one-of-a-kind artifacts, all holding 3 or more enchantments each, special attributes, element stones, and none of the items equipped have below a 500% buff on any of their readings. Some unique pieces even have buffs that surpass 1000%. This means they were all crafted by a mythic-grade craftsman, most likely the old Sector 2 leader. They are all powerful enough to be considered national treasures, and most likely couldn't even be sold on auction because no one in the 8 great regions has enough power to comprehend their value but the director himself. I don't want it to seem too suspicious that I am thinking this long, so I finally respond to the director's question with a reply that aligns with what the Lich King's answer to this question was too. After the catastrophe, I was shaken by the possibility that an event like that could happen at any time. I didn't have friends or family to come back to in the Bedrock region, so I decided to get stronger on my own terms. I smile inwardly while explaining my next part of the story. I hope you don't think differently of me for this, but I used many of the Bedrock and Vice region's underground dungeon networks to train in private. After seeing some of the raw power of the mutants in the C-class breaks, I knew there was more to being a strong hunter than just leveling up. I spent most of my time over the last year following what the Association thought of as my death to train my mana control in isolation. Every spare mana crystal and potion I could find went into honing my lightning ability in the abandoned mines of the Bedrock regions and the isolated forests of the Vice region. I may have been missing on record, but I was truly just trying to become strong. The aura of soul energy and divine threads that ripple through me feels amused and curious now. The golden eyes before me glow a bit brighter as he asks his next questions. You really brought your strength to the level it is alone. You truly had no backers, and in only a year? He pauses, but adds on to this right after. What are your plans for the future then? Do you wish to join the Apex region and climb the pinnacle of strength further? As he is speaking, the words hit my consciousness, but my active mind is elsewhere scanning the rest of his status, taking in the skills and buff sections. Active skills, combat magic, superior light summoning, appraisal legendary grade body, hardening legendary grade swordsmanship, legendary grade soft heal, legendary grade underscore 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 active buffs master of illusion, hidden ability the Sunday God's curse mark, 82 divided by 100. At first, the long list of skills looks daunting, but I quickly piece together in my mind that the bottom 4 skills on his status are most likely not permanent skills. Just like the other directors, they all have similar legendary skills like this, and I know exactly how it is done thanks to the old books I read from Bray's old workshop. If enough blood of a skill user is siphoned while using their ability, it can be merged with an item even without a mythic grade skill. With the potential help of a mythic grade craftsman and the number of subjects the Association has in their control to do testing on, the possibilities are endless. This brings me to the conclusion that most likely, the superior light magic is the director's actual original skill. Before thinking too deeply into his buffs, or the fact that he himself has a healing skill, I answer his next question, not to leave the room in silence for too long. My plans for the future? I am not quite sure. If you say there are really breaks in the Dark Continent that require Mora-class hunters to handle, then I want to get stronger by any means necessary to protect myself and others from an event like the catastrophe again from happening. The aura around the director grows in intensity for a moment, and the pressure in the room starts to drastically increase. I feel it reach and surpass levels of heat and gravity beyond the example shown in the other room when he first revealed himself. To play the part, and not out myself on the spot, I drop to one knee and gasp for air, holding my head to show that I am agony to play along. It grows to become almost 5 times as intense as before, likely bringing even some double ranked up hunters to their knees. He speaks up, seeing that I still haven't fallen all the way to the floor yet. Fight it. Activate that ranked up buff of yours. I want to see how strong you truly are. I grit my teeth, covering my body in lightning, and using my conceal skill, mixed with my divine energy and limiter, to manipulate reality around me, to show the exact images of what Trax's ranked up buff could do back when I saw it up close. Just from standing in front of this man now, my urges to get in an instant fight with him have nearly all subsided. Not only is he fully equipped with gear that surpasses mine, but he is almost 3 times my level, and I can't even perceive his full power. While I can make educated guesses and predict that the extended training I went through inside the green aura of that divine serpent possibly brought my own yellow core up to a high level, A single line I heard from Celia at the top of the construct echoes in my mind. She spoke of a young man with light magic that reached the yellow core height within her construct decades ago. There is a very high chance that exact man is sitting before me right now, with decades of fragment farming within this divine rift, and more time to consolidate and master his power than I've even been alive. There is no telling if he is actually showing me his full power or not. The small pockets of energy he is letting out could all just be a test to see who can perceive his power or not. And the one foolish enough to challenge him will see the real monster he is holding back. All of these suspicions hold me back from doing anything rash right now. But I still want to give a good impression and see how far I can take this persona of Ray Anderson. I give off the showing of what a ranked up buff would look like, and increase my mana control output to that of a 1200 to 1300 hunter, erupting with static electricity to fill the room. The aura of amusement, and now a hint of greed, coming off of Mr. Freeman, fills the room as the heat and pressure subsides. Very good. I like what I see. In our induction ceremony, once all of the regional directors arrive, I will be putting up a contract offer for you to become part of the next A-class team within the Apex region. You do not have to decide now, but I believe telling you now is better than to surprise you in front of your peers. The man coughs and hunches over after his words, holding his chest. For the first time, his golden eyes leave their straight line of sight, and 3 doors open up from the side of the room as 3 workers, all above level 990 with legendary soft heal skills on their status, rush over to the director. He raises his head while their white light covers his chest. My apologies. I hope you don't mind if we have some company while I finish up your interview. I wipe sweat from my forehead and get up from my kneeling position to continue my act, but I can't unsee what I just saw. For a split second, the elusive, shadowy, featureless figure of the Sunday god sitting at the back of the oval table wavered. My mind tracks back to his buffs list, and I recall seeing one called Master of Illusion. While the person before me is certainly not weak, and the energy readings I feel and see are not a lie, the images before my eyes are what are really not what they seem. I haven't been tricked like this in a while. Before me, the image of a sunken-in face of an old man, hooked up to dozens of wires and tubes, flashes in my mind. Some of the tubes are filled with mana, pumping magic-dense blood through the man from floating containment cases. Other wires are attached to his arms, legs, chest, and neck, transmitting vitals into a large blinking metallic device. Portions of his skin are cracking and disintegrating away, yellow divine threads constantly eating away at his flesh and bones. The combined effort of the machinery, the 3 nurses, and his own healing skill activating manages to reverse the effects, mending the deteriorating body back to pristine health. It looks as if the man's age reverses back in time 30 years in just a few seconds. Chapter 5, 86. The waves of energy that flow off him now ripple with newfound strength. After being healed, the aura in the room feels like it's coming from a whole new person. The soul energy feels pure, and the divine energy permeates through it with precision and strength that makes me begin to understand the director's power. While he may be sick and seem to be on the brink of death, that does not mean he is weak. A desperate man is at his strongest when he is close to victory, yet wavering on the edge of losing it all. The man before me has trained for decades, building an empire around him to suit his needs and extend his power, even while in such a debilitating state. All thoughts of trying to end our silent feud here and now leave my mind. This is a meticulous enemy who, on paper, has higher stats, better items, and even possibly more refined energy control than my own, risking a fight on his home turf, just because of a minor advantage I believe I have after he is exhausted. His power is a fool's move. I need to study him more, learn the ways of the association, and dismantle it from the inside out. As these thoughts race through my mind, he speaks up again, continuing our private interview right where we left off. What are your thoughts on the exam this year? As the #1 ranked applicant, I would like to know what you think highly of, and what you believe should be changed for next year's trial. I think for a moment, feeling a bit more focused now that I've decided I won't be getting into a life or death battle in the next few minutes, And answer this question truthfully. I think it is quite a well-designed exam. From the moment we entered the site, those who wanted to rely on luck alone were weeded out pretty quickly, having a trial to see who could look through the veil and problem-solve their way out of a situation where the odds were clearly against them set a good tone for the entire exam. I nod to myself and continue. The physical, written, and simulation trials were an excellent mixture of testing raw talent, creativity, and teamwork. I think the first 3 stages of the exams were flawless. There isn't anything I would change there. But the 4th stage, the tournament, I believe the interference of an outside party made things quite unfair. Even if it ended in my favor, I don't think it showed a true display of what the rankings could have been. I feel anger ripple through the man's aura. Now, as I look at him, all I see with my actual senses are golden eyes and a shadowy black cloak. But his past imagery is still fresh in my mind as he responds. I would agree with you. It was not our intention to have an intruder like the Flame Emperor present. That threat will be dealt with in time. Did you ever come in contact or receive any information about that intruder during your time here? I pretend to think for a moment, then shrug in reply. Nothing more than anyone else present. All I know is what Emery told me. He said he looked into the crowds and called out to that being in order to have a fair fight against that healer. The Flame Emperor granted him power, and it felt like extra mana control was surging through his body. Then, once it left, he couldn't use the power again. It must be some kind of long-range temporary buff. The director nods, as I've said nothing he doesn't already know. After a few seconds of silence pass, I move on. The 5th stage, though, I didn't really understand it. Considering the proctors had to ask what happened inside, I guess that means the simulation wasn't being monitored, and that fruit that I brought back, it damaged my hands to hold it. Yet I felt no mana coming off it. What kind of special technology was used to make that place? I pause for a moment, as I don't expect the director to answer any of these questions, so I feed him another piece of false information just to turn things in another direction. And what was with that purple wave of light? Emery and I were both minding our business near the blue portal to leave after we both had enough points to pass, and the sky turned dark purple. It was like the entire simulation turned into these purple threads and was disappearing before my eyes. I assumed I counted the days wrong and you were turning it off early, so we jumped through the portal to leave before the sky completely fell. The golden aura permeating through the room ripples with excitement, and Mr. Freeman leans forward in his chair. Purple. Did you say purple? I smile inwardly as I respond. Yeah, the air got hot and heavy, kind of like your own aura, but from hundreds of kilometers away. It made me feel like I was not welcome there anymore, like I was stealing something I shouldn't have. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but that is what I vividly remember it felt like. The director turns his head and whispers in the healer's ear by his side. She starts tapping on a silver tablet after pulling it from an item box on her waist. The excitement in the air increases, and the director whispers under his breath. The others said it was black, but they didn't leave the rift naturally. Their minds could have been altered, so I was right. There really was a creator. He murmurs more, not caring if I hear him or not, and the aide to his side continues to type things down on the tablet, most likely recording what he is saying. After a few seconds pass, he turns back to me and responds directly. That is very interesting. That stage 5 is a work in progress after all. It was a gift from the association's central branch. We didn't create it. The aide by his side nods and puts away the tablet. Then the other 2 stop their healing. They all leave the room through the 3 doors they came from. One of them stumbles and is caught by the nurse by their side as yellow threads begin to overpower her body. It looks exactly like the time Nat absorbed red threads from her teammates inside the construct. If they were not ejected quickly, her body would start to decay from the inside, just like this nurse here. The nurse is carried out by her coworker, and the doors all close again. It reminds me that the man in front of me may speak with a confident tone and offer me power, but everything he does is for himself. The director speaks up. Well, that is all the time I have. Here is your final test. Try to stay awake as long as you can, and I will see you again during our induction ceremony when the rest of the directors arrive. As soon as these words leave his mouth, I feel the heat and pressure in the room increase again. I activate my version of the lightning buff to increase my mana control as yellow and golden energy expands from his body. It feels like dozens of yellow-cored lizards are using their observation aura on me at once. I could withstand it if I wanted, but I fall to the floor and use my conceal skill to make it appear as though the shockwave of energy made me pass out. Golden tendrils of soul energy emerge from the director, and his body lights up in its aura, making the dark room as bright as day. His Master of Illusion buff deactivates completely, and I see the old man's face still hold onto its strong features, displaying thick white eyebrows and a full head of hair. His piercing golden eyes emit power and light that have been with him through thousands of battles. I see now why this man is called the Sunday God. His cloak that was previously black glows bright yellow, making him seem like he is a pure energy being for a moment. The soul energy erupts from his back and reaches over the table, and I prepare to fend off the Sunday God's curse mark. All of the stories from Nat, Emery, Marcy, and Dane all said the same thing. This is the point where the director tried to put the golden collar around their neck. I feel my purple ring vibrate, and it sends out a pulse of calmness and control, letting me know that there is nothing to worry about. The consciousness of the purple life form may be dormant, but it still interacts with the outside world in a semi-conscious manner occasionally. As the golden light mixed with countless yellow threads hits me, the ring pulses, sending a wave through my body that makes me shiver. A surge of additional purple threads flows from the main source through me. I feel the barrier grow thicker and ripple as all of the divine energy strengthening the Sunday God's attack is stripped away and devoured by the invisible purple tendrils. I am still struck by the pure and powerful golden soul energy, but I cover my vitals with my own soul energy and yellow threads within my body. It feels like immense heat and pressure attack my cores and consciousness, tightening and trying to break through. But it feels just the same as it did each time my teammates were attacked in the same manner. My physical and mental barriers are far too strong to let unaided soul energy alone through. I can feel its raw power, but my own soul energy is being amplified by divine threads, and all I have to do is focus on brute force defense. About 20 seconds pass, and the pressure subsides. The room dims, then goes dark again, and the golden tendrils fall back into the director's body. He coughs a few times, then shakes his head and mutters to himself while pressing a button beneath the table. Another failure. How unexpected. The interference is back. This year's class is full of oddities. I'll have other chances to capture them once I rest. This is fine. He seems loyal and driven to grow. We are still on track to secure the throne. Only 2 nurses come back into the room and heal up the director again. He speaks to one of them, describing the sensation of his divine threads being suppressed and the buff not activating once they reached my core, just like the other 4 applicants. She notes down what he says in the silver tablet again. The pressure in the room is completely gone, but I don't stand up to my feet until the other healer comes to rejuvenate me. I allow her white healing energy to enter my body and climb to my feet after a few seconds. The same door I entered through opens behind me, and the director nods. You did well. I will see you again soon. A minor aura of confusion is hidden in between his confident ripple now. I give him a single nod, then turn and leave. His veil of illusion fell again for a moment while he was being healed, and it seems like this massive display of power gave the director the same amount of fatigue and injuries as the lesser display did earlier. As the door closes behind me and I make it back into the waiting room with all of the other applicants, I think over what just happened with a realistic outlook. His base level of soul energy is far stronger than my own. I would still most likely be unable to combat that raw strength, even in my greater form if there was divine energy aiding his attack. It makes me wonder if this was even his true power still. If the same amount of damage was done on a weak display, and this stronger one, the odds aren't 0 that he was still holding back. The advantage I had was the fact that he was trying to do a very intricate task, and all I had to do was use brute force defense. I look down at the dull purple ring on my finger and feel no sign of intelligent life permeating from it now. It used up a lot of its active energy to make that attack easier to defend. Its passive limiter still works as before, but I get the feeling it won't be able to help me again from an identical attack. There's a dying higher life form on my finger, a sleeping dragon in my storage, and the Lich King's limiter is most likely about to decay within the next 10 to 20 minutes. I have no idea where I am, walking through windowless mana-shielded hallways into an equally isolated mana-shielded waiting room. Once I step through the sliding door to see Emery and my teammates again, I have one final task on my mind. I need to leave the Apex region the next moment I get. Chapter 587. I walk back into the waiting room and flash Rodrigo a small smile. His expression doesn't change, but I can tell he is both confused and relieved at the same time as he speaks up, and the door behind me closes. Now that all of your personal meetings are complete, please do take time to rest while the regional directors make their way to the Apex region. A door on the opposite side of the room opens up, revealing a well-lit hallway. It has numbered doors on the sides of the hall labeled 1 to 12, and at the end of the hallway, there is an open door leading to what looks like a wide lounge area with a bar, long couches, and tables. Take your time to relax in private or at the lounge. Congratulations, B-Class Hunters. Welcome to your next chapter of life here at the Association. I will notify you all once the ceremony is soon to begin. At his words, my mind is still elsewhere, thinking about the intense meeting I just had with the Apex Regions director. My only thoughts are on keeping my head low and getting out of here with my identity intact before the director has a chance to try that again. I send a wave of telepathy to the Lich King and command him to follow me to the room with the large number, 1, on its door. I don't bother talking with any of the other contestants. Some head straight for the bar at the back of the far room, while others, including Dane, Marcy, and Nat, all go to their private rooms to rest. Once we both get inside, it seems like a similar replica of the resting room suites from earlier in the exam. There is food, potions, a couch, a bed, a bathroom, and all the essentials for taking a load off after a long exam. I ignore all of it and stare the manifestation of Emery in the eyes and send him another wave of telepathy. How are we going to stop your limiter from decaying? I am so close to the finish line. I just need to have you concealed for a little longer. There is a long pause before he responds. There is no way. I would need months to recoup the energy lost from my core. Using immortal divine energy isn't as simple as it looks. We stand in silence, and many more ideas flash through my head. The possibility of desummoning him and substituting him for a body double crosses my mind, but that wouldn't solve anything. Their mana control is even higher, as it is just a one-for-one clone of myself. Feeding the Lich King my remaining chi pills to make a barrier wouldn't work either. We will surely be in the presence of the director again. His soul energy is his own, meaning he cultivated chi and merged it with his mana to become the source of its power. Unlike all of the other guards under his spell, he can see pure chi, so it would be a useless disguise. I begin to pace around the room, thinking of more and more possibilities, but nothing at all comes to mind. It makes me conceptualize even further how valuable the purple ring on my finger really is. One of the main weaknesses an enemy can have in battle is showing their opponent how strong they truly are. It is always more beneficial to have your opponent underestimate you than to be fully prepared for everything you have. This is one of the major drawbacks of possessing high levels of mana control, soul energy, or even a divine core. In this world, there is always someone stronger lurking around every corner. Your enemies can always see the power you hold, and will surely nip your growth at the bud by any means necessary if you grow too fast. While I do feel grateful for this ability to deceive my enemies, the time still ticks down as an ally is going to be the thread that unravels all of my hard work. On one of my laps around the room while I am deep in thought, my shoulder brushes Emery's as he stands motionless, waiting for another command at the side of the room. Instead of just brushing by, I catch the sensation of thousands of invisible purple tendrils of energy reaching out from my barrier and trying to attach themselves to the Lich King. The instant that I take another step away, the reaching threads retract, but it sparks an idea. I turn around and place both my hands on Emery's shoulders, and the same sensation of purple threads that make up my barrier start to cover Emery as well. In a matter of seconds, his body is completely covered, and it looks no different. The only reason I can feel it is because I am connected to the ring. If I wasn't, it wouldn't seem like anything has changed. I release my grip and all of the purple threads retract in an instant, flooding back around my body. I message him through the telepathy link. This could work. As long as we're making contact, the barrier seems to view you as an extension of myself. It makes sense, as the shadow summon before me is created out of a manifestation of my own dark magic, mixed with the skeletal remains of the Lich King. Over the next 10 minutes, I test out the barrier more and more. From the eyes of the surveillance system, on the screen of whoever is watching these tests take place, it just seems like we're standing in silence, and Emery is making odd hand gestures while I tap him on the shoulder over and over. Once the natural barrier created by the Lich King fades away naturally, I've mastered the ability to keep a light barrier around him at all times. Over the next few hours, I do even more tests. While the barrier is made of pure energy, it does in fact have a half-conscious mind subconsciously controlling it. Even after it has expelled power from protecting me from the Sunday God's attack, I still feel faint emotions whenever the barrier wavers. The more I manipulate it, the more it aligns with my thought process, and I am able to move the purple threads just slightly by myself. It may be slow, but after hundreds of trials, I am capable of forming what looks to me like a small puddle of invisible divine energy on the floor, connecting my own feet to Emery. We're able to stand about a full meter apart for a few seconds at a time, and the barrier stands. I am confident I could raise this distance further if I had more time, but a loud ding echoes through the room as a familiar face shows up on the ceiling's video display. Rodrigo speaks, and the doors open on all the resting rooms. I hope you all enjoyed your rest. The regional directors have all arrived. Please enter the hall and follow the white arrows. His video shuts off, and we both walk out the door and do as he says. There are white arrows on the floor that lead in the opposite direction of the lounge area, leading us back the way we originally came. All of the other applicants follow these orders, and we all walk back into the dark, shadowy room with the oval table in the middle of it. Now, all of the chairs are full. All 8 of the regional directors sit before us as we line up to face them in a straight line parallel to the back of the room. Their faces are simply lit by the golden rings around their fingers and the golden eyes of the director that sits in the middle of them all. In a half-crescent behind all of the directors, about a dozen B-class elites stand on guard. In front of them, the 3 A-class hunters of the association stand behind Mr. Freeman. The golden-eyed man speaks up in his loud, static, monotone voice. Congratulations, new B-class hunters of the 8th Great Regions Association branch. You have all worked very hard to make it here today. The Apex Regions director goes on, talking about strength and honor, growing from an E-class hunter, climbing the ranks, and putting our lives on the line fighting life-or-death battles. He then explains one's need for strength, problem-solving skills, and innate talent as well, showing that we have risen above all of our peers to make it here today. The old man tells stories of old B-class exams and points out excellent hunters in the room today, putting on a show that must be tradition for an event like this. All of the present regional directors politely sit and listen. Finally, he pulls out a stack of cards from beneath the table and calls out my persona's name. Ray Anderson of the Bedrock region, step forward. I do so, taking one step while keeping the limiter attached to Emery. Golden light fills the man's hands, and next a card comes floating my way, with a single tendril of energy flowing from behind it. I sense no malice in the soul energy strand, so I catch it. The moment it touches my fingers, the energy fades away, and I see a new hunter's ID with Ray Anderson's face, the association logo, and a large B in the corner of the card. Congratulations! You are now officially a B-class hunter. All of the directors and hunters behind them clap slowly. Then I take a step back. Natalie Sterling, of the Apex region, step forward, are the next words out of the director's mouth. I see the white-haired healer a few people away from me in line step forward and get awarded her license in the same manner. One by one, each hunter is given their ID cards and congratulated by the most powerful people in all of the 8 great nations. Emery receives his card as well. I am straining to keep the limiter stable while he stands over a meter away from me for almost a full half-minute. But I manage it, grabbing his shoulder and congratulating him visually to everyone the moment he steps back. Everything has gone to plan. Any minute now, I'll be able to leave this region and return to the Crimson City. While this thought is on my mind, Mr. Freeman pulls small blue mana-filled crystals from the bottom of his desk. They look similar to recording crystals, but when mana is channeled into them, they're each passed to the directors in the room, one by one. Most of the directors pull out papers and scribble down notes when they see the crystals for themselves, and my curiosity only grows the longer they keep passing the gems around. After about 3 minutes pass, the gems are finally all passed back to the center of the table, and the Apex Region's director speaks up while using 12 light tendrils of soul energy to lift them into the air. As new B-class hunters of the association, you are all a far more valuable resource than you were just 1 month ago. Here are the contract offers you've been given by each of the regional directors. The gems all fly toward the hunter they're meant for, and the director speaks again. 4 of you have been offered a path to become a class hunters, directly training under me. Then he looks at Nat. 1 of you won the 4th stage tournament and may create a contract offer back to any region you desire. His golden eyes then sweep across all of us. The rest of you may counter the offers given by the regions that see interest in you. But if a region has not sent you an offer, you are not authorized to send them a formal offer until 1 year of service to the association is complete. His words cut off at the same time that his soul energy does, and the blue crystals stay floating in front of everyone's faces, showing countless manifested screens with timed contracts, conditions, and payment details. Apex region offer, a class fighter recruitment, expand more details. Apex region offer, class elite guard, expand more details. Vice region offer, year dungeon exploration contract, expand more details. VUV, Ice region offer 2-year dungeon farming contract, expand more details. Viridian region offer, 2-year dungeon farming contract, expand more details. Viridian region offer, 1-year director's guard duty contract, expand. Dead more details. Bedrock region offer, 4-year director's guard duty contract, expand more details. Bedrock region offer, 2-year dungeon control contract, expand more details. Bedrock region offer, 1-year mining contract, expand more details. Phantom region offer, 2-month dungeon exploration contract, expand more details. 10 offers flash in front of my face, and as I press expand on some of the options, I see the detailed conditions that need to be met for all of the offers before me. Above the extended details, there are 3 more options. Accept, decline, counter. The payouts range from 100 gold coins total for a 2-month exploration through the Phantom region to discover and mark their unknown dungeons in dangerous, unexplored areas of land, to hefty 15 platinum per year salaries from the Vice region to do basically the same thing. Many of the guard duty offers include premium housing, free region-wide transportation, and 5 to 10 platinum per year salaries. Still, above all of them on the list, the Apex region's offer of a class recruitment looks to be the most interesting of them all. While the salary of 10 platinum per year, free housing, and transportation among all 8 of the great regions is just about on par with all of the other contracts. The mention of access to dungeons and labyrinths to increase the signer's level to above 1000 within the first month of signing catches my eye the most. This means that there are means to train up hunters within the Apex region to these heights, and the director wants to train up 4 new A-class fighters as fast as possible. The thought of a potential training ground that is similar to my own back in the Canyon of Dungeons interests me. The fact that the director doesn't seem worried at all about his strongest hunter's crushing defeat makes me think he is still hiding incredibly powerful secrets behind the Apex region's closed doors. Chapter 588. Many of the applicants looking at the manifested contracts in front of them press down on options, pushing a finger into the fragments of blue crystals. I watch the holograms of text fold back into the floating devices, and the crystals shift their form slightly into compact cubes with data swirling inside of them before they float back to the oval table at the center of the room. A majority of the crystals hover back toward the Apex region's director, while Dane and Nats fly toward the Silka region and Viridian region's directors respectively. The only people who still look at their contract options in the line are Marcy, Emery, and myself. Marcy speaks up in the silent room. I am not interested in signing any of these. Am I free to go now? She pushes the floating crystal back toward the table without making any counteroffers. In the same motion, she makes the move to put her new hunter's ID in her item box, but misses it on purpose. It falls to the floor next to her feet, making a noticeable sound as it settles onto the hard mana shielding below us. Then she just crosses her arms and waits for a response. I feel auras of shock and confusion come from many of the region directors. However, the Talton region's leader emanates pride and a bit of amusement from this display. The other new B-class hunters in my line are worried about what Mr. Freeman's reaction will be. But once he speaks up, it is clear he expected something along these lines to happen. We're happy to see our long-lasting agreement with the Talton region is still producing strong warriors. Of course, it is not mandatory for you to sign. You may leave with your director once our conversation here today has finished. He pauses. Then, in the same instance, all of the blue gems are sent flying back from both him and the other two directors to their hunters. For those of you that have sent offers back or wish to think things over longer, you will have 5 days until the yearly contract terms begin. So, I hope we can settle things by then. You may stay here in the Apex region. We will happily accommodate you while you think about your future. I think about his words and continue reading over the terms of many of the deals in front of me as the blue crystals are sent back and forth between hunters and directors. Some of the blue crystals stop glowing and stay in their consolidated cube forms. Once agreements are settled, they all stack in a pile in the center of the table. The only two people left in the room who haven't decided on their future are Emery and myself. The thought of spending time here in the Apex region is partially appealing because I want to gain access to whatever facility is used for training A-class hunters. But at the same time, there is no way I want to be alone in a room with Mr. Freeman again before I can return to the Dark Continent and think up a plan to secure my victory in overpowering him without any unforeseen risks. I send out a telepathy channel between all of my teammates during this exam and talk to them one by one, detailing the fact that I have a long-range communication ability and will be reaching out to them in the near future. Dane has signed a 4-year guard duty contract with the Silka region director, while Nat has signed a 1-year dungeon exploration contract in the Viridian region. Marcy responds to my telepathy link with a message I expected to receive, but it is still a bit sad to hear it come from her. It was a pleasure working with you, whoever you are, but my loyalties still hold true to my leader. I thank you for the help and hope to see you again soon. She looks forward at her leader in the room, and I feel our link of loyalty slowly disintegrate. It feels cold, like I am losing a small part of myself, but she did tell me this would happen when we first started. I smile inwardly, replying to each of them, "The pleasure was mine. I'll see you all very soon." Then both Emery and I push our crystals back without accepting, countering, or declining any deals. I speak up to the board of directors in front of us. None of these contracts seem very appealing to me either. Emery talks next, echoing the words I tell him to speak. We do hope that the presence of 2 Bedrock applicants passing the B-class exams this year positively impacts our region's funding. I wish to come back to a prospering home region as a result of all my hard work. I have to agree with Ray. None of these contracts suit my needs. Director Malak smiles at these words, dimly lit by the golden light of Mr. Freeman. He speaks up while catching the 2 dormant contract gems with light tendrils of energy. Very well. Based on your performance, the Bedrock region's funding will increase by 20% this coming year. If you'd like to privately negotiate for better terms in your contracts, I am happy to have a meeting set up for us while you rest in our facilities. Making such a life-changing decision deserves some time to think. His aura emanates with more pressure now, like a wild animal staring down its prey. I don't react to the instant change in his tone and aura, nodding slowly while replying with a cool and calculated tone. You gifted me a transport crystal back here to the Apex region during the trial period of the exams. Emery and I will use that to return here in 5 days if we've changed our minds. The director's aura completely shifts to one filled with confusion and unease. That is true. But if you could at least give us one meeting to talk things out. What is it that you want more than guaranteed access to a labyrinth that will bring you up to level 1000 within a month? The whole room's eyes shift toward me, as it seems these terms are ones they all envy: the golden collars around Callum, the battle healer, and the Phantom Region's B-class hunter, all pulse golden, invisible to everyone in the room that doesn't wield chi. They all step forward in unison as the director speaks again. You have been given the chance to join your fellow applicants here on the path to an A-class hunter, to join us in an upcoming war in the Dark Continent. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. What else could you possibly want? I think for a full 3 seconds, looking up at the dark ceiling before responding, then smile. You know what? There is something I want. I look over all the seats of directors before continuing. I want you to appoint me publicly as a regional director. If I am going to be such a valuable class hunter asset in the future, I want the world to know. Gasps fill the room, hunters and directors included, as I continue looking all of the directors up and down, pretending to make my decision, but I already know exactly what I am about to say. My finger hovers in front of the Bedrock Region's director for a moment, but he has never done me wrong. If anything, he has been the most helpful and pure-hearted one here. At the last moment, before I speak again, my pointer finger lands right in front of Brutus, the regional director that ordered me to be killed in the Dark Continent, being the catalyst to my entire unorthodox methods of growth and journey back here. I want to be the director of the Vice Region. Give me his spot. Inwardly, my smile is stretching ear to ear, but I only let my lips curve upward a crack to make my decision seem less targeted. The room goes silent, as this wasn't expected at all. Requesting a position like this is far out of the realm of reasonable asks for a mere newly appointed B-class to demand. The dimly lit faces of all the directors, and hunters behind them, can't believe the words that just came out of my mouth. After there isn't a response for a full 5 seconds, other than more gasps and whispers, I decide this is more than enough to keep them talking and suit my short-term needs. I shrug and speak again while putting a hand behind my back to reach into my fake manifestation of an item box to grab a teleport crystal out of my storage. Think about it. I'll be back in 5 days to take a private tour of these A-class facilities you say can bring me up to level 1000, and then we will discuss the salary and contract time frame. If you won't accept this first simple term, then our negotiations end here. Before there is any time for a response, I crush the fragile, shimmering gem in my closed fist. A flash of bright white light brings the Lich King and me back to the underground bunker beneath the Crimson City. Chapter 589. The room is left with just 10 new B-class hunters standing in a line, and the regional directors stare at the empty spot where Emery and I just left. Brutus, the regional director of the Vice Region, is the first to break the silence. Is this a joke? He may have come in first place in this year's ranking, but to become a regional director at such a young age? What kind of demand is this? More whispers fill the room. Wouldn't he just be happy with the opportunity to become an A-class hunter? That position is given out once a decade at most, and he is throwing away a priceless position. A backwater region, Brat gets a taste of power and thinks he is owed the world. Unacceptable. That position should have been offered to a Vice or Viridian applicant in the first place. What a disgrace. The insults and whispers are silenced by Mr. Freeman's next words. There is no need to worry, Brutus. It is a preposterous demand, and I will work out a reasonable deal with him once he returns. The tension in the room dissipates a little, but there is still an air of mystery as the regional directors bring their applicants back to their home regions using teleport crystals one by one. Everyone with a golden collar stays in line, preparing to settle into the Apex region to soon begin their B-class, Elite, and A-class training. I materialize onto the transport platform beneath the guild hall in the Crimson City, with the Lich King by my side, and immediately unsummon him. Due to the sacrifice of his remains and the contract of the ritual, I feel his presence in my shadow. At any time, I can reactivate my dark magic, and he will appear in the same exact condition as before. I plan on utilizing his knowledge as a divine beast in the near future, but I have a few more pressing matters to attend to. Once I make my way out of the bunker and into the guild hall, I change my appearance to that of an unrecognizable ordinary citizen. The workers who see me come out of the bunker know that only authorized personnel in my close circle have access to those crystals, and I make sure to alert my nearest body double on duty that I've made it back in one piece. I do a scan of the city, and am happy to see Bree is just one floor above me in a brand new office inside the Guildhall. She is started doing blood-bonded imbuements and special orders for wealthy clients and Crimson Army members. My body double's power leveled her far past level 2000 in the labyrinth while I was gone, upgrading her craftsmanship skill to mythic grade. While her mana control is not up to par with the level she has grown to, that isn't necessary in this line of work. Instead of checking on her or any of my teammates, I head straight to the Canyon of Dungeons to catch up on lost time from the month that I've been gone. While my doubles have been able to farm new dungeons and acquire new skills for me, they don't have the capabilities to produce skill orbs. Just in case any of these unique dungeons in the Talton region or Sector 3 break soon, I want to stock up while I can. Zipping through dungeon after dungeon, making orb copies of these new skills takes about an hour of my time. In the process, I visit other dungeons with more common skills like body hardening, swordsmanship, dagger mastery, and all of the elemental skills to make a small stockpile for a new business venture idea that has been floating around in the back of my mind. It is a simple process to use my lifesteal skill and activate my mythic grade absorption perk while channeling soul energy into the activation to create an orb. As the process is rather repetitive, I begin to go down my list of new skills to test them now that I have the time and open space to do so. I open my status to look over the 10 newly acquired skills. Imbiment, Mythic Grade, Barrier Creation, Mythic Grade, Flight, Mythic Grade, Area Buff, Mythic Grade, Mind Palace, Mythic Grade, Astral Spears, Mythic Gra, De Flash Step, Mythic Grade, Call of the Void, Mythic Grades, Crystal Creation, Mythic Grade, Heavy Hand, Mythic Grade. A few of them are self-explanatory. Flash Step is a movement speed buff that works in short bursts, granting up to 255% speed, and agility, similar to extreme speed. Area Buff is a team buffing skill, giving a 150% all-stat buff to up to 10 teammates within my mana control's aura. Barrier Creation allows me to create far thicker walls of mana shielding, boosting my defensive ability to a high degree. Crystal Creation is very similar, allowing me to summon semi-transparent pink gems that increase in hardness depending on how much mana I imbue into them. Heavy Hand and Astral Spears work well together as a more offensive combination. While Heavy Hand increases the gravity in a small concentrated area of space, dependent on my mana imbued into the skill and the cubic space, I exert this pressure on. Astral Spears allows me to create invisible spears for long-range stealth attacks. They have very high potential to be useful tools once I practice strengthening them with divine threads. Flight makes my feet surge with magic, making it far easier to mana step through the air. While it isn't necessary when I already use wind magic to fly, it makes the liftoff much faster and mana efficient. Imbiment is a skill I've seen used before in Valor City, when the owner of the moon bar I visited after Arena Nights would craft mana-rich items and increase the potency of mana inside food. I am excited to see what perks this will add to my craftsmanship skill, because it appears to be a very profitable addition. Call of the Void is a very unique skill I obtained from a dungeon full of slow-moving creatures living in a dark cave-like dungeon. Their auras send out waves of energy that appeal to the psyche of lower-level creatures in the area. I activate it a few times while monsters are nearby. But in these dungeons, regular mobs are already programmed to be attracted to humans that enter their domain. I don't see any major differences in their behaviors with or without the skill activated. It is rather underwhelming, but my curiosity is piqued to see how it will work on other humans. Lastly, I activate a skill called Mind Palace. There is a condition on it, showing that it can only be activated one time every 24 hours. This only grows my curiosity about it further. While in the middle of a dungeon, farming turtle monsters in a swamp dungeon to stack up on their legendary body hardening skills, I feel as though half of my mind is transported to another world. I am less than 20 meters from a swamp turtle charging my way as this ability fully consumes my thoughts. If I wasn't already familiar with the feeling of splitting my consciousness, with body doubles and long-range communication recently, The sensation would be very disturbing. One half of my conscious mind feels as though it is moving at a far quicker rate than reality outside. I can picture a version of myself sitting on a pure white throne in my inner mind. Around it are empty bookshelves that go on further than I can see. And there are endless rows in every direction. The more I focus on it, and the more mana I push from my body to use this skill, the slower reality around me seems to move in relation to my mind within this construct. The image of the swamp turtle getting closer to me is visible like a whisper in the back of my consciousness, but it looks like it is frozen in time. My full conscious mind is here inside my mind palace. I stand up from the throne and walk over to one of the empty bookshelves. My mind is not very focused on anything at first, but then memories, facts, dungeon data, status sheets, and various snippets of information I haven't thought of in ages all begin to stream into the center of my thoughts. A book materializes on the shelf at eye level, and as I turn to the row behind me, more and more books start to manifest on the shelves in organized patterns. The more mana I imbue into this skill and concentrate on past events in my life. Everything is scattered and fuzzy at first, but the more I think, the more I can recall in perfect memory, from my first day awakening my skill in a goblin dungeon to joining a guild and being contracted with the association, then my adventures through the Dark Continent. The most vivid memories are from building up Crimson City these past months and passing the B-class exams. It feels like hours are passing as I think back to all of these events, and the rows and rows of bookshelves around me grow with more books and align themselves in a more organized manner. As I walk down the white halls and let my fingertips glide across the new books that act as manifestations of my memories, it makes it far easier to process my thoughts with newfound clarity. I start to formulate a perfect plan for what I need to do to expand the city in response to the blatant failed attack from the association. While the public opinion is still negative of them, it is time to use this to my advantage. Next, I create a crystal clear mental list of countless ways I can gain more power in the next 5 days in order to bring myself to a level where I'd be comfortable confronting the Sunday God alone, unaided by any external forces. Smiling, ready to take on the world with a whole new vision. I walk back through the white bookshelves full of brown and black books to the throne and sit down. Once I do, this palace in my mind dissipates, and all I have left in front of me is a charging swamp turtle just over 10 meters away. Only a second at most has passed in the outside world, yet what felt like hours passed in my mind. I stop the turtle with a single finger against its forehead, draining its HP with lifesteal while it flails around, then take its skill orb. Next, I summon a new body double that already knows exactly what to do. I give it all of the excess common and elemental skill orbs that I've farmed today, and it uses one of my transport crystals to head back to see Bree in her new second-floor workshop at the Guildhall. Meanwhile, I crush a teleport crystal to Valor City, looking forward to seeing my teammates who saved our growing empire from destruction while I was gone. Chapter 590. Body Double POV. I accept the pile of skill orbs from my main body and teleport back into the Guildhall, while I witness the memories of its new renovations, seeing it now with the old version that was partially built just a month ago fresh in my mind. Makes everything here all the more impressive. There are 6 full-time workers buying loot from hunters who farm in the dungeons, selling potions, standard gear, and necessary monster hunting items. There are very organized listings, lines, and the positive atmosphere is creating a thriving business. It is clear that many employees and customers have settled into quite a nice groove over the past months of this guild hall being open. I make my way upstairs to see a workshop about 4 times the size of the one back in Vice City. Bree has her own sectioned-off office in the back third of the large floor, while the rest of it is full of magic items being crafted and sorted. I walk through the rows of basic, special, and legendary grade craftsmen and knock on the office door that has scheduled times for clients that want special blood-bonded and high-percentage stat-boosting items created. Any of my doubles could do exactly the same thing as Bri, but she has far more experience in the field, knows proper pricing, and even has existing clientele that have carried over from her workshop in Vice City. We've essentially merged our businesses, and she has been managing 25% of the gross revenue to pay her employees while using my resources to farm materials. I am making 75% of the profit, now without being as hands-on. But granting her access to these resources and connections all over the Dark Continent, manpower to farm loot, and massive orders from across the major powers of 2 large continents, Bree opens the office door after my knock. And all I can think at first is that a double rank up has done wonders. She looks curvier, has healthier skin, longer hair, and somehow an even more confident stride as she greets me and gets right down to business. A double, huh? I delivered the second round of orders to all of the sectors and regions earlier this week with Lith. We can go over the exact numbers, if that is what you came here to see. We already structured the new farming quotas with the new down payments. I smile and walk into her new office space, then she closes the door behind me as I respond. Sure, let's look over the numbers, but that isn't entirely why I came. I have a new branch of business that I want to start up. We both sit in the middle of the office on a very comfortable couch to look at all the numbers together, and I am pleasantly surprised. Her new imbuement and special order crafting business has already brought in an additional 103 platinum this month in profit, while she only took clients pre-approved by my doubles and members of the Crimson Army to ensure that overpowered gear isn't being sold to our enemies. It is still a substantial amount of extra income. There was roughly 800 platinum that came in from the payments for goods being delivered on the new order of shipments this month. In addition to this, 660 platinum was received as the 25% down payment for next month's orders, keeping the growing trend line for order volume steady. Well over 2 times last month's down payments, that will create over an additional 2,000 platinum in pure profit once the special orders for each region and additional Guildhall profit are calculated. The cost of basic aid, including food, water, and housing for new residents that come into the city, is negligible. The total cost is a few platinum a month at most. The excess funds that have been allocated for construction this coming month are 200 platinum to expand the outer city to create room for even more outside trade. Plus, there will be a vertical expansion of towers in the city, both for businesses to rent out office space and for more wealthy citizens to start purchasing and renting luxury housing options if they wish. Overall, this is the first time since this entire city's creation that I am finally seeing more money come into it than is leaving it in a single month. At first, I funded everything out of the winnings I received in the Valor City Fight Arena to bet on the future. The cost of constant expansion and scaling up the dungeon farming business was not profitable month to month to do at first. But now that the volume of transactions is reaching a level that is beyond what one person can do alone, and the exponential aspect of scaling has slowed, I am finally seeing the fruits of my labor. After all, expenses needed for this full month of expansion, there is going to still be over 1,000 platinum in the city's business vault, and my main body storage combined. Bree smiles as she flips to the final page of all the accounting notes. That is everything. We still have to expand into Solara in Sector 4, the Silka, Raya, Phantom, Viridian, and Apex region. There is still room for massive growth once the trade influence grows in these parts of the 2 nations we're currently established in. I would take longer to think, but I already planned everything out when I had an epiphany using my new skill, Mind Palace. Perfect. I should be able to secure a meeting with over half of those regions soon. I made some new connections while away at the B-class exams. Bree's eyes widen and she leans in closer to me. You made it back. Did you pass? What? I thought this was just an old double. You should have told me earlier. I laugh, then run through the details of the exams quickly, leaving out parts about the divine construct and a few other details that would take far too long to explain, but assure her that Rodrigo is still safe. Basically, to sum things up, I passed and got all of the information I was looking for. I met the Apex Region's director, and now I have 5 days to get strong enough to face him again and not fall under his curse. There is a way to get your brother back, and I have a plan to do so while gaining far more than just that. I grin while opening up my item storage and pouring hundreds of skill orbs onto the center table. They attacked my city and think I won't strike back with everything I have. It is time to dismantle that crooked organization from the inside out and create an association of my own. These skill orbs right here are where we begin. Main body Pav, meanwhile. I teleport into the lobby of the Galeheart Tower to see two lobbymen greet me from across the room that I haven't seen in quite a while. They welcome me back and tell me I can wait for Lith to return to town later tonight. But I politely decline as I am here for other reasons. I leave out into the streets of the Royal Coin District of Valor City. It is still extremely quiet, and only a few of Lith's guards stand outside a few buildings in the area. Other than that, everyone else still believes the Dark One holds ownership of the entire city. Not much has changed at all here, other than the double-layered mana shielding requested on my tower that leads down to the Chi mines. Everything in Valor City has stayed exactly the same. I do a scan of the entire city as a whole, all throughout the silver, gold, and platinum districts too, and business seems to be running just as usual. I send long-range transmissions to Abby and Maria to meet me at the surface, while sending another wave to Lydia and Fisher. Just as I finish my leisurely stroll through the empty black streets toward the massive tower, all four of my teammates are here to greet me. My body doubles have been in their presence the whole time I've been gone, but meeting them again in my real body feels very different. I can feel their powerful auras ripple through the air from far away. It is clear that Fisher and Lydia's soul energy has truly awakened. The colorful display I saw in my memories hinted at it, but the true raw combination of chi and mana seamlessly flowing through their cores proves it to me now. Abby's aura feels sharp and concentrated. Like every particle of energy being manipulated is focused on with close precision. The images of her spears slicing through the limbs of an A-class hunter, with a red core of divine energy flash in my mind as she gives me a smile while crossing her arms. Maria's aura is immensely powerful, giving off the sensation of an endless abyss of dark royal blue energy, ready to absorb everything in the atmosphere, but also capable of unleashing the power trapped within. Her bubbly smile and wave from a distance give the illusion of a far different hunter. If one doesn't have their soul energy awakened too, it is impossible to see the true extent of her battle might. I can't help but smile ear to ear as I give each of them a hug and start recalling the events of my time in the Apex region, from the moment I stepped into the exam site, through the trials, meeting new allies, learning about divine energy, and even the demand I left the board of directors with in the end. I tell them everything. I use a divine energy-imbued hush barrier to ensure none of this is overheard. We walk around the empty streets together to tell the stories of our last few weeks. Fisher seems just like his old self, battle-hungry and wanting to prove his new skills to me in a spar. Apparently, Monk has been teaching them a whole new style and array of techniques in their private training sessions. Lydia is very focused on her explanations, telling of her experience training with Monk, and even helping with a large number of the patients that need rejuvenation from the Lich King's curse during her off hours. All four of them give me their renditions of the attack on the city. Abby is the first to give her words. Like I said when you contacted me earlier, there are definitely more eyes on this battle than just the 8 Great Regions branch. I used to work for the association far before you were involved with them. After yearly contracts renew, the Central Branch always did check-ins on the lesser nations. They are definitely keeping track of the A-class hunters. And if they don't already know, they're going to have many questions about the battle scars we left them. Maria nods and chimes in. So that red light that both of the A-class hunters were using with their borrowed soul energy, that was divine energy. The stuff that was being farmed in the construct. I nod. Yeah, your soul energy was strong enough to overpower it from raw strength alone. However, the Apex Regions Director has far more powerful soul energy and divine energy than me. I pause my sentence and my stride to turn to all of them. If you say there are even more powerful eyes on us now, we're going to need to get another step ahead in both gathering information and building our strength. I grin while thinking about what we're about to do next. Let's head out to the new prison that was created to store the captured B-class hunters of the attack last week. We're going to need to train more, that is a given, but right now, it will be best to learn more weaknesses and secret information only held by elites of the association. Why not take it from the source? Chapter 591. We use teleport crystals to return to the Crimson City, and I am led out into the desert about 50 kilometers away. There are no main trade roads connecting this far out, and the only major landmark here is the edge of the dark abyss on the horizon. A large rectangular prison made of mana, manifested stone comes into view, far out in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but a single door on its front and two level 1400 plus guards from the Crimson Army standing watch. There is a large man with earth magic and body hardening who has high-grade armor crafted by Bree and an earth-imbued longsword that I made for him before I left. The woman by his side uses air magic. Her bow was crafted by me too, and much of her other high-grade gear also appears to be crafted by Bree, making them up to par with her new level gains these last few weeks. I feel the aura of my body doubles surveillance, even 50 kilometers away, but we're greeted very respectfully once we arrive. They show us two small bows as they open the front door for us, and the woman speaks. Welcome back. It is an honor to see the Flame Emperor's inner circle all together. At the same time, the man hands me a ring of keys holding over 40 in total. I take them and lead our group of 5 into the dimly lit structure, finding it funny how she has given my teammates this name. We're all supposedly deceased after our mission into the Dark Continent, and wear items with high-grade concealment attributes. So, our appearances are always changing. There is an air of mystery around who we are and where we came from that many army members, and even citizens of the city have begun to speculate on in their free time. It makes me think about my other teammates. Aerie and Luna are still off on their venture into the abyss, in search of their old home that was swallowed by the darkness. I haven't heard back from them in months, and out of curiosity, I bring their names up in my Rising Emperor's domain interface to see if I can open a long-range transmission. But to my surprise, all of their information is tinted dark purple. My gaze tightens even more when I try to make contact, but nothing goes through. Either there is interference, or they're unable to answer my calls. I can see their location over 1,000 kilometers away, deep in Sector 4, but the color of all their vitals and stats looks exactly the same purple shade as my demonic energy manipulation skills text. When I view it inside my own status, I trust them to make it back when they've discovered what they need to, so my attention turns to the rows of cells. Dozens of high-level association hunters are here, locked behind bars. The cells are all made of a very interesting pink crystalline structure. There are smooth walls, floors, and ceilings. But as we walk through the center of the building, seeing cells on either side of us, there are only small openings in the semi-transparent pink bars to see the captives behind them. The center of the hall is lit by a few orbs of glass with imbued mana crystals inside them. It is clear one of my body doubles used my new crystal creation skill and what looks like millions of MP worth of mana crystals to create indestructible cells inside this temporary prison. To ensure safety, it seems all the captured B-class hunters have handcuffs made of the same pink crystal material, combined with a black bar of mana blocking chi. It disrupts the connection to the system and doesn't allow them to use any mana or skills while in contact. Far down at the end of the hall, I can sense the 10 cells with prisoners that have golden collars around their necks. They too have the handcuffs, but their cell reinforcement is multiple times denser than the others. There are visible dents and small fractures in the cell from their constant use of borrowed soul energy to attempt escape. But after over a full week has passed, they have all given up trying to break out. I smirk and whisper under my breath, I guess I'll save the best for last. Then, I turn back and use one of the pink crystal keys on a ring to open up a cell at random near the entrance of the prison. I look at the young man with defeat in his eyes, then send a single divine energy-imbued mana bullet from my finger to shatter the cuffs on his wrists. His body is revitalized with energy in an instant, and I see a spark of hope in his gaze, but I quickly suppress it by activating Heavy Hand to increase the gravity inside this cell by over 20 times. I turn to my teammates and speak up. This is probably going to take a while, so get comfortable. They all look very interested in my process, and a round of nonchalant replies give me the go-ahead to do whatever I want to the criminals that attacked them while I was away. I turn back to the man on the floor and activate my lie detector skill and release a wave of intimidation that would make even a double-ranked-up hunter shiver. What can you tell me? I want to know everything that happened the day of the attack? Who sent you? And what were your exact orders? One by one, I go to every cell, and each and every one of them cracks. With my lie detector skill at such close range, using direct questions, and with such a power gap between myself and the prisoners I am interrogating, it is basically reading their minds. I can hear their intrusive thoughts whenever I dip into a hot topic, and when I repeat their words in their heads, it only makes them think about it more. It isn't perfect, but with the blatant ability to tell if these thoughts and the words they do speak out loud are in fact true or not, it is as close to perfect as I'll get. I thought it would be a lot harder to get these grunts to speak, but after the screaming noises from their teammates, and using small doses of regeneration potions to allow me to do what I have to with the more stubborn ones all over again, the information I need is all gathered. One by one, I recreate the pink crystal cuffs around their wrists after fully healing them and attach the mana-blocking bricks to their skin. I've gathered so far that on the day of the attack, the Apex region was alerted to major dungeon breaks occurring in the Dark Continent. The higher-ups briefed everyone on the elite attack squad that the source of these breaks was inside the Crimson City. They all teleported to the teleport platform in Sector 1, right outside of Valor City. There is a small association base of operations there, and a much larger one in Solara. They made the flight over, and were ordered to take down the barrier and kill the leader of the city, named the Flame Emperor, by any means necessary. Many of the men I interrogate have been dungeon explorers and personal guards their whole lives in the association. This is one of their first big missions, while others are veterans and have committed similar acts in the past. Some cry and beg for forgiveness, while I torture the information out of them, while others stay quiet. But I use my mind-reading perk to get details out of them, too. By the time I make it to the final 10 cells with the golden-collared hunters, it is clear that many of the hunters I've questioned were not well informed. They follow orders, keeping their heads down and doing whatever deeds the association gives them. Just because they had no idea this tale of dangerous breaks in the Dark Continent was a fabrication doesn't mean I won't punish them for their actions. Keep them all locked up. We'll assign them proper sentence dates and punishments in 5 days. I grin while opening the lock to the first golden-collared B-class hunter cell, while activating Heavy Hand, Intimidation, and Lie Detector again. I break the cuffs of a muscular middle-aged water wielder and start asking questions. You heard your friends break. It is time to talk. Another hour or so passes, and as I make my way through each of these higher-tiered hunters, it is much harder to get information out of them. Their minds don't wander, and no matter how bad the mental or physical pressure I push down on them, they still don't talk even when they're close to death. It is like there is a mental barrier up that wasn't present in the others. My best guess is it has something to do with the Sunday God's curse mark. Even with the system-blocking cuffs on, their soul energy necklaces still glow brightly around their necks. I make my way back to the first golden-collared hunter I started with and murmur to myself, I guess it is time to take that collar off. I am not going to get anywhere with you all acting like this. I've been wondering if it was even possible for me to do this, so you'll be my first test subject. In the next moment, I concentrate on letting dark red soul energy pour out of my hands, covering the man's entire body that lies on the cell ground before me. I vividly remember using my absorption skill's innate properties, combined with soul energy, after defeating the Lich King to cleanse those that were still infected by its curse. As the fiery aura covers the man, and I concentrate on the golden energy that surrounds his neck and is bonded with his cells all throughout his brain, heart, blood, bones, and body. I focus and let the same process play out. More and more soul energy pours out of my body. It feels similar to when I was imbuing the Crimson Barrier with everything in my core. Getting rid of the Lich King's power was far simpler because he was already gone. Trying to force this golden energy out is infinitely more difficult. I feel my energy clashing with the golden light deep within the man's body, and a microscopic war of soul energy particles commences. At first, it is a losing battle. I feel a tremendous power lurking deep inside the golden energy, and my heart feels tight just thinking of the time the Sunday God himself attempted to assert pressure on my own core. However, we're thousands of kilometers away, and all I am doing is trying to overpower the borrowed soul energy within a hunter that hasn't even double ranked up yet. The more soul energy I flood into his system, the more the intrinsic strength of the soul energy doesn't matter. I overpower the energy by raw volume alone, and to be on the safe side, I begin enhancing the weight of my own soul energy with divine threads once the golden light that poisons his flesh starts to be devoured. This speeds things up drastically. All of the golden light is ripped from his being and locked away in my item storage. The process isn't the hardest thing I've ever done, but I am breathing heavily and covered in sweat by the time I am sure every drop of chi and mana has left his body. Once I am sure, I take a step back and retract my soul energy completely. The man looks almost as exhausted as I do once it is over, but words leave his lips once I relieve the pressure and watch the golden collar around his neck completely fade away. Impossible. You did it? I am free. I'll tell you everything, sir. Please, just hear me out. I never wanted to harm you or your people, as my body naturally regenerates, and my fatigue is gone in seconds. I feel a new link of loyalty form from the B-class hunter that just had a curse lifted from his status. Chapter 592. His eyes are filled with hope, but his body still trembles with fear. This man was captured by an unknown rising kingdom in the Dark Continent by a force that easily defeated 2 of their strongest A-class hunters and dozens of elite B-class hunters in seconds. Now, he is face to face with me. A man who tortured information out of his allies for hours without any remorse. Even if I freed him from his golden collar, it seems he is still unsure if he is now just being shackled to another tyrant. All of his thoughts are racing around now, but I can read them as clear as day, like the odd mental block from before is gone. I completely change my tone, smile, then deactivate my intimidation and gravity magic. Very good. Tell me everything you know about the Apex region and the reason you attacked me, and I'll consider letting you live a free life away from me and the association if you wish. His eyes light up, and the words start flowing. I stand above him and listen with my arms crossed, and every word that comes out of his mouth is followed by plumes of green mist from my lie detector skill telling me it is true. After about 15 minutes of talking, I send a telepathy wave to Abby, asking her to fully restore him. Then, I walk to the next cell and do it all over again. One by one, I use divine energy-enforced soul energy to break the bonds of the Sunday God's curse mark on every one of the captives. 2 out of the 10 resist my attack and grasp onto the soul energy that is connected to their being. It feels very similar to the time when I used my soul energy for the first time to extract the Lich King's lingering orange essence. Unfortunately, the 2 that resist my help are burned to a crisp from the inside out due to the violent nature of my soul energy's flame aspect. The 8 that let the process transpire form links of loyalty the moment their curses are lifted, and one after another, they spill every bit of knowledge about the attack and the association that they can. Unlike the aftermath of the Lich King's curse, these men and women aren't in coma-like states. From what I've gathered after all of their explanations, the curse mark works as a mental collar, making them follow orders no matter what they are. And their minds don't understand that these actions are not their own thoughts. While they go about the rest of their days and lives normally, once an order is given by the Sunday God, they will follow it without question, like it is their own inner thoughts rationalizing them to do so. The power makes me shiver every time the next hunter explains the same feeling. Some of them are even breaking down crying and praising me, asking for forgiveness, because they themselves didn't understand that it was happening until right now when the veil was lifted. Even in their shocked state, each of them pieces together valuable information about the day of the attack. I can visibly see it in my mind after all of the vivid explanations. My teammates listen closely and step in to ask questions too, as they're extremely invested in these details. The night before the attack, a dozen hunters all met inside the same dark room with the oval-shaped table and only one figure sitting behind it. It was the 2 high-level A-class fighters and the 10 B-class elites here with collars on. Mr. Freeman gave them all a briefing, describing the actual details of the mission, telling the best hunters in the Apex region that there is a rising human threat in the Dark Continent, who goes by the name of the Flame Emperor, for the sake of peace and continued control over the Dark Continent's resources. Each and every one of these golden-collared guards was ordered to take over the city. plunder the valuables, and kill anyone that continued staying loyal to this rogue force. The common word amongst all of them is that those hunters without collars were never briefed on the reality of the event. Only those who the director had full control over knew the real dark plot behind this event. They were meant to set up a new station here, take over the profitable dungeons, and put their own craftsmen in charge of continuing the trade deals. Just like the uncollared hunters said before, most of this information was gathered by low-level spies that live in Solara and the outer cities within Sector 1. They must just be intertwined with your everyday traders that come by the city. It is how they knew about the Dome, the Flame Emperor's name, the plentiful dungeons, and many other details about my land. However, the inner circle, my high-powered teammates, are not well known at all. We don't show our power to the public, and none of them know our true faces or names. Even the defeat of the Dark One that ruled over Valor City is only known in a very tight-knit community of original members of the city. This attack against us from the Association is the first public display of the Crimson City's true power. And with thousands of eyes on the event, word will travel fast of the Flame Emperor's strength. Satisfied with this description, I now understand the true motive behind the director's attack. However, I want more information about the Association itself. I continue to interrogate them more, asking questions about their training methods, secret facilities, and any extra information about Mr. Freeman that they know, but the results aren't exactly what I expected. The Apex region seems to have many different zones, and only certified personnel are allowed in each zone. These B-class elites are only allowed to train in the B-class dungeons, and the only way to find them is through a transportation system that is shrouded in mystery. Just like when I was inside the moving mana-shielded rooms during the exams, and it felt as though the cube I was standing in was moving from random location to random location on some kind of rail system. This is all these hunters know too. They are as blind to the inner workings of the Association as me. None of them have any idea what the yellow energy Mr. Freeman uses is. They just called it cursed energy. So trying to talk to them about divine or soul energy turns out to be useless. In the meantime, Abby restores them all to perfect health. I give them food and water from my storage, but after we're done here, I put their mana-blocking cuffs back on and close the cells. While I walk out with my teammates, I swing the pink crystal ring of keys around my finger. They may have been forced to do what they did, but they still did it. I need some more time to think about their futures. Their punishments will be decided in 5 days as well. We walk out the front door to be greeted again by the man and woman. I toss them the keys back and smile. We're all done here. Treat them nicely until I return. Seems they weren't as bad as we thought, and were very cooperative today. I turn to my teammates once we get far enough away from the prison and feel the presence in my shadow stirring. How about we go spar out in the desert away from the city? I want to see how far you've come for myself. And there are a few training options I want to talk over with you to get your opinions on. We all turn and fly even further away from the city, following the edge of the dark abyss as a guide, and making our way another 100 kilometers away from any sign of trade routes or civilization. Once we settle down in an open clearing, I speak up. Come at me with everything you've got. Let's see what you can do. Don't hold back, I can handle it. Then I put my fists up in the air as the 4 glowing teammates around me pull out their weapons. Fisher smirks, putting a similar fighting stance to Monk's up in the air and letting his manifested blue serpent soul energy flow out of him. You sure? I'll give you everything if that is really what you want. Lydia pulls out her katana, and it is glowing with white light. Her soul energy tiger surrounds her body, and the desert sand below starts to turn pristine white. Abby glows green, and spears start to circle around her, while Maria pulls out her sword, and a dense royal blue energy form erupts from her chest to grow 10 times her size. I allow my own soul energy to power my movements and strengthen it with yellow threads of divine energy. I don't activate my greater form, and don't pull out any extra weapons to prove a point as they all come at me with everything they have. The first attack I block with a simple open palm is Fisher's, catching his punch and using a wall of red soul energy covered in yellow threads around it to completely stop his manifestation of a serpent in its tracks. Then making contact with his main body, using a powerful blow with the same hand to send him flying backward. From the other direction, Lydia's blade comes straight for my back. I gracefully turn while in the motion of blocking Fisher's move and dodge her strike within millimeters, twisting around her body and landing the same open palm to her back, sending her flying in the opposite direction. Less than a tenth of a second later, I jump upward to avoid 6 bright green spears spinning in circles coming my way. Using flight to bounce through the sky with ease, feeling as though I am as light as a feather, while closing my distance between myself and Abby, in the next instant, her eyes widen as I use the same simple open palm thrust at her chest while she is in her immortal form. The soul energy from my attack shouldn't be able to harm her at all. In this moment, nothing should be able to. However, the yellow threads that make my form heavier, more rooted in reality, are so strong that she is pushed backward from the blast. The soul energy itself didn't do a thing, phasing through her and doing no damage at all. However, the mass of my body covered in divine matter that is stronger than reality itself makes an impact with where her body should be and does physical damage. I turn in midair the moment my attack hits to see a massive ice goddess's blade coming down toward me. Full of confidence, I push my hand up to stop it. For a moment, I feel a truly bizarre weight pushing down on me, like the longer I wait to push back the heavier it will become. My muscles strain for a moment, and I am stuck standing in place for a few fractions of a second before I channel all of my soul energy and divine threads away from other portions of my body to push into my palm. Now, I push back upward with enough force to push the ice blade away, then jump upward and plunge through her greater form with nothing but a soul energy barrier, strengthened with divine threads to break through the attack and hit Maria's real body with the same blow I did to everyone else, easily overpowering her. It may have been an error to hold back here at first. I did so not to hurt any of my teammates, but I used enough power to show there was an overwhelming difference. I power down, standing in the middle of the 4 of them, defeated on the ground around me. While they weren't life-threatening blows, I still hit them hard enough to shock their systems and give them a taste of what divine energy can do. I yell out for each of them to hear. Again, I want you to come at me with everything, aim to kill. If you think those A-class hunters you fended off were strong, you have no idea what kind of monster we're dealing with. My power is minuscule compared to the director that runs the 8 great regions. We have to get stronger. I prepare to give them all regeneration potions or share my skill with them, because each of the blows I landed left yellow thread residue in their bodies. However, a bright green restoration circle spreads out beneath Abby's feet, and it covers the entire battlefield. Green energy surges into all 4 of them at once, and I watch the foreign yellow thread be torn out of their bodies, similar to the soft heal technique that Nat used, but much faster, and it is more efficient. I smile and put my fists back up while the 4 of them come back at me with their weapons and soul energy on full power. Colorful blue, green, white, red, and yellow lights all flash through the desert as the landscape is destroyed everywhere we spar. About 30 minutes go by, and the fighting only gets more and more intense. They slowly realize that I really meant it when I said they can come at me with everything they have. At first, they were all hesitant to actually hurt me, but it soon becomes clear that the power gap between us has grown so much that they can really let loose and use everything they have. This is the first time I believe any of them have been able to do an exercise like this. Every time they break through and learn new techniques while battling all out, I up the intensity little by little to make sure they never win, having to think of new ways to fight back and continuously gain the upper hand. In less than half an hour, their fighting styles drastically improve, and they become far more confident in situations where decisions need to be made within tenths or even hundredths of a second. While their basic combat training goes on, my mind is racing for more ideas on how we can all improve. While I was thinking inside the mind palaces, everything seemed perfectly aligned and clear. I had options to farm in the top floors of the labyrinth, to have us all gain a few trillion more make CP. It would definitely make each of us much stronger, but wouldn't bring us to levels that are magnitudes higher, which is where we need to be. The level of a strength gap that they have below me right now is similar to the power gap I felt between the director and myself. I had thoughts of giving them my red, orange, and even yellow cores that I farmed to try and awaken cores like myself. But there are a few problems with that too. The first is that there isn't enough time. It would take weeks for them to awaken up to the yellow core state, in the best case scenario. The second is that even if they made it to a yellow core in time, we would still have the same issue. I am recreating the battle right now that would happen if we fought against a stronger opponent of such immense strength. It is like the swarms of orange-cored insects fighting against a yellow-cored lizard. No matter how I look at things, the power gap is far too high. I can't tell if the director's mana control is just that much higher than mine after decades of training, or if there is a second stage to the yellow core that I am unaware of. All I do know is that there is something that I am missing, and I need to figure out what it is. Another half hour passes, and we finally stop our sparring to take a break. The realization that we all have a long way to go has fully washed over us, and even more ideas start to come out from them too as we rest, and take a load off sitting in the sand as the sun continues to beat down on us overhead, and the hungry abyss swirls in the distance. My shadow becomes restless again once our spars are over, like it is trying to communicate with me. I grin and look at each of my teammates while standing up and preparing to activate my dark magic. This may sound crazy at first, but hear me out. I know someone who may have the knowledge we need to get stronger. Chapter 593. A large black shadow of dark magic grows around me, and from its depths, the shadowy summon of the Lich King rises. His concealment buffs are all dispelled, as there is no reason to hide. He looks like a pitch-black skeleton wearing the cloak and pendant I gifted him during the exams. Without me using my limiter on him, and with his own divine limiter fully decayed, the ominous aura of evil energy permeates off of him. All 4 of my teammates get back into their battle stances, and they look at my summon with hate in their eyes. Maria is the first to yell out. It is the Dark One. But it is soul energy. Abby steps closer and finishes her sentence. It is gone. All of them were both enraged and on edge at first. But once they watch the shadowy skeleton stare forward without moving for many seconds, they begin to understand that there is something not quite natural about all of this. I speak up next, looking at the Lich King. I take it you have witnessed our sparring and have studied the Sunday God's true power as well. Tell me if there is a way for all of us to get strong enough to face him in just 5 days. He turns to me and nods, speaking out loud in his original deep and static voice. There is a way to reach his level, but in 5 days, it may be impossible. It is hard to say if I could teach you as I am now. The shadowy figure's head turns away from me again and stays still like a statue. Surprisingly, Lydia speaks up next with an angered tone in her voice. How are you alive? Is there a way to revert all those innocent people that you cursed back from their debilitating state? The Lich King stares forward and doesn't react, almost like he hasn't heard anything. I speak next, saying, answer her. And the black skeleton moves his head to the ice user and speaks. I have already died. There is currently no one under my curse. Whatever damage has been done cannot be solved by a simple fix. Without a drop of emotion, he looks ahead again, and everyone is silent, wondering what is going on. They look to me for answers, and I spend the next few minutes fully explaining my dark magic skill and how the shadow summon works. After they all realize they're safe, they begin to power down their soul energy and put away their weapons. But I grin and shake my head. Don't power down just yet. I then turn to the Lich King. These rigid replies don't feel very effective. You said it would be hard to teach us as you are now. However, if you were able to speak and act freely, would that increase the chances of our success? There is a pause, but the Lich King replies. The likelihood of your survival in the upcoming week would increase if you allowed me free rein. My thoughts and actions would be far less limited. In command mode, he is really only capable of mimicking my words and giving short, generic responses. My lie detector skill does not sense any lies. And even though the Lich King's natural aura is full of dread and an ominous feeling, I don't feel any direct malice being sent out anymore. Along with this, ever since the Lich King's barrier decayed, the small silver core in his chest hardly shimmers or spins at all. It appears to be a fully dormant core, leading me to believe his earlier words that he won't be able to use this immortal divine energy again for an extended amount of time. Just like Ember after his massive usage inside the construct. I nod and cross my arms, pulling up the summoning interface before my eyes and changing the mode from command to free reign. Fine, you may speak without a filter. Give us your thoughts. The skeleton moves its body in a far less rigid manner, and it looks as though a breath of life has been granted to the shadowy figure. It turns with ease, moving its skeletal hands upward, and looks at each of us individually while turning in a circle before speaking in a far clearer, more concise, and intelligent manner. This is quite the interesting situation you've found yourself in. He looks toward the abyss, then back down toward my ring. Then his gaze tracks around everyone again before coming back to me. But I'd expect nothing less from a mortal bonded with the Fallen One. Even if you are just a human, he steps closer to me, and I reflexively cover my vitals with soul energy and divine threads, putting up my hands in a defensive stance. However, the Lich King just laughs. My form cannot harm you, as I am your summon. Even if I could try, our power difference is magnitudes apart. It is like an ant trying to kill a tiger. There is no great comparison to our gap. I know you are fighting with this same scenario now. As he takes another step forward, I sense something coming our way at high speed in the desert. I put out a large wave of enemy detection to see what it is while the Lich King continues to speak, pointing out at the abyss. While your major concerns are most likely what will be challenging you for that throne, I can definitely lead you in the right direction on how to defeat the Sunday God you wish to face in just 5 days. The skeleton's aura gives off a wave of energy that feels excited, and at the same time, I realize the high-speed object coming my way is one of my body doubles. It looks as though it will arrive in a few minutes at this rate. I reply, I just want to deal with what is in front of me. Tell me, is the Sunday God just that much more battle experienced than I am after decades of training? Or is there another stage to the yellow core? The skeleton's face doesn't move at all when he talks, but I sense what must be a smile permeating from him as he replies. Your senses are very acute. However, to answer your question truthfully, it is a combination of both. The light magic user we faced does have many years of cultivation experience on you, but that is how he managed to compress his core. The strands he produces are almost 10 times as dense and strong as yours, only because of long practice with a very difficult technique. I nod and listen to the Lich King continue. It is the natural progression of any divine life form that wishes to become a divine beast in their future. Without consolidating your energy, your base of power will not be strong enough to compare to the higher life forms that ascended with a sturdy base. While the Sunday God has not succeeded in finishing the process, he has made significant progress on this path and may very well complete it given another 100 years. It is what we call a true core, rather than just an awakened one. My eyes widen when the time frame is mentioned, and I reply, 100 years. I wanted a way to get to his level in 5 days. The Lich King doesn't seem very worried about this and replies in a nonchalant manner. You managed to move from no core to yellow in a matter of weeks and have the aid of a purple cord artifact. He points to my finger. You grew from nothing but an above-average strength, ranked up hunter visiting Valor City to a monster that defeated me, the Dark One, a divine beast ruling the Dark Continent. In just a matter of weeks, if any mortal were capable of achieving this new feat, it would be you. The Lich King looks toward the sky. It just seems it was not my era to rule. There is more talent on this world than I once believed. I must wait another half-century to pave my legacy on another planet once I am reincarnated again. The Lich King chuckles, but I interject. Hey, I never said I'd let you die and go free. I said I'd consider it. A pulse of wild and angry aura comes from the Lich King's body, but he conceals it instantly to bring his emotions in check. Once I cover my hands in dense divine energy again, he steps back and bows his head slightly. Very well, let us make a deal then. If I help you compress your divine energy into a true core and defeat the Sunday God, will you in return let me die? Chapter 594. I think about his offer and see only green mist coming off his aura from my lie detector skill. Even so, the Lich King's calm demeanor and willingness to help me feels very out of character for a self-proclaimed dark god. Even if he is my summon, I want confirmation that whatever this true core progression is, it is a safe direction to move toward. The only person I trust to ask is Ember, The last time I saw him, he was falling asleep while I opened my item storage beneath him. While many days have passed in real time outside, in the depths of my storage, not a single fraction of a second has passed. It may be possible to send a single message to him before he goes into full hibernation. This seems like the best course of action now, rather than taking the Lich King's word at face value. I stand in silence for a few seconds, thinking up a plan, then take a step back from my shadow summon. Possibly. Give me a moment to get a second opinion on the terms of your offer. I walk away to be alone in the desert, then power up all my perception buffs, pulling out my sword and dagger to obtain as many stat boosts as I can, even triggering the activation of my greater form to push myself further. I want to make sure my mind is running at the highest capacity possible, because I don't know how much time to converse I'll really have. I take a few deep breaths in and out, sensing the fractions of seconds passing in my improved perception. Then I open up my item storage to allow Ember's body in its human form to fall out into the real world. His eyes are closing, but I send a wave of telepathy into his mind the instant I see his body materialize and get to work. In the simplest series of statements possible, I outline the turn of events that have transpired in the last few days. It comes out in a jumbled bit of words through our link. Met purple construct creator, helped escape. Faced yellow core director, too strong, need help from Lich King resurrected. Is compressing core to true core safe? Help me confirm. I try to explain further, but for every 100th of a second he stays outside of my suspended animation, I feel him inching closer to a hibernation-like state. I instantly share my skill mind palaces with him, and a pulse of white light ripples over his body once it is activated. To me, time is moving normally, but the moment Ember hits the desert floor, his mind has already organized my cryptic message and rationalized a response. True core is the optimal path. Link me with Lich. His words are calculated and cryptic too, making sure every millisecond counts. By his last words, our link is fading fast, but I instantly open up a channel with the Lich King standing close by. Ember's next words come through with an intensity I've never felt from him before. His core pulses golden and silver, pushing out a last bit of power through his body to make his words clear. As a supreme, I demand you, an overseer, to teach my soulbound the path to a true core. Do not deceive me, or else I will make sure you disappear in the next council meeting. By his second sentence, Ember's words start to fade as his mind and body shuts down. By the time he finishes saying meeting, the three-way link goes silent, and Ember falls into a hibernation-like state on the desert floor. I can feel mana being drained from the air as his body starts to glow red, and the golden and silver ore in his body spins slowly, looking similar to the dormant state of the Lich Kings. I power down my buffs and greater form, satisfied now that with Ember's wisdom backing the Lich King's words, this dark entity is not trying to deceive me after all. I activate my item storage to allow Ember to fall inside again. The amount of mana he is absorbing from the atmosphere to heal is unsustainable. I sense, even the mana from my body and my teammates being ripped away every second that I leave him out here. If this time is anything like the last time he rested in the isolation pod beneath the Guildhall after creating a divine limiter, it is going to take far longer than 5 days to heal him back to full health. It is best I keep him safe within suspended animation until I can find a better place for him to recover. I then walk back to the Lich King with my hand outstretched and a smile across my face. It seems this is the best path to take. Let us make the deal. You help me achieve a true core and kill the Sunday God, and I let you die in peace. From my opposite hand, I open a spatial magic portal to let a small amount of the orange leftover soul energy that I absorbed from its body after killing it in our major battle, after showing that I am capable of letting its essence back into the universe, and am willing to do so. The black skeleton's bony hand grasps mine, and we both shake on it. Body double POV Tilda a few hours ago, back in the Guildhall in the Crimson City. My body double has been working out a new business with Bry that will bring us an exceptional amount of new profit and increase the strength of those loyal to me. Many new signs are placed up in the Guildhall for new buying and selling offers. Bree announces them for everyone to hear. Attention, hunters, merchants, and citizens all around. We have a few new items that are going to be up for sale. As you are all loyal to the Flame Emperor and are within the Crimson Dome, these will be sold to you at a discounted rate. And we have a very limited quantity of them. All attention in the Guildhall turns to her, as many know her as the craftsman inside the Flame Emperor's inner circle. Not many people other than very strong fighters from the army ever get to meet her. Whispers of what this new product could be start to spread. And in the few seconds that pass, rumors and speculation already start to arise. Bree smiles while a few of the workers update their signs by their booths. We're going into the skill trading market. There is only a very limited stock, and these prices will not last for long. 10 gold apiece, and you can add a permanent skill to your status. We have body hardening, swordsmanship, team buffs, dagger arts, and many other common hunter skills, all at the legendary grade status. These could be considered a priceless item, sold off to the leaders of the 8 great nations. But after the horrific failed attack last week, the Flame Emperor has decided to cancel this option and give these treasures to you all at an affordable price. Bree distributes about 100 skill orbs to various booths, while hunters surround them with gold in their hands. While 10 gold is a lot of money, enough for a family of 4 to live off for a year or two easily, any knowledgeable hunter or citizen knows that a legendary skill, especially combat-related ones, can set up a hunter for life, with the farming options available to everyone in Crimson City, giving out multiple platinum worth in payouts every day. Anyone with a good enough skill can make this 10 gold investment back in no time. The idea of having even a temporary skill added to a status is unheard of. The option to pay a small price and have a legendary one added to their status permanently is a dream come true for those that have lived a life disappointed in their awakening. One of these orbs could easily be sold at private auctions for hundreds of gold. But my goal is to grow the power of those loyal to me, not just make endless profit off of them. Some merchants and workers are stuck with non-combat skills, and this is the break they finally get to become a monster hunter. However, this is exactly the kind of person that is most likely down on their luck. A refugee from a poor surrounding city that doesn't have enough gold to buy a skill at such a high price. Bree and I talked this over too, and she speaks up again once the lines start to form to buy skills. If you cannot afford to buy a skill, but still are interested in obtaining one, we have a few options for you. The first is to volunteer to join the Crimson Army. After being put through rigorous training with one of the captains, you will be given an extreme grade elemental skill of your choosing. That is 2 levels above normal elemental skills, and you may choose between any you like. Ice, water, fire, earth, and air are what we have available. Form a line here if this is the route you wish to take. Bry points to one side of the Guildhall, and the room erupts into more commotion at these words, but Bry speaks above them all. The second option is if you have a skill unique to humans, whether that be inspect, appraisal, craftsmanship, conceal, or any other unique abilities that are not found in monsters, we are willing to pay you up to 50 gold to purchase it. Free of charge, we will grant you a legendary combat skill in return as well. This, too, will be a limited time offer, and this transaction must be scheduled for another date. So if you wish to sell your skill and obtain another, please form a line here and put your name on the list. You will be appraised and have a meeting scheduled later this week. She points to the opposite side of the room, and far fewer people join this line. However, ideas of friends and merchants that wouldn't normally come to the Guildhall pop into a few hunters' minds, and they run out to fetch them from their businesses or day-to-day life. Bry speaks up one more time. You should know, once a skill orb is eaten, this is a permanent change to your status. Only 1 skill orb per status screen works, so think carefully about which skill you wish to take. This may be a limited time sale, but there will be many more skills and options to pick from in the future. If you don't get the skill you wanted today, next week may have what you are looking for. Satisfied with her sales pitch, she leaves back up the stairs to her office, and my double continues the conversation with her as more and more people flock toward the center of the Guildhall. My double nods and smiles. Very good. This is exactly how I wanted people to react. I look forward to finally upgrading many of my human skills to mythic grade without having to kill anyone. Bree chuckles. Yeah, and I think word about this is going to spread further than just the 8 great regions. The cat is really out of the bag now. Are you sure you want the world to know this secret? I just smirk back and start to walk down the Guildhall steps away from Bri. Yeah, I am ready now. I'll go check on the army to make sure they can handle training up some new recruits. Then I have to charge up that isolation pod for Ember and deliver it to my main body. He is pretty worn out after helping me during the B-class exams. Chapter 5, 95. I finish shaking the Lich King's hand and speak again. So where do we begin? The jet-black skeletal figure ponders for a moment, staring off into the direction of the black abyss on the horizon. In my first life, it took me many decades to compress my core. He turns back to me. I had a teacher, but on that world, divine energy was far more prevalent than it is here. He puts his arms up in the air like he is feeling it. There is hardly enough red threads in this entire desert to awaken a single core. This is a dry planet far from the source. However, if there are beings like the sun god in this world, that means there are most likely more who have grown by other means than natural energy in the atmosphere. We left that strange construct, and you seem to have farmed threads from it. The only way you might awaken a true core is if you have enough yellow fragments to do so. I nod, opening up a spatial magic portal above my hand to let a single yellow gem float out above my hand. I farmed these for quite a while. I have a few hundred. The Lich's gaze tightens. Then he responds with a sigh. As I said before, the only technique I know is one that takes decades to complete. Much longer if resources are limited. As you know, with a fully saturated yellow core, every fragment you consume now will give you a temporary surge, but the excess threads will leave your body and expand into the atmosphere afterward. He pauses, then puts his hands up in the air to create a bowl shape. What I am trying to say is, true cores form over time as tens of thousands of hours training and cultivating energy are stacked on top of each other. Inside his hands, I see the concealment attribute of his cloak and pendant activating, and a large amount of mana being channeled through his arms into his hands. With my enhanced perception, I can easily tell this is all a facade. But I watch the illusional recreation of yellow threads forming a core above his head for all to see. It is no more than a hologram, but he is giving me a visual representation of what he is saying, so I can follow along much easier. The threads all form together to show a slowly rotating yellow core above his hands. This here is what your core looks like now, fully saturated with enough yellow divine threads to stay stable and contained, enhancing all of your physical capabilities by rooting yourself in reality to a staggering degree. The shade of the core changes from yellow to red, while real divine energy is merely the manifestation of the force our complex minds put out into this universe. Our rational thoughts must see it in its most raw and simple state. This is where it all begins. The red core. His words make me think very carefully. Ember said something similar to it in the past, stating that this energy is split in a very rudimentary way for mortals to comprehend. Now, with the Lich King stating the same thing, I can't tell if it makes more sense to me or even less. He continues before it fully sinks in. Awakening your red core allows you to exert dominance on the reality around you with roughly 2 to 5 times as much weight. It is mostly manifested to increase the user's speed, strength, perception, and basic movements. It is the perfect introduction stage into the world of the divine. I nod along while the hovering gem in the Lich King's hand shifts to orange. The second stage, the orange core, is a stage that uses all of the perks of the red core and applies them to the being themselves. During this awakening, the user becomes far more in tune with their body and begins to comprehend the boundaries between self and the universe around them. It is possible to enhance one's defenses with this breakthrough an additional 5 to 7 times above the red core stage. Basic movements and physical capacities may be increased 2 to 3 times again during this breakthrough. While I watch the Lich King shift the orange core to yellow, I remember back to when I learned to create what felt like an unbreakable barrier around my body, while awakening this orange core to take on the flocks of insects within the construct. The core in the Lich King's hands glows yellow. In the state you've reached now, the yellow core, what some call the first step toward immortality, is the manifestation of mind, body, and soul, all working in unison. Your perception, speed, defense, attack, energy control, and versatility with this awakening have all increased by at least tenfold above the capabilities of an orange core. You see and interact with the world far differently than others. Beings that reach the stage of a yellow core are said to be conquerors, rulers of mortals. I smile at his words as the yellow core reflects in my eyes. Then, the manifestations of countless yellow threads start to come out of the Lich King's fingers and circle around the core as it speeds up its rotation. It looks as if more energy is being pushed into the core over and over again. Every time a large amount is sucked in, the core pulses bright, giving off the illusion of strength, then ejecting the excess yellow threads while spinning even faster. Over and over, more threads channel into the core, charging it up, and the excess is ejected. It looks exactly like what I was doing, while air-stepping high into the green fog of the serpent. In the construct, I used many yellow fragments to supercharge my core temporarily, but after a few seconds passed, the excess energy that couldn't stay contained in my fully saturated core was expelled. The Lich King speaks again while the energy display continues. Yellow core awakened are the strongest tier of life forms a physical planet can hold. It is said that a yellow core's lifespan can reach up to 300 years if timed out correctly, and their battle scars don't run too deep. He pauses, and we both watch the core spin faster and faster, doing energy cycles in and out many times a second now to show what it looks like in the passing of time. Over this lifetime, the yellow core will fight enemies in high-density divine zones, naturally soaking up the universal energy around them. Or even better, consuming the cores of the armies they defeat. The core spins faster and faster, making me use my full perception to witness the energy being consumed and ejected every few milliseconds. Small fractions of energy are left behind inside the core each time, even though over 99% of it is ejected back into the atmosphere. While it is difficult to see this progress when looking at the energy ripples one by one, the difference becomes noticeable after hundreds, even thousands of events go by. At first, the core grows in size, bit by bit as energy is left behind. Thousands of revolutions go by, and 1 millimeter at a time, the core grows over 3 times its original size. This is when the Lich King speaks again. As you can see, after decades, possibly centuries of war and cultivation, a yellow core will retain small amounts of energy from all of the yellow threads that have made their way through it. Every time the yellow core is used, it becomes stronger, cementing the user's presence in the universe with more gravity. After every monumental battle, the enormous yellow core continues to grow, glowing bright above the Lich King's head while I stare at it with wide eyes, and my teammates watch with awe-inspired expressions as well. The peak size of a yellow core like this can increase the weight on reality of the user by up to 20 times that of a newly awakened yellow core. From what I could see, the Sunday God's core is well on its way to a state similar to this. You believe his divine energy is thicker and stronger than your own by 10 times? It is because of his decades of experience and residue from cultivating for so long. There is a pause as the energy glows brighter and brighter, collecting yellow strands from the atmosphere and ejecting the excess faster than I can even perceive until all of a sudden it stops. The core reaches what appears to be its critical mass, and it stops taking in new energy. In the blink of an eye, I watch all of the manifestations of divine threads tug on each other, seemingly tightening into a circular knot. It compresses, making its size shrink by almost a quarter instantly, then continues spinning slowly again, while the threads squeeze and tug on each other more and more. Seconds pass, then it happens again. The core compresses in on itself, shrinking to become half its size, creating a much more noticeable visual change than before. It shines far brighter, and seeing the separation between threads gets harder and harder to see. Like the threads are becoming a liquid or possibly even a solid orb? It is hard to tell. However, it doesn't stop there. The threads squeeze and pull on each other more and more, compressing itself in half again, now leaving a core that shines even brighter, but is even smaller than the initial core that we started with. My eyes are glued to the orb as it tightens and shrinks down on itself 2 more times, seemingly crushing itself beneath its own weight until it stops at the size of a small marble, glowing so bright I want to cover my eyes. It floats above the Lich King's hands and just looks like a solid yellow ball of light. It is spinning so fast, with no imperfections, so it doesn't even look like it is turning in circles at all. The Lich King then dismisses the incredible illusions in the air, and the light show fades away, leaving us out in the hot, sunny desert as he continues his speech. As you can see, after enough time has passed, the true core will compress under its R-gravity and awaken itself. Once your energy is consolidated and pure, everyone's progression from this point is vastly different. Even now, I cannot predict the strength or unique properties your true core will grant you. I am left speechless for a moment, quite blown away by the Lich King's presentation. But now, I see the simplicity of it all. While time seems to be the major factor that would streamline this process, the real goal here is to keep as many yellow divine threads in my core as possible. The new possibilities and training methods to use all speed through my mind, and I respond with a grin. Perfect. Let's get to work then. Chapter 5, 96. As I turn to the real yellow divine fragment in my hand, the body double that was on its way here, as this display from the Lich King unfolded sends a telepathic message as it arrives nearby. The last remaining isolation pod has been recharged up to a stable 10.5x dilation. Ember can begin his hibernation beneath the Guildhall with my supervision right now. It touches down, and I think about a response while it pulls the large cylindrical metal contraption out from its item storage. As it sets it down, I walk over and open the front, typing into the control panel to give myself a 3-minute session, which would be the equivalent of just over half an hour inside the chamber. I want to test something quickly. I take a step inside, then turn to my teammates and nod. Tell me what you see while I am inside. I am curious if this will work. Once the door closes and I am left inside the small mana-shielded room, the air becomes thick with pure mana while the pod activates. The thought of channeling divine energy inside a pod made only to hold mana seems like it might be too stressful on the structural integrity of this magic machinery. However, if there is a chance it will speed up the process, I have to give it a shot. I sit down in the center and consume the small yellow gem that I had hovering above my hand while the Lich King gave his presentation. The same sensation as the last 100 times I did this rushes into my body. Yellow threads flood out of the concentrated fragments and enter my core. They swirl around and give me a surge of power for a few seconds before flowing out through my chest, arms, and legs on their way to leave my body like usual. However, this is the first time I've consumed a fragment with the purple barrier that wraps around me, skin tight. My first instinct naturally allows the excess threads that have already filtered through my core to flow out. However, by the time most of the energy has left, I realize that it is only leaving because I allow it to. I pull another fragment from my storage with different plans on my mind this time around. The moment I swallow the next gem and its built-up energy starts circulating in my core, I concentrate hard on making the barrier made of semi-dormant purple threads to keep all of the filtered yellow threads from leaving my body. A few seconds later, a wide grin creeps onto my face as the yellow threads circulate through my body and collide with the outer limits of my skin once they hit the purple barrier, keeping their momentum and pushing back toward my core. A few minutes pass, and some of the excess energy does, in fact, filter back through my core. But at the same time, my flesh and body containing so many excess threads is ripped apart at a much faster rate. It is very painful and pretty exhausting to activate my self-regeneration to maintain, while concentrating on keeping it inside. Even so, I've been through far worse, so I eat another fragment once the flow of the first excess energy starts to slow down. There is another cycle that passes, and the purple barrier holds all of its energy inside my body, slowly circulating through my core again and again. However, this energy starts to become stagnant too, just like the first. I eat one more fragment, and the cycle continues yet again. I find that keeping the energy inside my body and using new fragments to stimulate the leftover energy increases the efficiency by roughly 2 to 3 times at most. After about 20 minutes pass, I sit in the center of the isolation pod with the excess divine threads of 3 fragments slowly circulating around my body. ever so slowly seeping into my core. I don't have control over the threads that have been expelled from my core. The extra energy in my body now is only harmful, and there seems to be diminishing returns as every minute that passes. The speed of flow back into my core doesn't continue at the same rate unless I eat another fragment. At the same time, the increased density of threads in my body is eating away at my flesh at even faster rates. Self-regeneration is working as fast as it can, but the rate at which I am getting fatigued doesn't seem to be worth it. Considering I only have a limited amount of fragments in my storage, only a fraction of the threads even stayed in my saturated core. So even if I ate every single fragment in my storage right now, it may be a total waste of all the divine energy I have left to test with. My core would grow slightly, but at this rate, I wouldn't even get close to growing my core to the size of the director's. It would still take decades and tens of thousands of fragments to do so at this efficiency level. My goal is to surpass that by many times and awaken a true core. Something needs to change. I think things over a little bit longer, considering eating another fragment to speed up the process again, but decide not to and take down my purple barrier to allow the trapped yellow threads to flow through. It all slowly seeps out, and from what I can see, it all just flows right through the outer walls of the isolation pod. While still deep in thought, the isolation pod opens up, and I am met by curious gazes. The whole pod is void of any leftover threads, and from what my teammates and the Lich King describe, there was yellow aura flowing through the walls of the pod the entire time I was inside. I nod, open up my storage, then let Ember's sleeping body gently fall into the isolation pod where I just sat and turn to my double. This pod won't be useful to me at all. Set this pod to 30 days our time, almost a year in isolated sleep. He may need more than that, so get ready to recharge the pod once the time is up. I want a double watching him all day and night beneath the Guildhall. If I need to use it, I'll send Bree a message to have you transport it back. We'll be training out here for a while. The double closes the pod after entering a few codes in the control panel, then lets the pod fall into its storage. Understood. Good luck with your training. Then, it flies away to leave us in the empty desert. I nod and think to myself, while the extra time within an isolation pod would be helpful, losing pretty much all of the energy that I filter through makes all the time in the world useless. I have had one breakthrough. The fact that I can hold the divine threads inside my body, but I need to think of a way to compress a higher percent of that energy into my core while not losing all of the excess into the atmosphere. While I think about this, I open up my storage and pour out all of my red divine fragments and look to the Lich King and my teammates. Then, I share my self-regeneration skill with Maria and Fisher, as Lydia and Abby already have functioning healing skills. I need time to think. These are no use to me now, so use all of them if you wish. They should be enough to bring all of you to the Red Core stage. My gaze turns to the Lich King. Guide them while I solve this problem on my own. Each of them takes the red gems and puts them into item boxes, while the Lich King begins to go off on a tangent about his first time awakening his Red Core, the optimal way to awaken, and the effects it has on the body and mind like an arrogant record player on repeat, satisfied with the fact that they will be able to achieve this on their own. I turn away and begin walking to a more isolated part of the desert. I watch a cloud of red mist form around them as I walk further and further away, then sit in the sand until an idea comes to mind. This could work, or become a disaster. I am far enough from the city where I think it is worth a try. I whisper to myself, then shrug and reach into my inventory to pull out 4 black seeds of the trees I managed to pull from the ocean inside the divine construct. I place them in a diamond shape around me, then use my new skill, barrier creation, to create an invisible dome around me with a small tunnel that leads deep underground as an escape route. Next, I pull out a fragment of yellow divine energy and consume it, letting the same process as before play out. Instead of keeping all of the energy inside my barrier, I let it seep out through 2 artificially manufactured weak points in my purple limiter in the center of my palms. I don't just let these excess threads flow into the atmosphere and out of sight. I push them toward the black seeds that sit inside this barrier with me. The instant The yellow threads touch the obsidian seeds. They all start to grow upward and create branches that mimic the outer shape of the dome. At the end of the branches, 4 small yellow fruits dangle in front of me, containing a large amount of the energy from the fragment I just expelled. Some of the energy was lost, but it is far better than what I was dealing with before, when all of the excess threads just dissolved out of the pod and into the empty desert. I smirk and use small air blades wrapped in yellow threads to cut the 4 fruits down from their branches and eat them on the spot, one after another. Every time I eat a fruit, it cycles through my core, leaving trace amounts of its threads behind, and the expelled energy is collected and presented right back to me with a small tax taken from the trees. I use my purple barrier to keep the yellow threads circulating through my body and back into my core while I consume the fruits one by one. Letting my core take in larger amounts of energy at smaller intervals seems to be even more efficient and less energy taxing on my body, too. I go through another 24 cycles of 4 fruits each until it's taxed away every bit of energy from the single fragment I started with. Over this half an hour of cycling, the black trees create a midnight-colored dome above me, catching every fiber of energy that is expelled from me now, no matter where it flows out of me. I take down the top portion of the dome barrier and only leave it activated on the desert floor, making sure I have a way out of this obsidian death trap, but allowing the trees to grow high into the sky using the excess energy from me if they wish. It is a symbiotic relationship. The trees get to consume the energy I cycle through, and in return, one fragment becomes an additional 25 times more efficient. I pull another fragment from my storage and stare at it, preparing to repeat the process. It is another step in the right direction, but my core hasn't even grown a measurable amount yet. Thoughts continue racing through my mind as I try to picture new ways to improve the efficiency of this awakening even further. I need to speed up a process that should take decades or even centuries down to just a few days. Chapter 597. While I continue to think, I eat another yellow fragment to continue the process. Even though it is not quite perfect yet, it is still close to 100 times as efficient as just eating a gem in the open desert without the aid of the trees, or my limiter. Over the next hour or so, I repeat the process, cycling the energy from 4 more fragments. It feels as though I've consumed hundreds of yellow cores. And finally, I sense a tiny noticeable difference in the size of my own core. It appears to have grown in size by a fraction of a millimeter in diameter. While it is not much, and it would take tens of thousands of identical sessions to match the size of growth the Lich King's display showed me, I feel like I am moving in the right direction. Even so, I have just under 300 total yellow gems left in my storage. At this rate, consuming them all in this manner wouldn't get me anywhere close to the Sunday God's level. This dormant purple barrier and the obsidian trees are what set me apart from that director in our cultivation processes. Even so, I need something that will set us apart even further. With the new realization from the construct's creator, telling me the abyss in the Dark Continent could potentially become the end of the world if I am not the strongest one to conquer the trials, once it awakens really puts things into a far greater perspective. On top of that, a being tens of times stronger than me, the Sunday God, is actively sending their army to try and take me out. I need to get stronger by any means and not waste any resources. I reach into my item storage and pull out a bright green fruit. The words of the Lich King repeat in my mind, telling me that if I were to ascend to the next tier without awakening my true core, I wouldn't even compare to other higher life forms that have. So, I don't plan on doing so, but there must be a use for all this energy I managed to farm. I come up with an out-of-the-box idea that may only be possible for me, considering the mutation I went through when using absorption while farming this green energy from the serpent's aura. I take a bite out of the massive fruit, then continue to eat the whole thing in a matter of seconds without thinking twice about my decision, as the bright green divine strands flow through my body and instantly begin eating away at my flesh and bones. I concentrate fully on holding the purple barrier around my body strong. The energy in each one of these green fruits is the amount of green threads I was able to withstand in my body, to the point where I was on the edge of death each time I allowed the trees to tear the energy away from me. Right now, it doesn't feel any different. But I have a theory that I want to test. And if it works, all this agony will be well worth it. I eat a yellow fragment, while my barrier still holds back all of the green threads to slowly flow within my body. Portions of my arms, legs, chest, and even face are being burned away. And all that remains is a green holographic energy form while I sit calmly in the lotus position, healing myself as best as I can. At the same time, my core starts to cycle through the new yellow energy I've introduced. But once it tries to eject the excess energy out, it hits a barrier of greater bright green energy, the immense pressure of the green divine threads saturating and tearing apart. My physical body is so much heavier and more dominant that it makes it nearly impossible for the excess yellow energy from the fragment I just consumed to leave my core. Small ejections of yellow threads are forced out as my core is saturated to its limit. But the threads have nowhere to go and are forced to cycle right back inside from the pressure, pushing down toward my core. I want to yell out in pain as more and more of my flesh disintegrates away and is replaced with a pure green energy form. But I don't want to break my concentration. Instead of just 2 to 3 cycles maximum like before, when the yellow threads stayed stagnant in my body, now they're being forced to cycle through my core hundreds of times. After about 10 minutes pass, it gets to the point where I hardly have any physical flesh left on my body, and the pain and fatigue become overwhelming. I release the seal on my purple barrier and reach out to touch the trunks of the trees by my sides. There is a violent but satisfying outward rush of energy as the green threads are torn away from my body, and I can finally use self-regeneration to heal my flesh and bones. I lay on the desert floor beneath my obsidian dome panting, covered in sweat while 4 large green fruits and a few miniature yellow ones form above my head. It takes a few minutes before I can come completely to my senses and see what has happened. Unlike the times before, when the expelled yellow threads were absorbed by the trees, this time nowhere near a full fragment was given back to me. This isn't because the trees were greedy and took more. It is because in a single cycling process, I was able to increase the efficiency even further, absorbing over half of the yellow fragment's energy in just 10 minutes. Instead of losing part of the divine energy to feeding the trees between every cycling process, I just managed to cut down my energy consumption by a monumental degree. Before, over 99.9% of the energy from each fragment was lost into the atmosphere after each time it was expelled from my body. Even with the trees helping me contain the energy to cycle again, not even 1% of each fragment stayed in my core after the dozens of processes over a 2 to 3 hour period. The majority was still eaten up by the obsidian trees. Now, in a single 10-minute period, over 50% of a fragment was cycled into my core and stayed. This improvement is so large, it is hard to even quantify it. This changes everything. I whisper under my breath. My eyes practically sparkle as I cut down the green and yellow fruits to repeat the cycle again. Over 2 hours, I managed to consume 5 yellow fragments in total. I start each cycling session by saturating my body with as many green threads as I can, then consume as many yellow threads as I can afterward. Thousands of cycles go by, recycling almost all of a fragment's energy in just 2 rounds. Hardly any of the yellow fragment's energy is being absorbed by the trees anymore. It is mostly all being cycled back into my core until it stays. There is a satisfying hot burn in my chest, and my divine core has grown by a noticeable amount. Its diameter has increased by a few millimeters, giving me confidence that this method of cultivation is exactly the method I need to use to push me far ahead of what should be physically possible for normal lower life forms. In just mere hours, I managed to replicate the cycles that would take hundreds of training sessions and countless yellow fragments for a normal cultivator. Most likely, all of this energy would be released into the atmosphere, not kept inside my core. The only problem I fear facing now is the fact that every time I release from a cycling period, the green threads are being consumed by the trees. After just 8 cycles, almost half of the green energy has been taken away. However, I've managed to incrementally increase the time that I can hold the green energy in my body. It has moved up from just above 10 minutes to my newest record of 17 minutes flat. It feels like my control over the yellow threads has grown almost twice as strong since the moment I started this process. I can feel the threads swirling in my chest even now, eager to power my movements, but now isn't the time to test out my improved strength. There is a long way to go. I pull out another green fruit from my storage to make sure the pressure stays dense enough to push the next yellow fragment's power toward my core, and repeat the process again. I found a method that works, so I am going to exploit it to its maximum potential. I take a deep breath and prepare for a long and painful process. 24 hours pass. I cycle through about 60 fragments and use up all of the energy in 11 of my green fruits. Over 100,000 cycles have made their way through my core, and the hot sensation in my chest has only grown more intense. It feels like my core is burning bright with energy, and it has grown in size by multiple centimeters in diameter. It is almost grown by 50% in total size. I am able to withstand the green threads even longer, reaching upward of a full 30 minutes per session now. However, as the core grows in strength, more pressure is necessary to keep the denser yellow threads compressed. I begin consuming 2 green fruits worth of divine energy at a time. Every single fragment I consume adds thousands of cycles of threads to the reality-bending reactor. That is my core. Even sitting here, calm and collected, the natural essence that surrounds me makes the air and ground vibrate and bend to the whims of my mind. I can only guess what the new strength of my core has become, but there is no time for me to waste playing around until this process is complete. Another 48 hours pass. Roughly 150 more fragments are fully consumed, and 29 more green fruits are used. I have to use the divine energy of 3 to 4 fruits at a time to keep the yellow threads contained now. The core grows over a full 10 centimeters in diameter further, tripling in size and giving off gravity waves so intense, while just sitting here that the ground below me caves in after every cycle. Hundreds of thousands of cycles go by, mimicking the act of passing decades, and I feel my core grow larger and larger in real time, just like the Lich King showed me 3 days ago. Another 22 hours and 58 minutes pass. 71 additional fragments are consumed while 16 green fruits are used up. My energy supplies are hitting their limits, leaving me with a few dozen yellow fragments remaining and a single-digit amount of green fruits left in my storage. I've grown used to the horrible pain that the green threads give me, ripping my body to shreds, to the point where it feels like a natural state. I am able to sit for over an hour straight with over 5 fruits worth of threads in my body. It feels like I've mutated even further, allowing me to temporarily stay in a limbo state between flesh and a pure divine energy form. The yellow core in my chest circulates energy so fast, with hundreds of fragments compacted into it, it gives off a reality-crushing aura that makes me feel like I can rip this entire desert in half if I wanted to. I feel powerful, but I also feel like this violent energy is not well contained. The core is growing too large, and it needs to take a more stable form soon. It feels like it is about to reach its critical mass. Chapter 598. I can feel the massive yellow core cycling energy in my chest reach a point where, in the last few sessions, it has been pushing the green threads back despite the immense pressure. I am prepared to go for another run, but my core finally hits its critical mass. Not a single thread of divine energy can be pushed into it without an intense burning sensation rippling through my body. An eerie sound, like massive metal structures creaking under thousands of tons of pressure, echoes out from my chest. I take deep breaths and concentrate on healing my flesh from the last cycling session I just finished up, making sure to sit still and allow the process to unfold naturally. The aura around my body affects the air and sand around me with such incredible force. It looks like I am sitting on another world with gravity dozens of times, greater than where I was days ago. The hot sensation from my core expands, and I have to keep my entire conscious mind steady on containing this violent energy in my chest. It feels like it is going to explode, but I use my purple barrier to keep the burning hot yellow threads inside my body. Everything gets hotter and hotter, and without any extra energy added at all, the core in my chest expands even further. The yellow threads glow so brightly, they make my whole body almost turn white in color, The only thing on my mind is containing every bit of energy I have inside my body and constantly regenerating my bones, blood, and muscles. My heartbeat speeds up so fast, it feels like it is matching the incredibly rapid cycling rate of my core as it expands to grow over 2 times in size once again. Then, it happens. The compression begins. It feels like a heartbeat that ripples through my entire being, echoing throughout my mind and splitting a massive crack in the sand below me. The entire universe feels like it is stopped in time, and I can't hear a thing. It is silent, and I have no frame of reference to the outside, because I am sitting inside an insulated dome of obsidian trees. A full hour could have passed, or maybe it was just a fraction of a second. But once it passes, all of the yellow threads in my body contract inward toward my core, spinning and weaving together to create a knot perfectly tied together by millions of divine strings. My chest feels like the life is being squeezed out of me as it twists tighter and tighter, compressing the overinflated core. All I see is white. And all I can do is stare into this bright void in my mind while allowing the process to continue. Another echoing heartbeat ripples through my soul. Once the core shrinks back down to the size it was before it overinflated itself moments ago. Then the same process repeats itself. The millions of threads pull down on each other, glowing brighter and brighter the more they compress under each other's weight. It is like they're collapsing under their own gravity, and every second that passes, the pressure they push down on each other only makes them want to tug tighter with more strength. I can't fathom the threads ever stopping this chain reaction. It feels as if they'll compress themselves into a single point and disappear. The soul-rattling heartbeat echoes through my psyche again, and another compression forces the core to glow brighter and brighter, and the distinction between each thread becomes harder to make out. My mind goes blank, as it happens over and over again. Dozens of heartbeats and compressions echo through my mind and body, and the division becomes blurred between physical threads, manifesting a sphere and what feels like pure liquid divine energy, filling a shrinking orb in my chest. I remember the visualization of this part of the process when the Lich King showed me. But it didn't look like it took this long and so many compressions to do it. Either my core is different because of the extreme accelerated way I am awakening it, or its manifestation of the event was simplified for teaching purposes. All I know is, after what felt like an eternity in my mind passes, I finally feel a final heartbeat, and I am able to feel my body again and take a deep gasp of air. My eyes widen and shine bright with yellow and white light as a shockwave ripples from my chest. I look to the left, then right, then down at my hands, and in the same process, get a clean visual of a marble-sized core in my chest. The energy inside it cycles so fast, it just looks like a clear crystal ball with silky wisps of yellow energy emanating from it. I can hear and see my breath in the air, and without thinking much of it, I leave through the escape route below me out of the obsidian dome. The sun is beating down on me as I float up through the hundreds of twisting black branches into the air effortlessly. My flight skill is activated, and silky white and yellow wisps of divine energy flow off of my entire body. The energy is so dense that it takes hundreds of meters to flow away before it separates enough to appear in thread form and disperse into the atmosphere. I float higher and higher into the air, looking down at the obsidian forest that has stretched out for about a full kilometer in diameter and over 5 kilometers high up into the sky. It looks beautiful. The glossy black leaves of the trees reflect the desert sunlight, and the furthest edge of the obsidian forest reaches close to the edge of the abyss. The dozens of green fruits worth of energy they consumed really nourished this forest far more than I initially expected. I would be concerned, but we're over 100 kilometers away from the Crimson City, and I have much more than just this on my mind. I feel so much stronger that it almost doesn't feel real. My enemy detection and natural perception skills activate, pulsing out a bright white and yellow light from my forehead. The overwhelming amount of information that flows into my mind forces a smile onto my face. The first thing I notice is my teammates sparring in the desert with the Lich King watching. All 4 of them have fully awakened red cores. The next thing I notice is the Crimson City, and many surrounding smaller villages I can perceive in full clarity, This is already a major step up in my perception. Before this awakening, I could sense the people in my city, but I couldn't see them with such fine detail and ease. However, this is only the start. My eyes widen the moment I see all of the sector 3 farmlands, down to each individual blade of grass, and am able to perceive a deep scan of Valor City deep inside Sector 1. The edge of my crystal clear senses reaches into the outer edges of Sector 4. I can't see into the mainland of the 8 great regions far west of here just yet. But this massive jump in strength makes me believe that one day it will be possible. The outer regions of the abyss creep into my senses, showing crystal clear depictions of familiar creatures roaming in its darkness, and even some new monstrous demonic creatures that make the sandworms seem harmless. However, the further I try to scan into it, the more I realize this abyss is even more mysterious than I thought. There is a dark black blind spot in its center that is completely invisible to me despite it being well within my perceptions range. Once I realize this, my mind wanders off to places I am able to perceive. I sense the mainland's borders to the west, and high up north, I sense fuzzy intuitive images of a very cold mountainous region. Below me, far to the south, I sense a dangerous volcanic region as well. These unexplored areas never came onto my radar until just now. I make a mental note of it while I continue to admire my new power. It is all baffling. Thousands of kilometers of range just opened up to me in my perception, and my Rising Emperor's domain has increased to match this upgrade, making the range in which I can share and take power and skills at maximum potential close to 2,000 kilometers. I want to take out my sword and even activate my greater form to try out some attacks using my full power, but it feels like doing so may put anyone near me in serious danger. I'll have to travel out to an even more desolate area of desert than this, just 100 or so kilometers away from the city. Doesn't feel like it will be enough. Residue from my attacks would surely harm innocent citizens. Even now, as I slowly float down toward the desert floor away from the obsidian forest, the sand bends away from my feet, making me feel like I am living on another plane of existence to the real world around me. To make sure touching down on the desert is possible without destroying the landscape, I contract my perception aura and activate my purple limiter. By the time my feet touch the ground, all of the divine energy from my new core is contained inside my body, and I make my way toward my teammates, making sure not to let any extra aura slip out. My mind wanders back to the violent rejection my body and mind gave me when I tried to get close to the green serpent in the sky within the divine construct. The reaction the ground gave me when I tried to land on it before felt similar, so releasing my full power, even if it is just my natural aura around my teammates, may be unbearable or even deadly. Even if they've grown stronger, it is not a risk I am willing to take right now. So, I airstep, using only mana as I make my way over, keeping all of my divine energy locked away. The Lich King's words of true core awakenings all being different, and the possibility of them granting new abilities repeats in my mind as the 5 of them come into view. There is only 1 day remaining until I am scheduled to meet the Apex Region's director to negotiate our contract. However, the curiosity of what unique ability my true core has granted me is all I can think about right now. Chapter 5, 99. The echoing cracks of soul energy attacks, strengthened by countless red threads of divine energy, ring throughout the desert as I approach my teammates' training. None of them have their main weapons out, and no ranked-up buffs are activated. They're all fighting in their base human forms. Reality bends beneath the desert ground, and even the air between their fists colliding distorts, slightly before they make contact. It makes me momentarily question whether we're still inside a construct like the one I just left. The energy waves from their punches and kicks ripple, with even more force than they did when using everything they had against me in our spars just 4 days ago. Once I glide down to the ground, they all stop what they're doing. What were those trees? I can't sense any energy coming off of them. Fisher asks. Abby interjects next. More importantly, I can't sense any energy coming off of you. Are you still wearing that limiter? Was it a success or not? Lydia and Maria both look at me with sharp gazes, trying to figure out what has happened, but neither of them speaks up, as the others have asked the most important questions. I nod and smile while walking closer. It was a success. So much so that I don't think it is safe to release my full power in your presence. And yes, those trees absorb divine energy, so I wouldn't get too close to them. I am actually not sure how to even dispose of them now. The second these words leave my mouth, the Lich King chimes in. 4 days. You awakened a true core in 4 days. There is no change in expression on the empty black skeletal face, but I feel a ripple of emotions come off of the shadow summon that tells me he is surprised, scared, and full of genuine disbelief. I smirk, then give them all a rundown on how it was done, given the fact that I am using a purple cord artifact, and that the use of my soul energy imbued with my absorption's natural properties triggered this mutation, allowing me to become more and more resistant to the green threads. There is a low possibility that anyone else in the world is capable of such a feat. My teammates are all impressed, but none of them ever doubted I'd be able to pull it off, even though there was no clear method outlined beforehand. It is just another training session for us, but the Lich King can't seem to grasp this fact. The fearful and awe-filled emotions stream out of the shadowy figure as he responds after my story is complete. I am starting to understand why a Supreme like the Fallen One chose to soul bond with you. Maybe the events of the past, when this planet was connected to the system, were not so random after all. I never understood why such a weak world so far away from the source was chosen. The Lich King keeps murmuring to himself for a few seconds, but I have other things to ask that have been on my mind since the moment I awakened. How do I find out what my unique true core's trait will be? You mentioned everyone's is different, right? I don't see any mention of it in my system text, and usually these things feel intuitive, but I don't feel any different other than the immense jump in pure power. The Lich King looks up and shakes himself out of his deep thoughts to respond. If you don't know yet, it means it isn't a passive ability. You'll need to be in the heart of battle to awaken your true core's strength, or possibly it will awaken once the battle is over. Every being is unique. It is similar to a soul energy awakening. You will gain a power that reflects your being. It could be a divine weapon. It could be a new form. It really could be anything, given the accelerated nature of your awakening. I truly have no guesses as to what your true core's hidden ability could be. After his words, we stand in silence. It makes me even more curious to know what kind of power I possibly have locked up inside my new core. I already feel like a demigod walking on a world that can't handle my power. Even my teammates, who are the next 4 strongest beings on the entire continent right now, feel as though we're leagues apart. I don't even know what to think. It is a combination of the immense rise in power and the built-up fatigue that has riddled my body and mind from 96 hours, straight of tearing apart my body and channeling decades worth of divine energy into my core. I let out a long sigh, then open up my item storage to let a pile of orange fragments fall to the desert floor. Understood. I have quite a big day tomorrow. I am heading back to the Crimson City to rest. I need to prepare myself to face the Apex Region's director. In the meantime, you all need to get stronger in case other forces come here when I am gone. I sense strong powers from the north and south. I don't know if they're friends or foes, so it is best we prepare for the worst. It is clear I have a lot on my mind and would explain in detail if I thought it was important. So none of them pry, accepting the gems into their item boxes, and the Lich King immediately begins to explain the optimal way to awaken the Orange Core, not missing a chance to brag about the time he too awakened his Orange Core in a past life. It is a little annoying, but I can't argue with the results. The realistic depiction of the yellow core compression really did help me awaken, and the strength that ripples off of the 4 of them makes the red cores they faced just 2 weeks ago seem like ants beneath their feet. The dense gravity that emanates from each of them feels strong enough that I believe they could take out the orange insects that jumped from the dangling chains inside the construct if they used their full power. They're progressing very quickly. I just hope it is fast enough. I make it back to the Crimson City, and once I enter the guild hall, Bree greets me with a long list of names with skills and pricing next to each of them. We speak through telepathy while she brings me upstairs to her office. I was wondering when you'd make it back. I hope your training went well. A double told me you would be away for a few days. While I respond and look down at the list, She motions for a few of her workers to leave the room and go fetch some citizens whose names are on the bottom of the list in another section. Yes, my training went perfectly. I am glad to see the skill orb debut went as planned. We both walk into her office and go over the numbers. She shows me that all of the basic legendary swordsmanship, body hardening, buffs, dagger mastery, and common combat skills all sold out within the hour. In addition to this, over 150 citizens applied to join the Crimson Army. My double vetted them with the help of some of the squad leaders, and basic training has started for over 100 of the new recruits in the Canyon of Dungeons. If they pass, they'll all be awarded elemental skills of their choosing. Very good. In that case, I'll farm another batch of identical skill orbs before heading out on another mission. I shouldn't be gone long this time. I reply out loud as Bree continues. There is even more good news. Our skill acquisition plan looks like it has worked as well. A knock at the door interrupts her, but she smiles and gets up from her seat to walk over and open the door. Perfect timing. In walks a craftsman leading two young men, a middle-aged man and a young woman. They each look like normal villagers in non-expensive clothing, most likely working at some of the local shops and living a normal life. I do a scan of each of them, and it comes back LV 13, LV 22, LV 6, LV 42, while the craftsman working for Bry speaks up while walking in front of them. These are the three that have skills on the list you were looking for. We are still searching for the others. Bree nods and crosses her arms. Thank you. You are dismissed, he bows, then leaves the room, closing the door behind him as I read the lower portions of their status. Inspect, appraisal, conceal, hush. 4 skills show up in my mind's eye, and I crack a smile. So you are here to trade your skills in for something better? And there was a 50 gold bonus, wasn't there? They all nod nervously while I reach into my manifestation of a fake item box, pull out handfuls of gold, and let them float in the air with telekinesis while I count them out. Then I set them all down in front of each of them and ask another question. What skills do you want in return? The first young man with Inspect wants a legendary swordsmanship skill, and the friend beside him with Appraisal wants the same thing. They worked as traveling traders all throughout the Dark Continent because of their good eyes for items, but they want in on the action and have been dying to go into the canyons of dungeons to farm, but haven't worked up the courage until now to make it happen. The middle-aged man with Conceal is in a similar boat as the 2 younger men. He has worked as a bar hand, physical labor helper, and bookkeeper all his life, and his skill in its basic form has been useless to him. Changing up your status when you have nothing to hide isn't the best perk. I make an exception and agree to give him an extreme earth magic skill so he can join a construction crew and earn a stable living. Finally, the younger woman with the hush skill doesn't have much use for it either. She is new to the city and just wants the money to live comfortably here. The young woman can't decide on what skill to choose, so I just tell her she can come by any time and choose one free of charge once she has made her decision. Perfect. All of you, stand still. This may hurt a bit, but I'll heal you right after it is finished. I activate Lifesteal, making sure my limiter brings my power down to incredibly low levels, and drain their HP until I am able to use my soul energy and absorption attribute to cover their bodies with dark red energy and take out a skill orb from each of them. In the same moment, I share my mythic grade self-regeneration skill with them, as they have links of loyalty with me, and the moment the orbs leave their bodies, they're brought back up to full health. We're all left standing in the room while the 4 blue orbs float above my hand. I nod with a smile and shake each of their hands, then turn to Bree. Please, make our guests comfortable while I go retrieve the skills they've asked for. On the house, I want each of them to receive a blood-bonded weapon, armor, or unique piece, in addition to the 50 gold reward. They have helped me much more than they even know. I leave the guild hall and head to the Canyon of Dungeons immediately after Bry agrees to keep them company, then get to work. Once inside the dungeons, I begin dungeon, walking to dozens of C and B grade dungeons, collecting the basic legendary grade combat skill orbs that will be needed for the weekly sale Bree hyped up last time. Then once this is done, I stop inside a C-class volcanic high orc dungeon and hold one by the neck to force a body hardening skill orb into its mouth. These monsters usually only have swordsmanship, extreme strength, and occasionally advanced fire magic. However, the moment it swallows the orb, a new skill, legendary body hardening, appears on its status. I smirk and cut it down while whispering to myself, "It really works!" Then dungeon walk a few hundred meters away to the next closest monster and force feed it the inspect skill I received from the young man less than an hour ago. It appears on its status, and I crush the monster's head half a second later. Use absorption skill, inspect upgrade, mythic yes. No, I choose yes. And dungeon walk to the next nearest high orc with a wide grin to repeat the process. Use absorption skill, appraisal upgrade, mythic yes, no. Use absorption skill, conceal upgrade, mythic yes, no. Use absorption skill, hush upgrade, mythic yes. No less than a minute later, 4 skills on my status fully upgrade to mythic grade. These are ones I was dreading having to use hard-earned proficiency points to raise this high. But I just found a much easier way. There are still more human-only skills to find. So as my city grows more, I'll continue to hunt for them. However, this was a huge success in my eyes. I crush a teleport crystal to make my way back to the guild hall and present the requested skills to the guests who stayed with Bry. The 3 of them that do except consume the orbs in front of me, and their statuses change before my eyes. All 4 of them leave with item boxes to store their money and have many words of thanks to say to both of us as they exit the door with scheduled appointments to create blood-bonded items later this week. I pour out about 100 more orbs on Bry's desk once they leave, then put up a new and improved hush barrier while I make my way toward the door. That should be enough to keep the hype going for next week's limited unit sale. I am off to relax for the rest of the day. I have an important meeting in the morning. Chapter 600. I spend the night in one of the newest hotels in the Crimson City. My doubles helped recreate a small number of luxury rooms, similar to the mana-dense rejuvenation rooms found at the Moon Bar back in Valor City. With my new imbuement skill, creating building materials and furniture that release controlled amounts of mana throughout these suites is an easy task. I take a well-needed rest after my awakening and feel completely refreshed once the sun rises again. I spend a few minutes in the morning staring out the glass window overlooking the city while a single white teleport crystal spins slowly above my hand. It is time. I whisper to myself while I adjust my mana control output to match that of a strong ranked-up hunter and shift my appearance to fit the persona I used during the exams. Ray Anderson. Next, I crush the white gem in my fist, and a bright flash of light fills the room as I am teleported back to the Apex region. The endless white mana shield floor materializes beneath my feet, and I find myself back in the same position I started in when I came to this exam site over a month ago. If I sent out a pulse of aura with divine energy intertwined, I could easily mentally map this entire region in a matter of seconds. But I don't want to blow my cover just yet. To make things believable in case someone is watching, I just make lightning surround my body and let out a pulse of aura equivalent to a double ranked-up hunter. I see where I am and find that the castle-like walls of the exam site are about 100 kilometers to the east. I begin lightning stepping in that direction immediately, however. Can't help but notice large portions of mana shielding are missing. Massive kilometer-wide sheets are gone, and only flat orange-red colored dirt is visible beneath it. Unlike last time when I was here, there aren't any other living souls on this wide-open white plain, so I fly through the air in silence, all the way to the tall gateways where a gold-collared wind user greeted me last time. I assumed there would be someone here to welcome me back, but the gate is closed, and the air is silent. It is like this whole place was abandoned. I let out a sigh and float down to the smooth white ground, crossing my arms, wondering whether or not I should just go and venture off on my own. However, 3 figures show up in my enemy detection skill from deep within the fortress. I recognize the skills on their status screens, so I decide to stay in place. Finding their approach fascinating, I wait patiently while they get closer and closer. The tall gateway that I was let through to signify the exam starting last month opens up again, and 3 figures, all above level 1500, walk out. It is the Water Mage, Healer Tank, and Shadow User from the Phantom region who stare forward at me with bored, expressionless stares. They've all gained hundreds of levels in the last few days and made it well past their second rank up. I am surprised, but more so curious about how it was done. Their progression is very fast. The director wasn't messing around when he said he needs to train up new elites. Callum, the water mage, steps forward and speaks to me first in a monotone voice. "Follow us. The director has been waiting for you to arrive." They all turn around and begin walking through the artificial forest region I vividly remember from the exams. The lush green shrubbery and colorful wildlife in this artificial forest seem a lot less cared for than last time I was here. Some patches of plants look like they haven't been watered in weeks, and some portions of the wildlife are completely gone, like large sections of it have been taken away. It is similar to the chunks of endless white mana shielding that were missing outside this dying wildlife sanctuary. The three of them silently march forward without saying a word as I follow, and the gate behind me closes. I have a lot on my mind as we walk through the calming forest. I consider the fact that I have the ability to free them right now, but that would drastically ruin my stealth approach to this matter. All there is to do is silently walk behind them until we make it to the entrance to the compound that led into the gambling lounge from the pre-trials of the exam before. Instead of the colorful lights, happy workers, and energetic music, all that is here now is an empty white room with a single door at the back. We walk into the wide open hall that has multiple points of entry from the forest, but only one exit. The door opens up once we get close, and inside, it is a small cube-shaped room, just like all of the rooms we were in during the exams. The three men walk in and turn toward me once they hit the back wall. I follow, and the small door closes behind me. The familiar moving sensation, like we're on some kind of magical railway, shakes the entire room as we're transported at high speeds in a direction completely unknown to me. If I were in this position days ago, I would be incredibly paranoid, looking for an escape route. However now, after feeling the director's full power up close for myself, and knowing that he is the boss that rules over everyone here, I am confident in my own abilities to overpower him and leave this place whenever I wish. I am here to find these hidden facilities that allowed these newly appointed B-class hunters to reach level 1500 plus in just a few days. The amount of mana used to create hundreds of kilometers of mana shielding, and high-tech mana-powered infrastructure like this transportation system must be farmed from somewhere, and I am extremely eager to find out exactly where. I keep my smile hidden behind my concealment enchantments, and a few minutes later, the cube-shaped room finally comes to a halt, and another door appears on the wall to open. There is a huge contrast between the bright white room I am in now and the darkness lit up by faint yellow and golden light. The three men step away from the door and motion for me to enter. Without any hesitation, I walk forward and am greeted by a familiar sight of golden eyes behind an oval table being tended to by a pair of nurses with healing abilities. The director's voice echoes through the room in a static tone. 5 days. You really did wait all 5 days to return. I see Emery has not come back with you. I take it. That means you have both made your separate decisions. Your appearance back up here means you are ready to become an A-class hunter. Am I correct? His eyes glow brighter, and the aura of greed and anticipation floods out of him. I respond in a calm voice as the three new A-class hunters walk into the room behind me and the door shuts. I am looking forward to coming to an agreement, but let's not forget about what I asked for. You'll make me the director of the Vice region if I agree to this deal, right? A loud laugh echoes through the room at my words, but I stare forward with my arms crossed and a serious expression still on my face. So young, with great ambitions. I am sorry to say for now, that is impossible. We'll need to come up with other terms. Running an entire region is far more work than just being strong. Brutus is a man who runs the Vice region with honor and integrity. You cannot merely rise the ranks because of a single victory during the exams. You must prove your loyalty and work ethic. He worked his way up the association's chain of command, building business connections, loyal friends, and studying the inner workings of a successful society for decades. It is no small feat to be the face of the association in the 8 great regions. While he brings up great points, stating that running an entire region's association branch is not an easy job for the average hunter. His talk of upholding honor and integrity makes me want to laugh as hard as he did moments ago. I hold it in and reply with a nod. Very well, we can discuss those terms later. For now, I'd like to see the training facilities you've promised will bring me to level 1000 so quickly. I'd like to know what exactly I'll be signing up for. Maybe if it impresses me, I'll be able to accept a negotiation for different terms. The director is silent for a few moments, but nods and presses a button beneath his desk. That is fine. I will give you a tour of the Apex region facilities if you wish. Maybe you will gain some perspective and see what an honor it is to even be offered this opportunity. When we are done, I will have a word with you alone, and we will negotiate a deal once and for all. Understood. The pressure in the room momentarily rises as the yellow threads permeate out from his body just slightly. He only stops when one of the nurses that tends to his side faints from the intensity. As one of the other nurses heals her, the director nods, and the entire room starts to shake. Let's leave this temporary exam site and allow me to be a welcoming host to a future A-class hunter. I'll bring you back to the association headquarters in the heart of the Apex region. Chapter 601. The dark room moves just like the smaller cube I was in before. I take a few steps forward and pull a black chair from the opposite side of the table and sit down, doing as the director asked. The 3 new A-class hunters take seats near me as well. Their golden collars glow brightly. The feeling of being guided along a magical railway continues as the room speeds up, leading us in a direction unknown to me. It feels like we're heading north, but it is hard to tell without exposing my true mana control to break through the high-grade mana shielding we're surrounded with in this room. We all sit in silence for about half a minute before the director speaks again, while pressing a button beneath his table. To save time while we make our way to the headquarters, I might as well begin the tour here. A portion of the wall to the right of me begins to shift in color, like a video is about to play. However, soon I realize that the flashing white light I see is hundreds of panels of mana shielding flying by as we ride on a thin silver rail made of a metallic alloy I can't identify. Square-shaped holes in the ground fly by in the view, revealing orange-red dirt patches just like what I saw when I got here. However, we're headed off in the opposite direction, leaving the exam site. We also rise higher into the air to follow the silver rail upward. A few other twisting railways are visible far off in the distance as well, with other cubes being transported on them. The director speaks up as my eyes are glued to the transparent sidewall display with genuine awe. As you can see, our testing site is being slowly dismantled. We'll be reusing these resources for other projects in the future. I nod slowly and watch the ground get further away and the patches of dirt grow more abundant. Crews of hunters become visible, tearing the mana shielding away, loading them into item boxes, and bringing them back in the same direction we're headed on other silver railways. The new A-class hunters sit quietly while nurses finish healing up the director. I finally speak up once the room we're sat in stops rising in elevation, and it feels like we're just moving in one direction, about 2 kilometers above the ground. I've never been in a transportation machine quite like this. The abundance of mana shielding on the ground fades more and more, leaving just orange dirt on the horizon. It looks like we've made it out of the exam test site, and the trees, colorful flowers, and grass that grow out here tell me that there wasn't any mana shielding covering this land before. We've made it to the natural land of the Apex region. The director responds once endless rolling hills come into view. Yes, teleport crystals are usually saved for long-distance travel. We much prefer to rely on the rail system here. There are 28 routes that cover the entirety of the Apex region. If you wish to take the tour of the entire region later, I am sure this can be arranged. But for now, I'll just be taking you directly to the heart of the region. I nod as I see the other railways bend off in other directions, the further away from the exam testing site we get. Some of them even dip down to make stops within the rolling hills. I see small settlements that house a few hundred people each. They all have very well-built symmetric homes, shops, and roads. It looks like it has a futuristic Apex region touch to it, built with white and silver high-grade materials in very symmetric patterns. I see a few guards watching from the far edges of the settlements. Just like any other region, it seems there are just normal citizens going about their normal lives out here. Roads connect these smaller towns to bigger ones that look like they could house thousands as we venture deeper into the Apex region, a few hundred kilometers further over the next few minutes. Large apartment complexes, town squares, and communities prosper out in these open plains, and they're well connected to farmland and all of the other cities for trade. It is all incredibly well maintained, with more elite hunters guarding the cities and keeping watch. There is definitely very high surveillance in these cities, but they look incredibly orderly and clean. I don't exactly know what I was expecting, but seeing normal life in this region kind of surprises me. We pass about 5 cities with populations I'd estimate to all be close to the entirety of the Crimson City. The deeper we venture into this region, the more crowded it becomes with roads, buildings, and people. Something odd I didn't pick up on are small silver boxes that are scattered all throughout the rolling hills. There were only a few surrounding the smaller cities, so I didn't think much of it. But now that there are hundreds of them scattered everywhere, in the cities and out in the open plains, I speak up with a confused expression on my face. What are all those silver boxes? I would do a scan for myself, as they look very familiar to mana-shielded cubes I saw long ago in Sector 4. But the director answers my question while rippling out an aura filled with pride. Those are all dungeon portals. The closer we get to headquarters, the more abundant they will become. A lot of our C and B class hunters do training out here. Near the larger cities, some of the dungeons get pretty strong. He chuckles to himself while the railway zips across the sky and more cities pass by, clumping closer and closer together until the entire ground is covered in homes, shops, and roads filled with people. The buildings get taller and more luxurious, and the streets all begin to converge toward a single tall hill in the distance. It rises up almost a full kilometer in the sky, making a perfect backdrop for the city, large enough to house 100,000 citizens. The silver railway curves downward, and our descent begins. We get closer and closer to the ground, and I see a few other silver rails next to us all falling toward a single point, the massive grassy hill. Our speed doesn't slow as we zip between the taller towers in the city, and the director doesn't seem to be too concerned about the fact that we're about to collide with this massive mound of dirt either. So, I sit back and wait for impact. The mana-shielded box hits the side of the massive grassy hill, but I don't feel it shake or slow at all. We just phase through the mountain into what looks like a hidden fortress. The veil of green grass ripples as I look back at the city we're leaving behind, and we dip down into a base deep within the heart of the Apex region. The side of the grassy mound was all an illusion, hiding the headquarters entrance in plain sight. Mana shielding far thicker than the box we're in covers the inner walls of the hill as the railway plummets down deep underground. Bright lights flash by as the sheets of mana shielding blink rapidly from the speed, but they start to flash far less once our velocity slows. The room shakes quite a bit as it finally comes to a stop. And at the same time, the transparent window turns back to opaque shielding. A door at the back of the room opens up, and Mr. Freeman speaks. Welcome to the Apex Regions Association headquarters. Everyone in the room stands up, even the director, while his nurses help him on each arm. So, I do too. The golden-eyed man walks all the way around the table, and his shadowy figure shows that just a pair of glowing eyes covered in dark robes are walking through the room. I know that his real appearance looks different, but using his Master of Illusions buff, this mysterious form is all anyone can see. Please, follow me and I will give you a tour of the facilities. He walks out the open door with his nurses and 3 new A-class hunters close behind, and I follow, holding in my grin as my enemy leads me right into the heart of his hidden fortress. Chapter 602. A confident woman's voice echoes from the door as a narrow white entrance hallway comes into view. Welcome back, Mr. Freeman. That was a quick trip, as expected. A woman with tightly tied-back blonde hair, clad in a black and green Association-branded combat suit, greets us at the end of the short hall. She is holding a silver tablet, and I watch each of the new A-class hunters reach into their item boxes to pull out their IDs. I do the same. Mr. Freeman gives the woman a nod as he walks by her without saying a word, flanked by his 2 nurses. The 3 A-class hunters, however, stop in front of the woman to scan their IDs. She taps on her tablet after each of them scans, and they follow the director out of the narrow hall. The woman flashes me a bright smile as she scans my ID just like the others. Ray Anderson, uncontracted B-class hunter. It looks like this is your first time in the Apex region. I hope you enjoy your stay at headquarters. I put my ID back in my item box and nod as I walk past her. Thanks. My words are cut short as the entrance hall opens up into a massive room. It isn't the sheer size of the room, the intense mana shielding, the half-dozen 10-meter-wide chandeliers, or the massive exquisite art pieces on display all over the walls and ceiling. What stops me mid-sentence and halts my steps is the enormous 30-meter-long statue in the center of the hall. A white dragon stands on its back legs, wings outstretched as if about to take flight. Each of its scales is semi-reflective, giving thousands of small, sparkling visuals of all the priceless art that fills the hall. Its teeth are sharp, and its eyes look as if the beast is still alive, though there isn't a drop of energy left in this creature. It is impossible to tell if it is a petrified monster turned into a trophy or a carefully crafted masterpiece. I can't help but stare, deciding to believe it is the latter, whispering to myself, what a lifelike piece of art. It looks so real, incredible. The director overhears me as we walk by the reflective statue's right leg across the long entrance of mana-shielded flooring and responds. Indeed, it is the prize of my collection here. It is quite the conversation starter for new guests. You say it is lifelike? Have you ever seen a dragon in the flesh? I think of a reply as we walk around its back, following the curling white tail to the back of the room where two winding staircases lead downward. As I reply, a few hunters approach from the left side, but their levels are that of low C-class hunters, so I don't think much of it. No, I haven't seen a real dragon before, but it is everything I ever thought one would look like. We continue walking toward the tip of the dragon's beautiful tail, met by open doors between the stairs. An elevator with hand-carved designs and more exquisite art on its walls comes into view behind the open doors, along with a number panel from 1 to 20 labeled inside small white buttons. As we all step into the spacious room, the director replies, "Well, that is a good thing. If you said yes, I would have to change my art piece to something different. I can't have new guests be unimpressed by my prized piece." He laughs to himself while the doors close, and he presses the number 5. Another group of C-class hunters walks up the left stairway, and a group of B-class hunters arrives from another entrance point just as we begin to descend downward. This place is bustling with workers and hunters. They may all be in Apex region uniforms, but it doesn't seem like this base is a well-kept secret. It appears to be open to the public. The elevator slides downward, taking us deeper into the base until I hear a ding and watch the doors open again. The sound of bells ringing, loud music, incredible smelling food, laughter, and bright colorful lights comes into view. An endless hall of restaurants, shops, and table games fills my senses. I think back to the pre-trial room in the exams. And this looks just like it, only tens of times bigger. My eyes widen as the director speaks up. This is floor 5, the entertainment floor. It may look familiar to you, but rest assured, none of these games are rigged like the exams. I thought we might as well start off the tour with something to catch your attention. Floors 1 through 4 are mostly desk work and accounting jobs, keeping track of the citizens and hunters in our region. He chuckles to himself. Hunters are only allowed here during non-working hours, and only 20% of your salary is permitted to be wagered each month. We make sure everyone is responsible with their funds. Mr. Freeman hits the number 10 button on the elevator, and we descend further until it opens again. This floor looks much different, more in line with what I was expecting from this facility. There are dozens of sectioned-off mana-shielded rooms with timers above each of their doors. Some rooms are covered in opaque silver or white shielding material, while others are clear like glass, allowing me to see C and B class hunters sparring with weapons and elemental skills. Everyone here wears the same green and black combat suits as the woman upstairs who greeted us. The director speaks up again as I stare forward. This is where many of our C and new B class hunters practice training. The sim suits worn are graded up to roughly level 1200 attacks. You wouldn't be able to go all out, especially with that buff of yours. but this is a very valuable resource for many Apex region hunters to go all out without any consequences. I nod, remembering back to long ago when I first visited Vice City and tried a similar technology. But the suits were only graded up to B-class attacks. Very interesting. I'd love to try them out another time. The door closes again, and the director brings us down to the 15th floor. It is far more private and looks rather luxurious. All I see is a red carpet and black doors, numbered 1 to 100 until they go out of sight, labeled with golden text. The director explains this floor too. Everything from floor 11 to 16 consists of private suites and private magic gear shops only available to contracted hunters. You will be given unlimited access to your own suite upon signing a contract. Of course, the A-class suites on floor 16 are far more luxurious than the B and C-class suites you see here. We can tour these later, if you wish. The door closes once again, and we're brought down to floor 17. It appears to be some kind of market with booths and shops, but there are no customers at all. It just looks like workers are sorting and crafting all kinds of dungeon loot. There are E and D grade items, but some of the stalls have C and B grade loot and gear as well. The director's commentary echoes in my ear as I continue to scan the rows of workers. This is where all of the farmed resources from our thousands of dungeons within the Vice region are sorted and crafted into usable materials. Many hunters sell them to the association, owned vendors around the capital city, and they're all brought here 24 hours a day to be processed. Far in the back, we have a few legendary grade craftsmen. If you'd like anything unique crafted with materials you farmed, don't be afraid to ask. It is a service available to all B-class and above hunters. He murmurs under his breath as the door closes again. If it wasn't for that damn Flame Emperor screwing up my trade deals, we would be making far more profit. The trip down to the next 2 floors takes longer than usual, as the next floor seems very tall. I smile inwardly at his frustration as the door opens to the 18th floor, revealing what looks like another training facility. The ceilings are easily 50 meters high, making the long wait to get here make more sense. This one is only split into 2 massive rooms. One of them is empty, while the other is in use by 4 golden-colored figures that I recognize. Rodrigo stands at the back of the massive mana-shielded room with a silver clipboard in hand next to the long blonde-haired woman healer. They talk to each other while attentively watching the 2 A-class hunters with red divine cores spar at what looks like full power, but only using mana and not the aid of their borrowed soul energy or divine cores. The 3 A-class hunters take a step forward as the door opens, and the director speaks. This is your stop. Continue your training, and thank you very much for waiting for our guest to arrive and bringing him to me. They step out and make their way toward the other massive empty training room as Mr. Freeman continues. This is the A-class training facility. Soon, I believe this will be more appealing to you. These 2 rooms were put in place by a team from the central branch of the association quite a while back. They're graded to withstand up to level 5,000 attacks, believe it or not. An aura of satisfaction and pride ripples off him as the door closes once again, and we descend further. It is just me, the director, and his 2 nurses when the bell rings, and we hit the 19th floor. This floor isn't as impressive as the last. It just has a few sectioned off rooms, public lounges, saunas, restaurants, and bars. There is very slow and calming music playing, and no customers at all, but many attentive employees are on duty. It must be a private lounge for the A-class hunters to use once they're finished, with hard training sessions. To my surprise, both of the nurses walk forward once the door fully opens, and Mr. Freeman speaks to them. This will only take a few minutes. I prefer to show our guest the final floor alone. They both walk forward, then turn around and give him a small bow as the door closes and the elevator descends one last time. I speak up and question him. This is the final floor. What is so special about it? The director stands in silence for a moment, and I feel the air pressure in this small elevator ripple with heat and small amounts of yellow divine threads while he restrains himself and replies. This is the heart of not only the Apex region, but the 8 Great Regions branch as a whole. The resource I am about to show you is what has granted me the ability to grow my power and is what has kept this nation in line for decades. Silence fills the elevator as it descends further and further, almost triple the time it took to get down to the 18th floor. The director continues. There is only one other region that has a similar resource, the Vice region, but it is not nearly as plentiful as what I am about to show you. The air pressure grows even thicker, and I begin to feel soul energy building up in the director's chest. Then, the door lets out a ding and slides open. Behind it, an underground cave made of dark black stone with ceilings over 100 meters high comes into view. I let a weak observation aura out, and immediately I feel the presence of what the director speaks of. A massive green spinning portal rests at the back of the cave. The mana density and pressure it releases are so intense. It makes the labyrinth in Vice City, and even the one back in the Canyon of Dungeons, seem minuscule. The air is so thick with mana, it feels like I am back inside the Titan's domain down here. It is both alluring and suffocating at the same time. I start to take a step forward, but another pressure hits my senses from my side as Mr. Freeman pulls a familiar blue cube from his item storage and pushes it my way, floating through the air with a contract open on it, showing the A-Class Hunter recruitment option in bright blue text. If you would like to enter the labyrinth and begin your training, we need to come to an agreement on our terms. What do you say? Will today be the day you become an A-Class Hunter? His eyes glow golden, and more yellow threads begin to seep out of his core. I see tendrils of soul energy begin to rise from his back, just like the first time he tried to use his buff, the Sunday God's curse mark on me. It seems he has set all of this up in order to get me alone down here and give me no choice. However, he doesn't know this is exactly what I wanted too. I continue my step forward closer to the labyrinth. In the same movement, I catch the blue contract cube with my left hand, and my heart rate starts to speed up with excitement. Chapter 603. I keep walking forward, pretending not to notice a thing. The elevator door behind us closes, and I start to show more interest in the massive cave-like room we're in, while moving toward the back of it, over 100 meters away. The golden tendrils emanating from the director's back begin to reinforce themselves with countless threads of yellow divine energy as I raise a question. So this is where your labyrinth is, and you say it is where you and all the A-Class Hunters have managed to grow in power. The director follows right behind me, emitting a growing pressure in the air that would easily knock out a normal ranked-up hunter by now, while he replies, yes, it is. This is where you'll find monsters above level 1000 to train with. There is no dungeon within the whole 8 great regions with monsters stronger than we have here. The association keeps them on lockdown, so no dangerous individuals can reach the rank of a class on their own. This 20th floor may look like a natural cave, but it has been reinforced by the higher-ups in the central branch of the association as well. Even if this entire labyrinth had a violent break right now, no monsters could make it to the surface. I do some quick calculations, assuming the director trained inside this labyrinth to grow his level above 9,000. Whatever mana-dense black material that reinforces these cave walls must be considered S-grade shielding. I grin beneath my concealment barrier as I continue to walk forward, and the pressure coming off the director grows so dense that most double-ranked-up hunters would fall to their knees. A wave of golden light creeps up behind me as the director continues to speak. So, what is it going to be? Will you sign the counter-contract I've provided you and make this process go over easy? Or are we going to have to do this the hard way? More and more threads flood from his core as the director channels all of his soul energy into thick tendrils of golden light curving up over his head and down toward me, poised to make a move. The pressure in the room reaches levels that should make even a normal level 2000 hunter become lightheaded. But I don't bat an eye. I just stare down at the new contract the director sent me on the blue crystal device and shake my head. These terms still don't suit me. I guess we will have to do this the hard way. I let out a sigh and place the blue cube into my item box while coming to a halt in the center of the dark room. The only light sources are the golden glow from the director behind me and the bright green light from the labyrinth portal in front of me. As the pressure increases even more, becoming equivalent to the yellow-cored lizards I faced inside the construct, it is clear that no hunter without divine energy should still be standing. The director realizes something is not right. His voice echoes through the room. What is the meaning of this? Are you a divine core holder? Have you tried to deceive me? The Sunday God. At his words, I turned to face him with a sharp look in my eyes, showing that his small display of power doesn't affect me at all. He does what any wild beast caught off guard would do and stops holding back. The director of the Apex region fully accepts that there is an opponent worth releasing his full power against all at once. An aura of fear and anger ripples out from the director, but it is still layered with underlying confidence in his abilities from his decades of battle experience. The golden tendrils that erupt from him lunge forward, all aimed straight for my heart while more and more yellow threads of divine energy flow out of his core. Mr. Freeman yells out while the pressure in the room reaches heights beyond any enemy I've ever faced before. Ray, no, that is merely a facade. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter. You will submit to my undeniable power. You will not deceive me and continue to walk free in this world. The entire dome-shaped room lights up with yellow divine energy, and my eyes track each of the yellow-gold tendrils of energy that rocket my way. It is truly an impressive sight to see and feel. The gravity in this room increases by over 100 times, and the concentrated power in all of the soul energy attacks rocketing my way are strong enough to decimate entire urban cities if they were aimed at a target outside of this room. I've never felt such pent-up rage, concentrated power, and pure selfish conviction from an enemy at any other time in my life. It feels like the director is using his near century of battle experience and concentrating it all on a single barrage of attacks without holding back. Just days ago, if this power was pushed upon me, I'd have no other instinct than to run away, not looking back at all. However, it feels like an orb of heat is bursting out of my chest with excitement and anticipation. I stare the director in the eyes while deactivating my concealment skill and divine limiter. A bright wave of yellow and white light bursts from my eyes and chest while I pull 2 blades out from my item storage. The Flame Emperor's sword erupts into flames, held tight in my right hand, while the Dark Emperor's blade permeates a black aura, gripped in my left. Silky, smooth, bright yellow divine energy flows from my core in such a dense state. It looks like liquid as it tethers itself deep into both of my blood-bonded weapons. My full body erupts into dark red soul energy, and it too becomes intertwined with my new bright yellow divine power. The shockwave from my reveal makes the entire underground cave shake, and the countless tendrils of golden energy piercing through the air coming my way are all shattered into dust and devoured by my aura the moment they come in contact. The pressure in the room increases multiple times over, but instead of pressing down on me, I concentrate it back on the director, who was so confident just fractions of a second ago. The blast sends him flying backward instantly, slamming against the side wall of the underground cave, and I keep constant pressure pushing him up against the wall as I twirl my swords in the air and slowly walk toward him, looking like a flaming demonic entity. Is this really what you wanted? You forced my hand. I was considering becoming a member of the association again, to keep an eye on you all while maintaining my disguise. If you had just accepted my offer of making me a regional director, none of this would have had to happen. My slow footsteps echo through the brightly lit cave as I walk closer. The director's Master of Illusions buff wears off from the immense pressure I am pushing on him, and the tall, mysterious man with vibrant golden eyes disappears to reveal his true form as bright as day. An old, sickly man with deteriorating flesh is pressed up against the black mana shielded wall. His overinflated core still spins, cycling the decades worth of yellow divine energy within it, and his eyes are still stern, focused on me despite his troubled state. He whispers out a reply. How? A true core number. Why? Are you from the central branch? What have I done wrong? He grits his teeth while his flesh continues to fade away, and I reply while walking closer and closer, shaking my head. What have you done wrong? Many things. A man like you has sat atop this world for decades. I am surprised you haven't learned your lesson until now. A man that tries to build a kingdom only through fear and being undeniably stronger than his subordinates is destined to fail when a ruler stronger than him challenges the throne. With every step I take toward him, my aura gets closer and denser, speeding up his body's decay as it can't handle the pure silky threads that constantly circulate through me and out into the atmosphere. I am not even in my greater form, and none of my buffs or skills are even activated. I am completely overpowering this yellow cord, being with my presence alone. I stop about 10 meters away so he can still hear me, and so I don't obliterate him out of existence by accident. He is the one that musters a long-winded reply to my words, muttering to himself and coughing between words as his organs begin to dissolve under the pressure of my aura. You must be from Central, a young, naive one they managed to awaken and sent over to replace me. That is it, isn't it? A shame. This was all for the greater good. So what if I used my power to keep everyone in line? That is what you all do anyways. A bunch of hypocrites you are. So much for preserving honor among the council. Rule number 3 was to never kill or order a hit on any of the 10 powerhouse nations' leaders. This is because of my failed mission into the Dark Continent, isn't it? This is the exception to the rule. Is this a private attack or a unanimous decision from the other 9? This is all that Flame Emperor's fault. I had a plan to take him out. I really did. A wave of anger and disgust washes out of him as I try to make sense of his words. The director still doesn't know who I am. He believes I am a plant from another nation. He is spewing words about a council of leaders and other true cores. But it is clear he doesn't have much time left. I let out a sigh and shake my head. The greater good. How can you call your reign of tyranny all for the greater good when you are not doing good every step along the way? Some citizens in the 8 great regions may have a better life because of you. Sure. But what about all of the men and women exiled to the Dark Continent? What about the countless hunters silenced and killed by higher-ups' orders when they grow too fast for your liking? What about the talented hunters you force to wear your golden collars and bend their minds to not even understand their own thoughts inside their heads? What about draining the life force from countless healers just to preserve your own? This is what you call building a kingdom for the greater good. My aura grows in density as I let my soul energy flames grow larger and larger, flickering and raising the room temperature by hundreds of degrees every second that passes. And no, I am not from the Central Branch. I am the Flame Emperor. So yes, technically, I am still the one that has ruined all your plans. You may believe I am evil, and that is okay. My enemies may hate me for various reasons. But your kingdom is better off in the hands of a leader like myself, who has followers that not only benefit from serving me, but choose to fight by my side with their own free will. I grow into my greater form as I feel the director's will and unbreakable confidence finally begin to dissolve at the same rate as the rest of his flesh. The golden eyes that stared down at every single citizen in the 8 great regions finally realize that his decades of reign have come to an end. He is unable to even pry himself off the wall, and there is no one capable of saving him. The manifestation of my greater form holding 2 impossibly large swords towers over him. One erupts with flames so bright. The room is completely enveloped in its light, and the other is so dark and ominous as it drains the thick air of all of the remaining mana that leaks out from the labyrinth. And Scrade shielding, I let a final wave of telepathy rush into the depths of this man's fading psyche. I win, and it was nowhere near the challenge I was seeking. For a self-proclaimed god, you were quite a disappointing fight. Then I thrust both of my greater form's swords into his chest and pierce right through his divine core, shattering it into pieces and plunging both blades deep into the black wall behind him. There is an eruption of mana from the S-grade shielding, breaking apart, and a rush of energy streaming into myself as the director's body explodes into pieces with his core. I hear hundreds of notifications go off in my inner ear and feel all of the yellow divine threads from the director's shattered core seep out of his scattered remains. The yellow energy flows through by aura and is channeled into both of my swords, down my arms, and right into my own true core, capturing 100% of his divine power without missing a single thread. Power surges through me as the entire room shakes and ripples with energy, and I feel my own abilities grow by an extremely noticeable amount in mere fractions of a second. The notifications keep ringing over and over, in my mind. Level up X1159. Use absorption stat. Mental strength points, 3,955. Yes, no. Use absorption may key 10 trillion, 394 billion, 789 million, 834,001. Yes, no. Use abs. Orption skill, combat magic, superior light summoning. Yes, no. Use absorption buff, master of illusion. Hidden ability, yes. No, I choose yes to every notification. Then, pull both blades out of the wall and let the remains of the director fall onto the ground. Underscore, 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 post chapter status update, underscore, 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 under. Score underscore 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 status open underscore 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 unders co re underscore 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 name J Soju level 4,246 horsepower, 21,235 divided by 21,235 MP, 21,235 divided by 21,235 strength, 19,011, 61,025, teen 85,740, C 92,013, 77,565, 61,025, 142,963, 117,108, 92,203, 172,050, 9,506, 19,011, C, 87,831, 47,528, C, 47,528, 76,044, total strength, 120,851 speed, 15,339, 52,153, 6, 46,170, 7,279, 62,737, SIFT 2,459, SIT 2,459, 0653, 76,542, 108,447, 60, 1,970, 103,078, 7,670, 15,339, C, 83,751, SU, 38,348, SU, 38,348, 61,356, total speed, 100, 16, 39, agility, 15,453, T, 52,231. T 50,068, T 79,892, 63,066, T 1,066, 50222, T 90,400, 78,038, 127,333, E 63,666, 92,563, 7,727, 15,453, 74,947, 38,633, 61,812. Total agility, 962,104 defense, 12,142, 30, 5,819, 59,253, 246,868, 45,775, T 39,219, 61,196, 84,265, 60467, 71,638, 10T6,071, 12,142, 10T55,732, 48,568, total defense, 639,155 mental street rank, 22,864, C 93,285, 90313, S 91,004, 156, 89,170. AT 8,026. 146,558. 132,383. 206,005. 106775. 164,164. 11,432. 22,864. 118,893. 57,160. 57,160. And T 91,456. Total mental strength 15899. 64 underscore 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 absorption, mythic grade, swordsmanship, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme fire sue, a munning inspect, mythic grade, enemy detection, mythic grade body hardening, mythic grade self-regeneration, mythic grade spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, mythic grade telekinesis, thick grade appraisal, mythic grade conceal, mythic grade berserker, mythic grade dungeon walker, legendary grade intimidation, mythic grade dagger mastery, mythic grade stealth, mythic grade bloodlust, mythic grade equivalent exchange combat magic, extreme wind summoning, seeing eye extreme strength, mythic grade, dual wielding, mythic grade telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme earth summoning, combat magic, extreme mana manipulation, lifesteal mythic grade hibernation, special grade combat magic, advanced demonic energy man, hap, elation combat magic, extreme ice summoning body, double, legendary grade, lie detector, legendary grade, hush, mythic grade craftsmanship, mythic grade extreme speed, mythic grade combat magic, AN2, S2ID, extreme water summoning screech, mythic grade phantom step, mythic grade flare, mythic grade confusion, mythic grade blast, mythic grade bind, legendary grade bloodweaver, legend, airy, grade poison mist, mythic grade iron fist, mythic grade extreme stamina, mythic grade combat magic, extreme lightning summoning, combat magic superior dark summoning, blink, mythic grade, cocoon, mythic grade imbuement, mythic grade barrier creation, mythic grade flight, mythic grade area buff, mythic grade mind palace, mythic grade astral spears, mythic grade dead, I2, Wente, flash step, mythic grade call of the void, mythic grade crystal creation, mythic grade heavy hand, mythic grade combat magic, superior light summoning, underscore 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 unders, core underscore 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 items equip 15 slots avenue available post second rank up, current items equipped PLA Tynum ring of visual manipulation, blood bonded, 408% mental strength, 340% speed, 338% agility, 321% strength, 295% defense, define 37% perception, illusion attribute. The behemoth? Was platinum amulet, blood bonded, 488% defense, 451% strength, 395% mental strength, 324% agility, 301% speed, hardening attribute enchanted boots of extreme speed, blood beat on, dead, 569% speed, 517% agility, 484% strength, 400% mental strength, 386% defense, wind attribute, enchanted ice serpent's pendant, blood bonded, 412% agility, 409% speed, 408% strength, 390% mental strength, 383% magic resistance, 381% ice magic resistance, 377% defense ice attribute, platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King blood bonded, 385%, mental strength, 342% speed, 325% agility, 323% defense, 321% strength. The Flame Emperor's sword, blood bonded, advanced fire aspect, 752% strength, 641% mental strength. ID. Ha. 504% defenses, 591% speeds, 585%. Agility Berserker, King's armor set blood bonded, 694% defense, 616% strength, strength 579% mental strength, strive 105%, agility 499% speed, hardening. At Tribute Earth attribute cloak of total darkness in 901% mental strength, steed 824% agility, 707% speed, 360% perception blood bonded, hidden passive ability concealment attribute. At Tribute enchanted lightweight gauntlets, blood bonded, 498% defense, 485% strength, 467% mental strength, 412% agility, 404% speed, hardening attribute, earth attribute, fire attribute, dark. Emperor's blade, 905% strengths, 718% mental strength, 672% speed, 599% agility, 590% defense, blood bonded, dark attribute, hidden ability Greater Demon's Core, 50% all stats, Arch Demon's Core, 100% all stats ring of the divine hidden ability, Celia's Purple Core, living ring artifact, divine limiter, hidden ability final slot, 15 teats, interchangeable, Orm King's dagger set blood bonded, 546% speed, 520% mental strength, 485% agilities, 462% strength, 459% defense lightning attribute wind attribute midnight dagger underscore under score underscore 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 buffs. Berserker plus 250%, strength plus mental strength, bloodlust plus 250% speed, plus agility, plus mental strength, plus 100% perception. Extreme strength, plus 250% strength. Extreme speed, plus 250% speed. Final breath, tilde plus 400% all stats. Exact percent. Will vary conditions and circumstances apply permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's domain hidden ability. Passive Rising Emperor's greater form hidden ability, active Master of Illusion. Hidden ability. Chapter 604. All over the globe, 9 silver devices ping simultaneously. Some are locked away in item boxes and magical storage vaults, while others are worn around Strong Hunter's wrists and necks like ornaments. Every one of them sends the same signal. A flashing yellow light among 9 other lights that glow brightly. Some of the lights are a dim yellow, just like the one that is blinking, while others vary in brightness. Some are so bright they almost shimmer white. The dull yellow light that blinks flickers and fades away, signifying that one of the 10 members of this mysterious group of leaders has perished from this world. The first leader to witness this phenomenon is a woman with long black hair, flying high over a dangerous volcanic region on the back of a monstrous earth dragon. She looks down at the small device, rubbing her pointer finger over the dull, clear crystal that once glowed with yellow luminosity, and curses under her breath. That idiot, picking a fight with an opponent he clearly couldn't defeat. She presses one of the strongest glowing crystals on the device next. It glows bright yellow-white, matching the color of her core and the dragon she flies on, and she speaks again. It seems the old man, Mr. Freeman, met his end. I take it none of you were incompetent enough to break our ceasefire pact. She clicks her tongue and takes her finger off the glowing crystals as her dragon flaps its wings, and they soar further throughout the volcanic lands. Everything is silent for a few seconds, other than the flow of lava and eruptions a few kilometers below her. However, this moment of silence is broken by a yell back through the device as one of the other strongly lit lights shimmers and projects the clear audio of a grumpy man. "Raven? Is that you? Who are you calling old?" He was hardly a day past 70. I am almost twice his age and have more fight in me than he ever did. He must have died in a desperate attempt to ascend to a true core before his body failed him. The voice stops coming through, and the woman stares down at the device with a grin on her face, amused that the old man took offense to her words. She is about to press her own button to respond, but one of the other strong yellow-white crystals flickers, signifying that its recipient has pressed it on the other end. She waits patiently for 5 seconds, but no voice comes out, and the crystal returns to its resting state, implying the person on the other end decided not to say a word. Raven presses her button and speaks back to the man who actually answered her call with a snarky tone, ignoring the lurker that didn't speak. "Nice to hear your voice too, Mr. Redgrave. I hope Central Headquarters is treating you well. Your guess on how the 8 Great Regions branch leader died would have been my assumption too. However, there is a growing power in the Dark Continent that I presume ended the director. All my sources tell me he goes by the title of the Flame Emperor." She chuckles to herself while keeping her finger on the crystal for a few extra seconds for all to hear, then changes her direction in the air, slowly starting to turn toward the north, anticipating the angry yell back through the silver device from the man on the other side. Well, then this changes everything. Mr. Freeman may have been stubborn and suffering from a slower cultivation rate, but he wasn't weak. Whoever this rogue force is, they must be taken out. While we have no rules stating that a fallen council member of the Order must be avenged, I would hate to let a force like this continue to grow and potentially harm one of our remaining 9 members before the fight for the throne. He is silent for a few seconds, but adds a remark. "You are the closest true core to the 8 Great Regions, so I hope you will get it done. If not, I will make sure this is dealt with myself in due time. After all, if he is not slain, many may question my title as the strongest fire wielder in the world." His crystal reverts back to its natural state again, and Raven keeps flying through the sky on her dragon in silence, thinking over the man's words. What he says is true. The council members of the Order all signed a pact to never kill or cripple each other until the throne to claim this world awakened. Rogue forces are no one's responsibility to take care of, but over the decades, they have been silently given the unspoken task to the nation leader closest to the threat. It isn't frowned upon to ignore growing powers, but if that power were to attack another member of the Order when they could have been nipped in the bud, beings in this world that seek immortality are not ones to forget, and often hold a grudge. These thoughts race through the black-haired woman's mind as the same crystal that entered the conversation and silently eavesdropped shimmers again, showing that they're ready to speak. The same silence comes out for 10 full seconds before the faint sound of a heavy breath transmits through. Raven soars through the air and activates her stealth ability, making herself and her dragon disappear in the sky as she rockets over black military base buildings. Over a full minute passes with a few more heavy breaths before the person on the other end of the line finally speaks in an eccentric style. His words are offbeat and go up and down in varying tones, making it hard to understand what the voice is really thinking. "Oh, please don't kill him. I want you to capture him alive and bring him to me. He will be the muse I need to finally complete my collection, and bring me back my white dragon while you are in the Apex region. There is no reason for a dead man to keep such fine art. 200 yellow fragments, that is what I'll pay for your help." The crystal clicks off, and Raven rolls her eyes while pressing her crystal and letting out a sigh for everyone on the line to hear. "Don't get your hopes up. I am on my way over to survey the area now. Until I find out what really happened, I am not promising anything to either of you. If anyone else is still listening, don't bother contacting me. I am going dark. I'll only open up this line again if I have something important to share once my survey is complete." She lifts her finger from the device and throws it away into an item box on her waist. Then her speed to the north increases. Meanwhile, underground in the Apex region, I powered down my greater form and stopped my true core's full aura from fully activating and shattering all of the shielding in this base to bits. My blades have already cut through a portion of the black walls, releasing large amounts of mana. If I cut just 5 meters deeper, there would be a crack that shatters all the way through, and my aura would most likely accidentally kill everyone in this entire city. I power down and let all the remains and shattered gear from the deceased director's body fall into my item storage. Then put away my swords, into the white spatial magic too. The heat and pressure in the room cool down as I retract my aura back into my purple limiter, but that doesn't cancel out the fact that new divine energy is rushing through my core. Whenever I killed yellow cord lizards inside the construct, their energy was never instantly consumed like this. It is unclear to me if this is normal for true cores or a unique property of mine alone. Either way, everything about this situation excites me and floods my senses with endorphins. I let out a long exhale of satisfaction and happiness as the reality of what just happened rushes through me. The fact that really sinks in is that I just killed the strongest man in all of the 8 great regions and Dark Continent combined. There is no one who can stop me from taking over all of the trade routes and association-run businesses right now. I activate my mythic grade concealment, new superior light magic, and new buff master of illusion all together to pulse outward with a very strange aura. Nothing physically changes, but the light particles in the air are altered and twisted, making for an interesting display of power. It feels and looks very similar to Bree's ranked up buff, allowing her to create a small pocket of space that looks and feels like any illusion she desires. However, I am far more powerful than that, and have even more skills and buffs at my disposal. I bend the perception of myself to look, sound, and feel just like the man I killed. An aura matching his confidence, greed, and selfishness permeates from me. And if I walked up to myself just minutes ago with this same disguise on, I am unsure if I could tell the difference. I smile wide beneath my disguise of golden glowing eyes, unnaturally tall stature, and dark shadowy robes as I walk toward the green spinning labyrinth portal that still emanates mana after this violent exchange. The shielding near the labyrinth portal bends under its weight, and my curiosity for how high this labyrinth's floors climb simmer in the back of my mind. However, once I step through and make sure my dungeon walker skill logs and saves the location of the first floor, I turn back around and leave. A body double can do that work once I return with good news. For right in this moment, I still have lots of work to do in the Apex region before I can leave. I flash step across the room and enter the elevator, pressing the 18th floor button to bring myself to the A-class training rooms next. It has been less than a minute since the director died, but his slaves that have been chained down with golden collars for years must finally be realizing their thoughts have not been their own. As the door opens with a ding, and I peer into the 2 training rooms with my Sunday God disguise fully activated, I see many eyes turn toward me. Flashbacks of the golden-collared prisoners crying and screaming with mixed emotions once I freed them back in the Dark Continent repeat in my mind as I take in the scene before me. The newest 3 A-class hunters that greeted me today at the Apex region are very confused, standing in a triangle in the middle of their training room. At the opposite side of the floor, the woman healer who always looked uninterested in everything around her, dead tired and bored of the world, is crying with joy on the mana-shielded ground. The wind and fire users who are A-class hunters both stare at me with angry stances, their red cores fully activated, making the high A-grade mana shielding in the room quiver. However, I am not worried or necessarily interested in any of them. My gaze locks onto Rodrigo's as he feels his neck and looks toward me, coming to the realization that maybe the man behind these golden eyes isn't the same one that left this room moments ago. Chapter 605. Despite locking eyes with Rodrigo, the voices that yell the loudest throughout the room are the fire and wind users who radiate bright red divine energy. What is the meaning of this? My life has been a lie. My mind eye. The wind user shouts out, now fully missing his hand and leg due to the lack of borrowed golden soul energy available to him. I gave over a decade to this damn association, and still, you continuously manipulated all of us. Why are you even letting us in on your secret now? Why not just kill us? The fire user, missing both of his arms, shouts out while red divine energy grows around him. He looks over to the other side of the 18th floor to the newest recruits from the B class exams. Are those our replacements? Is this how it ends? Are we just being discarded after losing one battle in the Dark Continent? Is this? I don't let him speak any further. Activating my skill, Heavy Hand, and exerting a force of pure mana alone to easily overpower both of the high-level A-class hunters, divine auras. In just fractions of a second, both of the men are pressed chest and face first against the training room floor as I walk forward and let the elevator close behind me. All eyes are on me, the manifestation of the unbeatable sun god who has taken over the 8 great regions and ruled for decades with no mercy for his enemies, or even his own people who served beneath him. The sounds of bones cracking under the gravity of my mana from the 2 strongest A-class hunters on this continent are more than enough deterrent for anyone else in the room to speak up as I walk up to both of them and stare down at the floor where they're pressed for a full 10 seconds. I finally speak up in a static monotone voice. There will be some changes made in this branch of the association soon. You have been loyal hunters, so I wanted to show you the truth. I keep the pressure pushing down on them steady, but reach into my item storage and pull out 2 mythic-grade self-regeneration potions and gently place them on the floor in front of both of them using telekinesis. Drink these and continue your training. I turn to everyone else in the room. That goes for all of you. Just because you know the truth doesn't mean I can't track you down to any region or continent you try to flee to. Business continues as usual until I say so. If there are any complaints, you can talk to me directly and see how that ends for you. I let the pressure of my heavy hand skill fade, and the 2 A-class hunters slowly get up and examine the potions while I make a hand motion toward Rodrigo, who still stares at me with confusion in his gaze. You, come with me. I need a meeting with you alone. He quickly nods and follows as I leave the awestruck room to get back in the elevator. As Rodrigo walks in and the doors begin to close after I press floor 19, the sight of the 2 A-class hunters' limbs growing back is the last thing we see while riding down to the lounge floor below us in silence. He doesn't say a word for fear of being wrong about his assumptions, and I admire him for staying safe and not jumping to conclusions because it is what I would do in the same situation. Once the door opens again and I walk forward into the lounge area, I am greeted by the 2 nurses with glowing white hands approaching me, ready to heal the director, but I shake my head. No, thank you, please. Take the rest of the day off, you two. I have some important meetings to attend to. Their eyes widen with surprise as I motion for them to take the elevator upstairs, wondering if this is some kind of test. But once Rodrigo and I walk past them and toward one of the high-grade mana-shielded private rooms, they realize I am being serious. As the private room's door clicks open and we walk inside, both of the nurses power down their soft healing skills and ride the elevator upstairs with relief written all over their faces. I walk into the center of the dimly lit mana-shielded lounge room, filled with mana-dense air, a full bar, artwork, and exquisite black furniture. Rodrigo closes the door behind us, and I put up a mythic-grade hush barrier mixed with a layer of my Master of Illusion buff to create a veil of audio and visual blockage that no one on this entire continent could break through. It is a necessary precaution just in case there are secret monitoring devices in here. Then, I let my appearance revert back to its completely natural state. Nice to finally meet you face to face without that collar on. I hope this is a good enough thank you for getting me into the B-class exams. I grin, cross my arms, and sit back on the comfortable couch behind me while I watch the state of shock, happiness, and utter awe ripple through Rodrigo. His eyes are wide, and his thoughts are racing at 1,000 beats per second. The only thing he manages to muster out is, Jay, it is you? You really did it. The director he is. I nod and cut him off while pointing to a seat across the room. He is dead. The 8 great regions are now under new rule. Please, take a seat. We have a lot to talk about. Still, a state of shock and disbelief is plastered on the face of the brother of my trade partner. Not long ago, he warned me not to even look at Mr. Freeman the wrong way. I could tell he only got us into the exams as a personal favor to Bry. The fact that I passed managed to not fall under the director's curse. And in the end, killed the Apex Region's director. This result is the furthest thing from his initial expectations. I continue as he is frozen with his mouth open and speechless. You are the only one in the association who knows, and I hope to keep it that way. There is already widespread respect and order held by the Apex region's name alone. Even if that is temporarily fear-driven, it is best to keep it going. Announcing that the leader of all directors has been killed by a rogue force from the Dark Continent will only spread panic. This plan has already been implemented and proven to work once, back in Valor City, after defeating the Lich King. The entire city could have been informed that their dark guards and mysterious leader is no more. But it is better to keep the citizens happy and in a routine they're accustomed to. Breaking unconventional news to hundreds of thousands of people can result in unpredictable outcomes. It is best to exploit a system that is already in place, slowly changing it to my liking over time, rather than attempting anything drastic and rushed. This realization creeps into Rodrigo's mind as I sit back and breathe in the mana-dense air, enjoying the silence, and patiently waiting for a response from the baffled class hunter. That makes sense. I have no idea how you manage this. He touches his neck, pausing for a moment before continuing. But it is really done. No more mindlessly following orders, filing paperwork for hours every day, answering to the other directors like a dog, and proctoring exams year after year. I am finally free. He smiles and looks me in the eyes, accepting this reality. Then, he taps his finger on his knee nervously, realizing something. Well, not yet. Just because you can fool a few class hunters here doesn't mean you are out of the woods yet. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? He stands up and pulls a silver tablet from his item box. Mr. Freeman used to do deals with a few other nations occasionally. Other strong powers that had a similar yellow-golden energy as his own. And not to mention, dealing with the regional directors within this nation. The director was a busy man. Believe it or not, he is the glue that holds these 8 regions together. Rodrigo begins pacing around the room, tapping on his tablet while nodding, smiling, and continuing to speak. Lucky for you, I was his mindless right-hand man for nearly a decade. I don't think he ever expected I'd be free of his curse. And quite frankly, neither did I. However, if there is anyone that has the insight to keep this nation running, it would be me. My eyes light up with excitement as Rodrigo says the words I was thinking to myself without even having to say them out loud. Over the next 45 minutes, Rodrigo and I talk back and forth, devising a plan together to keep the 8 great regions running as usual, expanding it even further into the Dark Continent to merge the 2 nations, and how to properly deal with the ongoing trade agreements, regional directors, and association-run businesses. With his knowledge of the land and inner workings of this nation, and my power to replace the Sunday God's presence while simultaneously backing it with enough power to truly become this nation's leader, all of the puzzle pieces to my plan fall into place. Everything being outlined now is being written down, and I plan to have it analyzed by my teammates and close business partners. I stand up from my seat and pull 2 transport crystals out from my item storage, tossing one to Rodrigo. This is a good start. I am glad I came to you first. However, I am sure there is a whole lot more on your mind than just my own personal goals of expanding my empire. How about we go for a trip and get a second opinion? When's the last time you talked to your sister?